Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 3321, Chapter 395, Ripple. Greater God's Domain, Starlight Realm, Sea of Giants. The Sea of Giants was one of the few seas in the Starlight Realm. Not only did it connect over a dozen kingdoms and empires, but it was also linked to the endless void. For ordinary and upper-ranking hegemonic powers looking to conduct cross-realm trade, they would typically send their flying ships to the Sea of Giants. But during the past few days, the various hegemonic powers were forced to abide by many restrictions in the Sea of Giants. As an example, one flying ship was currently stopped in front of a gigantic door and put under inspection by multiple Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, aboard this flying ship, a level 195, Tier 6 Berserker, who looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s, wore a disgruntled expression as he looked at the level 140, Tier 4 players inspecting the ship. Damn the Paimon conglomerate. If it wants to cordon off the World Gate, just do it. Why does it have to involve us players looking to enter the endless void? Keep your voice down. The Divine Seal Legion's people are going to hear you, a level 192, Tier 6 male cleric said in a hushed voice. If they decide to attack us, none of us will be leaving this place alive. Tisk, I'm just venting my frustrations a little, the Tier 6 Berserker said, when he heard the mention of the Divine Seal Legion, though he promptly chose to speak softly. We're only passing by. Is there a need to put us through such a strict inspection? There are so many ships trying to cross this place, yet they're taking their sweet time with the inspections. We're going to lose a lot of money if we're late for our delivery. What can we do? The Tier 6 cleric said, similarly displeased by the Tier 4 players inspecting their ship. Under normal circumstances, he could have annihilated these Tier 4 players with a wave of his hand. Now, though, he dared not do so. The Divine Seal Legion has already issued a statement that all players moving within 100,000 yards of the World Gate must undergo a strict inspection by Paimon's members or get treated as a hostile force. There were several routes in the Sea of Giants that led to the endless void, but the safest route required them to pass by the newly appeared World Gate. As for the other routes, they would be at risk of either becoming lost in the fog of the Sea of Giants' depths or getting annihilated by a swarm of sea monsters. But that person called Black Flame sure is courageous. I can't believe there'd be someone who would dare to kill Dara, the Tier 6 Berserker said as he looked at the gigantic door in the distance. Then, with a sympathetic look, he continued, But with the Divine Seal Legion's Vice Commander Wind Seal guarding this place, neither Black Flame nor the members of the power behind him will be able to get past this place alive. They'll probably be trapped in that miniature world for the rest of their lives. Wind Seal was a Vice Commander of the Divine Seal Legion, and few among Tier 6 could match him. Even though the Berserker and Cleric were similarly Tier 6 players, they wouldn't last more than a few moves against Wind Seal. Needless to say, a bunch of Tier 4 and Tier 5 players would have an even lower chance of surviving. The World Passage was the only reliable method to travel between worlds. In a situation where the World Passage was blocked, it would be utterly impossible for players to escape from the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, once the Paimon conglomerate's army entered the miniature ancient world, it was only a matter of time before the conglomerate eliminated Black Flame and Zero Wing. While the Tier 6 Berserker and Tier 6 Cleric were chatting, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant door. Immediately afterward, the area within a 500-kilometer radius of the World Gate transformed into a space-time rift, and all creatures caught within the rift were annihilated. An ambush? The Berserker and Cleric fell into a daze as they looked at the space-time rift in the distance. Space-time rifts were incredibly dangerous in God's domain. Even Tier 6 players would suffer heavy damage if they accidentally came into contact with one. Meanwhile, a massive space-time rift 1,000 kilometers wide had just opened up in front of them. Fortunately, the space-time rift did not exist for long as the Greater God's Domain quickly mended it. When the rift disappeared, though, the players who were undergoing the Paimon conglomerate's inspection couldn't help but gasp. Gone. All 100 Tier 6 experts guarding the World Gate had disappeared. Even the Divine Seal Legion's Vice Commander Wind Seal had vanished. What's going on? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the empty region the space-time rift had left behind. At this moment, even the World Gate had disappeared, let alone the Divine Seal Legion. The area was so empty that it didn't look like a World Gate had ever existed in this place. Meanwhile, after a short silence, the various players present promptly relayed this situation to their respective powers. The disappearance of a World Gate was no big deal. At most, everyone would feel a little surprised. However, the death of the Divine Seal Legion's 100 Tier 6 experts and Vice Commander Win Seal was an unbelievably shocking piece of news. The Divine Seal Legion might not have many members, but every one of them was a Tier 6 expert. Moreover, they were all equipped with weapons and equipment that could make even executives of hegemonic powers envious. At the same time, they were also an important force for the Paimon conglomerate to maintain stability within its territory. Now that the Divine Seal Legion had lost not only 100 of such Tier 6 experts, but also Vice Commander Win Seal, it would definitely have a huge impact on the Paimon conglomerate's capabilities. In no time, news of the Paimon conglomerate's loss spread across the entire Starlight Realm, shocking both players and powers. Even the Starlight Realm's several conglomerates were taken aback by the news, and they promptly dispatched people to find out what had happened at the Sea of Giants. At the same time, they also wanted to know if this incident was related to Black Flame. Of course, even though the various powers were investigating whether this incident was related to Black Flame, everyone in the Starlight Realm more or less knew the answer. The news of the Divine Seal Saint sending his subordinates to annihilate a miniature world had long spread across the entire Starlight Realm. Now that the army he dispatched to kill Black Flame was suddenly annihilated, anybody who said Black Flame was unrelated to this matter would be lying. However, once the various powers started their investigations, they quickly learned of shocking news of the players the Paimon conglomerate had sent into the miniature ancient world. Over 99% of them had their qualifications to log into God's domain permanently deprived. As for the rest, although they still had the qualifications to log into God's domain, the system forced them to stay offline for 2 days. Although the various powers had tried to get more information out of these players, they failed to come up with much information since the Paimon conglomerate had issued a gag order. They only managed to find out 2 pieces of information. Firstly, Zero Wing, the guild behind Black Flame, possessed an extraordinary background, as it was revealed that the guild possessed an expert capable of suppressing White Owl, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons. The expert in question had even fended off the first wave of attack launched by the Paimon conglomerate's army. Secondly, an ancient god had appeared in the World Passage. For a time, the various powers theorized that Zero Wing should have something to do with the ancient god's appearance. It was also through this method that Zero Wing managed to cause the Paimon conglomerate to suffer heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Paimon conglomerate's silence on the matter only served to cause everyone to suspect that Zero Wing shared close ties with the ancient god in question. While the Starlight Realm's players and powers were in an uproar, a short-haired girl wearing a white shirt anxiously entered the top-floor conference room of a 3,000-tall skyscraper, the magnificent structure sitting in the middle of a floating steel city in the greater world. If Shi Feng was in this conference room, he would find that this valiant and extraordinary-looking girl looked somewhat similar to White Owl. Only compared to the White Owl in God's domain, the girl in the white shirt looked more mature and graceful. She was also close to reaching the 3-star mental strength Grandmaster standard already. Currently, there were around a dozen people seated in the conference room. After the girl in the white shirt entered the room, cold sweat rolled down her forehead as she was subjected to the mental pressure exerted by these people. "White Owl, you should know why we called you here, right? Are you certain that man was evenly matched with an ancient god?" Chapter 3322, Chapter 396, Zero Wing's Members. Chapter 3322, Chapter 396, Zero Wing's Members. Chapter 396, Zero Wing's Members. Star Lake City, God's Domain Association, inside a room on the 490th floor, following the sound of a mechanical airlock opening. The door of the virtual gaming cabin in the room slowly opened. Immediately afterward, the cabin's alarm sounded, reminding the user that the cabin's supply of life potion had already reached critically low levels and was in need of replenishment. When Shi Feng stepped out of the gaming cabin, a feeling of overwhelming exhaustion promptly enveloped him, and he wanted nothing more than to crash into his bed and fall asleep. How close. That ancient god nearly got me, Shi Feng thought, inwardly celebrating as he grabbed a bottle of life potion from the fridge and drank it. If not for the shadow incinerator letting me perfectly recreate my past self, otherwise even escaping wouldn't have been possible. Shi Feng was honestly surprised that his fight with the white-robed ancient god had triggered a space-time tide in the world passage, which in turn led to everyone being forcibly logged out of the game by the system. Personally, though, Shi Feng welcomed this forced logout as this meant that his character would disappear from God's domain, and the ancient god would have left after realizing that he was nowhere to be found. He also wouldn't have to fight for his life again once he logged back into the game. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt much better about his situation. Although the event this time was perilous, the Shadow Incinerator's performance far exceeded his expectations. The Incinerator's phantasm skill was especially incredible. Not only did it allow him to create an existence that was 2 tiers above him, but it also allowed him to perfectly recreate the weapons and equipment. If he hadn't been able to recreate the weapons and equipment he used during his previous life, even if he had managed to recreate his Tier 6 character, the ancient god could have still beaten him black and blue. Of course, the incredible skill also came with an incredible price, its activation causing his level to fall from 155 to 145 to 145. With a god of time's curse plaguing him, it would take him a considerable amount of time to recover these 20 levels. No wonder the Crimson Wing could slaughter ancient gods left and right. If the Shadow Incinerator can already exhibit such strength with 4 seals placed on it, it wouldn't be completely impossible for a Tier 6 player wielding the unsealed version to slay ancient gods. When Shi Feng thought about the 4 seals placed on the Shadow Incinerator, he couldn't help but grow a little excited. Undoing the seals did not require him to collect precious materials. The 4 seals were merely divine might seals, so all he needed to do was attack these seals with mental objects. The only problem was that these 4 divine might seals were much stronger than the one the Shadow Incinerator had placed on him previously. Not only did these 4 divine might seals place incredibly complex barriers on the Shadow Incinerator, but they also had significantly tougher mental nodes. In his current state, he would have no hope of breaking these 4 divine might seals. However, if he made use of the ancient dragon's power, he could try to break the first complicated divine might seal after he officially reached Tier 5. The first seal wasn't particularly hard to analyze. With his abilities as a great Grandmaster Magician, he could locate the mental nodes given enough time, so long as he could lift the first seal. The Shadow Incinerator should become strong enough to let him stand his ground even against Tier 6 players. Subsequently, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. While Shi Feng was still recuperating from his mentally weakened state, he received a message through his quantum watch, the message stating that the Star Lake Legion's selection had officially concluded. At the same time, the names of the top 1,000 participants were also announced. When the selection list was announced, many people in Star Lake City couldn't help but grow confused, contrary to everyone's expectations. Shi Feng remained in first place. On the other hand, Gentle Snow, who was previously ranked 10th in the selection, had fallen to 17th. However, Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this outcome. Shi Feng had long told Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul that so long as they could get into the selection's top 100, they could become official participants in the Star Lake Legion. Scoring any higher in the selection would only let him attract more attention from the Star Lake Legion's higher-ups. The benefits they received from the Legion wouldn't see any changes. Evidently, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul no longer bothered to test themselves after their first test. Instead, they had chosen to focus all their attention on improving themselves. Not to mention, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul were currently undertaking the Void Saint trial, so that was even more reason for them not to let themselves get distracted. The Void Saint class was special. Even at his peak during his previous life, Shi Feng would have no choice but to flee if he came across a hostile Void Saint in the Void. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he got worn out and killed. Without a divine weapon, it was simply impossible for non-void saints to kill a void saint of the same tier in the void. But isn't the Star Lake Legion a little too hasty? The selection has just ended, yet it is already looking to test all qualified participants without giving anyone time to rest. Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the Star Lake Legion's invitation notice. Being able to join the Star Lake Legion so soon was naturally good news for him. After all, he would only be provided free accommodation in the God's Domain Association for 1 month, and he doubted he could secure himself a room in the association after this 1 month passed. He also needed to pay contribution points if he wanted to continue living in the city. Aside from the first month after he entered the greater world, he would be banished from the city if he failed to pay enough contribution points to Star Lake City in subsequent months. This was a rule that even the Star Lake Legion's commander would have to follow. However, for people who weren't mental strength grandmasters, earning contribution points in a city was incredibly challenging. Many people would fail to meet their monthly quota even if they worked 24 hours a day every day. This was because every city could only accommodate a limited population, yet countless people were arriving at the greater world from various parallel worlds every day. As a result, every city could only supply a limited number of contribution points every day, and those seeking to stay in a city would have to fight for these points. To make matters worse, most of a city's contribution points would be in the hands of the city's powerful families and corporations. If a person did not join one of these powerful families or corporations, they would have much greater difficulty earning contribution points. However, it was a different story once a person became an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Official participants of the Legion would have plenty of ways to earn contribution points. The Legion would even award its official participants a fixed amount of contribution points every month, and participants only needed to earn a small amount of contribution points to pay their monthly residence contribution. After Shi Feng finished reading the Star Lake Legion's message, he washed up himself and dragged his tired body to the Star Lake Training Center. Chapter 3323, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Chapter 3323, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. When Shi Feng arrived outside the training center by car, the entrance was already crowded with people. Among these people, some were friends and families of those who had passed the selection, while some were the Star Lake Legion's reserve participants and members of the Star Lake City's various powerful families. Shi Feng didn't think much of this scene and simply squeezed through the crowd. Every city legion would only recruit members once a year, and the day of the recruitment would be the liveliest day of the year for a city. It would also be a day when many people's fates would change. Apart from people who had passed a City Legion's selection, the City Legion's reserve participants and members of the city's various powerful families would also be paying close attention to this annual recruitment. One could even say that the latter group was much more concerned over the City Legion's annual recruitment. It was true that those who managed to get into a City Legion selection's top 1,000 would be guaranteed a place in the City Legion. However, not all members in the City Legion would be of equal position. Upon joining a City Legion, a person would, first and foremost, be put into one of two main groups: official participants and reserve participants. Of the 1,000 people who passed the selection, the top 100 would be made into official participants, while the remaining 900 would be made into reserve participants. Subsequently, the City Legion was split into 3 tiers of official participants, and each tier would have numerous battle groups. Every battle group would receive different treatment from the City Legion based on their importance. Ace battle groups received the best treatment in the Legion, which showed in the contribution points they received each month. Even without doing anything, an Ace battle group member could pay their monthly residence contribution and have excess points that they could use to exchange for the city's limited resources. The city's limited resources were items highly coveted by the various corporations. An example of these limited resources would be the Stardew. Just 1 drop of Stardew could drastically improve the user's nervous response system and let the user recover up to 50 years of their youth. If a person consumed 1 drop of Stardew every year, their mental strength would naturally rise from the 1-star mental strength Master Standard to the 1-star mental strength Grandmaster Standard within 3 to 5 years. Even after a person became a mental strength Grandmaster, consuming Stardew could still speed up the improvement of their mental strength, letting them reach the 3-star mental strength Grandmaster Standard much more quickly. This would, in turn, give them a better chance at going beyond the Grandmaster realm. In addition, Stardew could let mental strength Grandmasters better preserve their youthfulness. Typically, a mental strength Grandmaster would have little to no chance of going beyond the Grandmaster realm past the age of 100. However, if a mental strength Grandmaster regularly consumed Stardew, they could extend this time limit to 150 years old. Unfortunately, because the various conglomerates monopolized the technology to manufacture Stardew, the various cities needed to go to great lengths just to exchange for a small amount. So, most cities could only afford to allocate their supply of Stardew to the members of their city legion. Moreover, it would be at the price of 1 million contribution points per drop of Stardew. It should be known that the average civilian living in Star Lake City's suburbs only needed to pay a monthly residence contribution of 1,000 points. Even those living in the city center only needed to pay 3,000 points a month. Meanwhile, the average official participant in the Star Lake Legion would only receive 2,000 contribution points a month if they didn't participate in any city battles. If they completed commissions for the City Legion, they would receive about 100 contribution points per commission. So it was nigh impossible for the average official participant to exchange a drop of Stardew. Only by joining an ace battle group and participating in every city battle available could a person have any hopes of exchanging a drop of Stardew when they reached the retirement age of 50. Therefore, it was of great importance that one joined an ace battle group when joining the Star Lake Legion. In the Star Lake Legion, each battle group could only have up to 50 members. Specifically, each battle group could have up to 20 regulars and 30 replacements. The regulars of each battle group would usually be the ones participating in city battles, and the replacements would take the place of the regulars if the regulars happened to be out of commission, as only those under the age of 50 could be in a city legion. There would be people retiring from the Star Lake Legion every year. This meant empty slots would be available in the various battle groups every year. While the minimum requirement to join a battle group was to be an official participant, reserve participants could try for one of these vacant slots. After all, the Star Lake Legion's selection would only bring in 100 new official participants each year. Yet the Star Lake Legion had nearly 200 battle groups spread across the 3 tiers. Thus, so long as a reserve participant could pass the basic test for official participants, they would be promoted into an official participant and qualify to join a battle group. However, things were a little different for ace battle groups. Unlike normal battle groups led by 2-star mental strength grandmasters, the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups were led by the Legion's vice commanders. In addition, ace battle groups only accepted 30 members instead of 50 to consolidate their resources. Meanwhile, the way newcomers could join an ace battle group was by defeating one of the 3 worst-performing replacement members of an ace battle group. Of course, the veterans of an ace battle group would be required to limit their strength, so newcomers would more or less have a chance at winning. However, this chance would still have to depend on the strength of the 3 worst-performing participants. If a certain ace battle group's 3 worst-performing members were too strong, newcomers would have to choose another ace battle group or a normal battle group. After all, every participant only had 3 challenge attempts each year. If they failed all 3 of their attempts, they could no longer join a battle group for the rest of the year, and they would lose out on the opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points from city battles. When Shi Feng arrived at the training center's top floor, he came upon a spacious arena that could easily accommodate 100,000 people. Currently, there were a little over 20,000 people crowded in the middle of the arena, and every one of them was a member of the Star Lake Legion, aside from the 1,000 people who had passed the selection this year. The rest of these Star Lake Legion members were either reserve participants from previous years or former official participants who had been eliminated from their old battle group. Unlike the newcomer participants, These veteran participants carried a hostile gaze that instilled fear into the various newcomers. Moreover, many of these veterans had already reached the 1-star mental strength Grandmaster standard, and their mere presence caused the newcomers around them to feel uncomfortable. Shortly after arriving in the arena, Shi Feng successfully grouped up with Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. At this time, Gentle Snow was dressed in white, while Hidden Soul was dressed in black. However, while Gentle Snow wore a sports outfit that revealed very little skin, Hidden Soul's outfit consisted of a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of short pants. When the two of them stood together, they were like the sun in the darkness. Many participants in the arena couldn't help but be drawn by their beauty and temperament. "Are you all right, guild leader?" Gentle Snow worriedly asked when she saw Shi Feng's haggard face. "I heard that you and Commander Laura have caused a huge commotion while we were in the trial. Not only did an ancient god appear, but the system has even forced those of us inside the trial space to go offline." Hidden Soul also looked at Shi Feng with eyes full of curiosity. Just what kind of battle had taken place on the floating island for the system to forcibly log players out of the game? It should be known that even those challenging the Void Saint Legacy's trial were not spared. "Don't worry, I'm just a little overspent mentally. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Shi Feng waved his hand. "The situation outside has already been dealt with, so just focus on the trial and come out when you're done." While Shi Feng and Gentle Snow were talking, several veteran participants nearby could be seen laughing and talking to each other. This year's number 1 doesn't look like much. Not only is he nearly the same age as me, but he's also only a 2-star mental strength master, a muscular man in his early 30s said as he looked at Shi Feng, his voice full of contempt. Despite his age, the muscular man was already a 1-star mental strength grandmaster. How lucky of him to become an official participant with such low standards. If I had known this year's selection would be so easy, I would have waited 2 more years before trying for the City Legion. Standing next to the muscular man, a young man who was similarly a 1-star mental strength grandmaster nodded and laughed, saying, "I know, right? The standard of this year's newcomers is terrible. They get to become official participants without facing any competition. But this is where their luck comes to an end. They'll get to learn how cruel reality is in a moment." The 2 veteran participants' banter irritated many of the newcomer participants nearby. However, there was nothing these newcomers could say to refute these veterans. The gap between mental strength grandmasters and mental strength masters was far too wide. The mental oppression of a 1-star mental strength grandmaster alone was enough to interfere with a 3-star mental strength master's ability to control their body. Fortunately, they would only be competing with each other through virtual battles. The difference in their mental strength would also only reflect in their weapons and equipment. While a 1-star mental strength grandmaster could manifest up to 6 fragmented legendary items and 1 legendary item, which was a lot more than the 4 fragmented legendary items that a 3-star mental strength master could manifest, the difference in equipment standard wasn't overwhelming. It was still possible to make up for this difference using combat standards. Not to mention, not all 1-star mental strength grandmasters could necessarily manifest 6 fragmented legendary items, let alone a legendary item. While the participants in the arena were talking among themselves, a group of people arrived on the arena's 2nd floor. The group was led by a woman with a wild but stunning appearance, and following this woman were about a dozen or so other people. Of the people following the woman, every one of them was a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion, and in existence known by all in Star Lake City. "I don't like to spout nonsense. Since everyone is here, let's begin the enrollment test," the woman in the lead nonchalantly said after stepping onto the podium on the 2nd floor. "Whoever scored first place in the selection, step forward. We'll start with you." Chapter 3324, Chapter 398, Starlight's 10 Greats. Chapter 3324, Chapter 398, Starlight's 10 Greats. Chapter 398, Starlight's 10 Greats. Who is this person? Why is she letting a newcomer from the selection start first? Shh, keep your voice down. She's Red Frost, the Star Lake Legion's new commander. What? She's that mad woman? Didn't they say that the mad woman has the body of a bear and a voice that can cause people to go deaf? Initially, many of the participants in the arena were dissatisfied with the words of the woman standing on the second-floor podium. After all, the woman looked roughly the same age as they were, possibly even younger. So, it was only natural they would get upset when the woman talked down to them in such a nonchalant manner. However, after learning from others that the woman was the rumored new commander of the Star Lake Legion, they were promptly stunned. Red Frost was a legend who had emerged from Star Lake City. In the past, even mighty conglomerates had extended invitations to her, offering her the position of elder should she agree to join them. This was because Red Frost used to be one of the Starlight Realm's 10 greats. Although Red Frost had inexplicably fallen from grace while visiting a sanctuary in God's domain and lost a significant portion of her strength even after getting resurrected, she remained a 3-star mental strength, Grand Master in the real world. Or more specifically, she was someone who had already stepped out of the realm of 3-star mental strength Grand Masters. She was still an existence that ordinary corporations feared. "What do you people have an opinion?" Red Frost asked as she swept her gaze across the people who had spoken up. "Come up here if you have an opinion. I'll find you a nice, quiet place to chat." No, we don't have an opinion." The people who had previously spoken up hurriedly shut their mouths. Red Frost's vengeful personality was known throughout the Starlight Realm. Anyone who dared to offend Red Frost would not have good days ahead of them. Even the guild leaders of upper-ranking hegemonic powers wouldn't dare to offend Red Frost for fear of the trouble she could cause them. Red Frost. Shi Feng grew confused as he looked at the woman on the podium. Although he instantly recognized Red Frost as the staff member responsible for conducting his first selection test in the God's Domain Association, he had never heard of the name Red Frost during his previous life. Yet, going by everyone's expressions and private discussions, it was evident that Red Frost was famous in the greater God's domain. Moreover, she was someone whose mental strength was already very close to reaching the great Grandmaster standard. "Chords," Red Frost said as she rolled her eyes at the several people. Then she returned her focus to the crowd and continued, "I also have one more thing to announce. I will be modifying the enrollment rules for this year. I'm thinking of taking your concern off of the limited number of official participant slots. So for this year, all of you can become official participants, so long as you pass the basic test I've set." The crowd in the arena grew restless again when they heard Red Frost's announcement. The biggest hurdle for reserve participants to become official participants was the limited number of available official participant slots. So, having this limitation taken care of was naturally good news for them. Commander Frost. "May we know what your test is?" Once the crowd in the arena was finished processing Red Frost's words, many reserve participants eagerly asked Red Frost for the content of her so-called basic test. "Don't be in such a hurry," Red Frost said, smirking when she saw everyone's eager looks. Then she pointed at the vice commanders lined up next to her and continued, "So long as you can survive 10 moves from one of them, you will have passed the basic test. As if you can survive 20 moves, you'll get to join an ace battle group. However, if you can't survive even 3 moves from one of my vice commanders, come back and try again next year." As soon as Red Frost finished speaking, whether it was the participants gathered in the middle of the arena or the vice commanders standing next to Red Frost, all of them were dumbfounded. "Isn't this too high of a requirement, Commander?" Markless Blade anxiously asked. "Some people here are newcomers who've never even participated in simulation warfare. Moreover, anyone capable of surviving 10 moves against us would already be at the captain level in the Legion. These newcomers can't even survive 3 moves against us, let alone 10. Simulation warfare might be similar to duels occurring in God's domain, but players needed to materialize their own weapons and equipment in simulation warfare, and doing so put a huge strain on one's mind. Even a 4th-floor expert experienced in simulation warfare would have difficulty executing basic combat techniques after materializing their weapons and equipment, let alone a bunch of newcomers. "No, I think Commander Frost's idea is good," Brother Markless, a young man with an imposing presence, interjected. "The previous commander was too lenient on newcomers. If Star Lake City wishes to grow stronger, it will need stronger fighters to represent it in city battles." If that's the case, the number of people who will pass won't even be enough to form a full battle group, Vice Commander Killin, Markless Blade said as he rolled his eyes at Chen Killin. He was fully aware that Chen Killin was looking to target Shi Feng, and he did not doubt Chen Killin would let this perfect opportunity get away. If Shi Feng was prevented from passing even the basic test, Chen Killin would then have a good excuse to sideline Shi Feng in the Legion. "All right, let's just begin," Red Frost said, annoyed by Markless Blades and Chen Killin's bickering. Then she swept her gaze across her vice commanders and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" "Since I support the commander's decision, let me be the first examiner," Chen Killin said, volunteering himself. "Commander?" Markless Blade couldn't help but turn to Red Frost. He refused to believe that Red Frost was unaware of Chen Killin's aim. However, Red Frost did not respond to Markless Blade's gaze. Instead, she narrowed her eyes on Chen Killin and faintly smiled, saying, "Good, you'll be the first examiner, then." "Many thanks, Commander. I won't disappoint you. I'll be sure to let these newcomers know your good intentions," Chen Killin said, grinning. After saying so, Chen Killin jumped down from the arena's second floor, even though it was a 7-meter jump. Not only did he land steadily on his feet, but he also didn't make any sound when landing. In addition, he started walking as soon as he landed, not needing to stop to stabilize himself at all. The control he had over his physical body had already reached inhuman levels. Chapter 3325, Chapter 399, Soul Stirring / Chapter 3325, Chapter 399, Soul Stirring / Chapter 399, Soul Stirring / TL Notes. Changing Newcomer, Rookie for Chapters 397 and 398. The reserve participants in the arena were startled when they saw Chen Killin jumping down from the second floor. "What? We're starting with Vice Commander Killin? If Vice Commander Killin is going to be the first examiner who would dare to take the test?" I heard that the City Lord had granted Vice Commander Killin the legendary ranked Demon God's armor for the upcoming city battle. If he has this Demon God's armor equipped, surviving even one move from him would be impossible, let alone 10. The rookie's top ranker sure is unlucky. With this, he will be a bench warmer for an entire year. When everyone saw Chen Killin stepping onto the simulation ring and putting on the simulation device, they couldn't help but sympathize with Shi Feng. Chen Killin was a well-known genius in Star Lake City. In terms of combat standards, he was a strong contender for the #1 spot among the Star Lake Legion's many vice commanders. After combining the piece of legendary equipment Chen Killin had received from the City Lord, even the Legion's former commander might not be a match for him in simulation warfare. In reality, if not for Red Frost's sudden appearance, Chen Killin would have been the most likely candidate to succeed the Star Lake Legion's former commander. So, to have someone like Chen Killin play the examiner role was absurd. Compared to challenging the other vice commanders, anyone who took their basic test from Chen Killin would have to face significantly greater difficulty. "The heavens are on my side. Let's see how my big brother will take care of you." Chen Qition's mood brightened significantly when he saw Shi Feng walking into the same simulation ring as his elder brother. Although his elder brother had previously promised him that he would take care of Shi Feng, he had more or less given up on this idea after Shi Feng secured first place in the selection. While his elder brother might be a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion, he still could not afford to create too much trouble for such a talented rookie, especially not when Commander Red Frost and the City Lord were paying attention to Shi Feng. At most, his elder brother could create some trouble for Shi Feng during city battles or put Shi Feng in the position of a replacement member in an ace battle group. However, all that changed with Red Frost's arrangement. Now, Shi Feng shouldn't even consider joining an ordinary battle group, let alone an ace battle group. What a pity. Thousand Scars sighed as she looked into the simulation ring. My plan to surpass him during city battles won't be feasible anymore. Thousand Scars was aware of the conflict surrounding Chen Killin and Shi Feng. There was no way Chen Killin would let go of this opportunity to take revenge for his younger brother, so he was most definitely going to use 100% of his strength to deal with Shi Feng. Players might be limited to the same tier and level in simulation warfare, but they had to use their mental strength to materialize their own weapons and equipment. In other words, the stronger a player's mental strength, the more advantageous of a position they would be in. Not to mention, Chen Qilin was already at the beyond domain realm in terms of combat standards. He was very close to matching pseudo-fifth floor experts. In a situation where he had an advantage in equipment standards, there were zero chances of a titled expert surviving against him. "There's nothing to feel pity about," Death Omen disdainfully said. "He wouldn't be in this situation if he hadn't provoked Chen Shitian that day. He is foolish to think he can go against a long-standing corporation simply because he has Black Flame backing him. The various corporations have countless geniuses under them. Even if Chen Shilin doesn't deal with him today, there will be other geniuses from other corporations who will make him suffer." Thousand Scars nodded in agreement. At the same time, she celebrated the fact that she had joined the Paimon conglomerate. Otherwise, she would have never been able to turn down the advances of young masters like Chen Qitian, lest she wished to offend them. At this time, Chen Qitian and Thousand Scars weren't the only ones paying close attention to Shi Feng. The several experts who had entered the greater world with Shi Feng similarly scrutinized Chen Qilin and Shi Feng. On one side of the simulation ring was Chen Qilin, wearing heavy armor and carrying a silver-gray greatsword on his back. Chen Qilin even had a 5-meter-tall body, a clear indicator that he possessed an extraordinary race in God's domain. On the other side was Shi Feng, wearing jet-black light armor and wielding a charcoal-like longsword. At first glance, Shi Feng looked like an impoverished traveler. Although he had a body that was nearly 2 meters tall, he looked no different than an infant compared to Chen Qilin's 5-meter-tall frame. "Purple Jade. I heard that you've talked to Vice Commander Fused Blood about inviting guild leader Shi to do city missions together, but I don't think he's going to qualify for those missions now," Alice, the Witch of the West, said as she looked at the woman in sportswear standing next to her. Tier 6 players were rare, even in the Greater Gods domain. Thus, different from Tier 4 and Tier 5 participants, Tier 6 participants were much more valued by the various city legions. As evidence, shortly after they arrived in Star Lake City, the Star Lake Legion's Tier 6 vice commanders had already tried to recruit them into their respective ace battle groups. It was why they never cared about Shi Feng securing first place in the selection. Looking at the blonde, doll-like girl standing next to her, Purple Jade anxiously said, "Vice Commander Qilin might have extraordinary strength, but Shi Feng is no pushover either. He should have no trouble surviving 10 moves. 10 moves? After looking at Chen Qilin's 5-meter-tall body, Alice shook her head and said, "Look at Chen Qilin. He's not even bothering to hide his legendary equipment. A Tier 3 instructor like Shi Feng would be fortunate if he could survive even 1 move." While Chen Qilin might have had his tier suppressed to Tier 4 to match Shi Feng, his equipment standard was vastly superior to Shi Feng's. Not only was Chen Qilin fully clad in fragmented legendary equipment, but he even had the legendary-ranked Demon God's armor. With such equipment standards, he could even fight against Tier 5 experts, let alone a Tier 4 rookie. In the simulation ring, "Shi Feng, you might have won first place in the selection, but I'm going to show everyone here today that a genius is nothing more than a genius. Don't get too conceited before you become a true powerhouse," Chen Qilin said as he looked at the inconspicuous swordsman before him. "Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll knock you out in 1 move." After saying so, Chen Qilin grabbed the greatsword on his back and charged at Shi Feng. Then, once he was within striking distance, he executed the hurricane-slash-combat technique, sending over 50 sword lights flying at Shi Feng. Chen Qilin's attack speed was so overwhelming that it was impossible for the average Tier 4 player to even react to his attacks. 1 move? After looking at the incoming sword lights, Shi Feng casually swung the carbonized longsword in his hand. The next moment, a black light flickered in the ring, which was followed by the sound of metal ringing. Then a figure could be seen stumbling to the edge of the ring and stopping just in time to avoid instant disqualification. Meanwhile, this figure belonged to none other than the 5-meter-tall Chen Qilin. At this time, though, Chen Qilin's confident expression was nowhere to be seen, Instead, replacing it was a look of confusion. "My dear Vice Commander, don't you think you are thinking too highly of yourself?" Chapter 3326. Chapter 400. All are ants beneath Tier 6. Chapter 3326. Chapter 400. All are ants beneath Tier 6. Chapter 400. All are ants beneath Tier 6. The arena fell silent when everyone saw Chen Qilin stumbling to the edge of the ring. Vice Commander Qilin lost the exchange. What did that Shi Feng guy do? Everyone's eyes bulged as they looked at Shi Feng quietly standing in the middle of the ring. Everyone had gotten a clear look at the exchange that had taken place in the ring. Swa, Luan, Slash. Although they didn't know how many strikes Chen Qilin launched, they were certain that Shi Feng had executed only one slash. Moreover, it was a simple slash that did not have any techniques applied to it. It was a common attack that ordinary players would use most often. Is Big Brother deliberately making it easy for him? Chen Qitian wondered to himself as he looked at Chen Qilin in the ring. The only reason he could use to explain what just happened was that Chen Qilin had been holding back his strength. Otherwise, there was no way Shi Feng, who wasn't even a mental strength grandmaster, could repulse Chen Qilin, who was equipped with the demon god's armor and a bunch of fragmented legendary items. Not to mention, Shi Feng had accomplished this feat using nothing but a normal attack. It should be known that Chen Qilin's equipment allowed his basic attributes to match a well-equipped Tier 5 berserker in basic attributes. It might have been possible for Shi Feng to repulse Chen Qilin if he had used an astounding combat technique or heaven-defying skill. But a normal attack, under normal circumstances, Shi Feng would have been sent flying out of the ring the instant their weapons touched. In the simulation ring. After taking a deep breath, Chen Qilin put on a serious expression as he looked at Shi Feng and raised his greatsword. Unlike the spectators outside the simulation ring, Chen Qilin was aware of what Shi Feng had done. Shi Feng had accurately read the movement of his arms and took advantage of this knowledge by striking him during one of the brief instances where his arms were relaxed after they had just finished executing a swinging motion. "It seems I've underestimated you, Shi Feng. I didn't think you could catch such a small detail. However, I won't let you replicate this miracle a second time." After saying so, Chen Qilin suddenly transformed the greatsword in his hands into a pillar of light and sent it smashing into Shi Feng, mana technique, Dawn's sword. This was an attack without any fancy movements. The only thing this attack had was absolute destructive power. It was an attack that could turn the entire simulation ring into a desolate wasteland, as expected of Vice Commander Qilin. It seems he was indeed trying to let the rookie preserve some of his dignity. I see, I get it now. I was nearly fooled by Vice Commander Qelin's acting skills for a second there. It seems even Vice Commander Qilin doesn't dare to go overboard in his actions. But I guess that makes sense. We are talking about the top ranker of this year's rookies, after all. The commander even appointed him to be the first to take the test. Vice Commander Qilin would make the commander look bad if he eliminated the rookie on the first move. When the peanut gallery saw Chen Qilin using his trademark move, aside from being stunned by Chen Qilin's prowess, they also quickly concluded that Chen Qilin was merely acting when he got sent stumbling to the edge of the ring. After all, Red Frost had taken the initiative to appoint Shi Feng as the first examinee for her test. Had Chen Qilin eliminated Shi Feng on the first move, it would be no different than slapping Red Frost across the face. However, it'd be a different story if Chen Qilin deliberately lost the first move to Shi Feng, offered Shi Feng some words of praise, and then eliminated Shi Feng on the second move. If that were the case, Shi Feng's defeat could be announced to the public as this year's top rookie remains standing even after receiving one move from the Star Lake Legion's Vice Commander Chen Qilin. Such an achievement could allow Shi Feng's fame in Star Lake City to skyrocket. At this time, Thousand Scars and Death Omen also bought into the peanut gallery's reasoning, looks of realization appearing on them. It was clear to them that Chen Qilin possessed astonishing strength. He even used to be a strong contender for the position of the Star Lake Legion's commander. So, Thousand Scars and Death Omen were greatly shocked when they saw Shi Feng repulsing Chen Qilin. However, after hearing that Chen Qilin was most likely acting, Thousand Scars and Death Omen couldn't help but sigh in relief. The fact that Zero Wing had an expert like Black Flame was already plenty astonishing. If, on top of that, Zero Wing had an acting guild leader who could win against someone of Chen Qilin's caliber, Zero Wing would have no trouble rising in the greater world. When everyone thought the simulation warfare was about to end, Shi Feng suddenly split into two copies of himself. One stood in the middle of the ring, while the other stood behind Chen Qilin. If the first time is a miracle, what about the second time? The Shi Feng standing behind Chen Qilin asked, revealing a faint smile as he pierced Chen Qilin's heart with his carbonized longsword. An afterimage? Chen Qilin's eyes widened in shock when he saw the Shi Feng in the middle of the stage gradually fading away. Formless steps. It was one of the most basic footwork in God's domain. Normally, expert players would use this footwork to toy with beginners, and anyone who had reached the domain realm could easily see through it. Yet, he had failed to realize that the person standing in front of him all this time was actually nothing more than an afterimage. Your reaction speed surpasses mine? Are you a monster? Whilst his body was collapsing onto the ring, Chen Qilin turned around to look at Shi Feng in confusion. As a beyond domain realm expert, the only way Shi Feng could fool him using formless steps was if Shi Feng's reaction speed surpassed his. But how could a Tier 4 player possibly have such reaction speed? It seems you're not entirely ignorant, Shi Feng said as he sheathed the shadow incinerator. Chen Qilin was indeed strong, not just in equipment standards, but also in combat standards. Shi Feng would have been in for a tough fight if it was before obtaining the shadow incinerator. Unfortunately for Chen Qilin, after obtaining the shadow incinerator, Shi Feng could push his concentration standard to Tier 6, even without upgrading the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank. Even though his basic attributes in the simulation warfare remained at the Tier 4 standard, his reaction speed had already reached the Tier 5 standard. In addition, Shi Feng's powerful concentration allowed him to perceive everything around him perfectly, which naturally included Chen Qilin's movements. So, he took advantage of the instant Chen Qilin had relaxed his mind to quietly appear behind the other party. Of course, while all this seemed miraculous to Chen Qilin, it was a different story for the spectators outside the ring. From the spectators' perspective, they only saw Shi Feng executing formless steps to quickly arrive behind Chen Qilin and land a strike. Meanwhile, Chen Qilin stood still like a wooden block throughout this time. This was the might of Tier 6 existences. Unless players reached Tier 6 in their concentration, they couldn't keep anything, not even their mental states, a secret from a Tier 6 existence. Depending on the Tier 6 existence's strength, they might not even need to execute any physical or magical attacks to kill existences beneath Tier 6. Instead, they could simply launch mental attacks, such as Divine Might, to give players below Tier 6 a mental death. Meanwhile, after Chen Qilin collapsed under Shi Feng's sword, the whole arena suddenly fell deathly silent as everyone stared at Chen Qilin's corpse in disbelief. Particularly, Chen Qitian, who was about to celebrate his elder brother's victory, had his jaw fall wide open. Chen Qilin lost. The Star Lake Legion's unofficial first vice commander lost. Chapter 3327, Chapter 401, Asura. Chapter 3327, Chapter 401, Asura. Chapter 3327, Chapter 401, Asura. Chapter 401, Asura. Can someone tell me what just happened? Why did Vice Commander Qilin let Shi Feng get behind him? Did Vice Commander Qilin just lose on purpose? When the surrounding crowd saw Chen Qilin's 5-meter-tall body collapse, confusion filled them after a brief silence. Chen Qilin was not just any vice commander in the Star Lake Legion. In the current Star Lake Legion, his strength was second to only Red Frost. Yet such an expert had lost to a rookie. No matter how everyone thought about it, they felt Chen Qilin must have lost on purpose. Otherwise, why would Chen Qilin stand still like a wooden block? Did Chen Qilin lose his mind? Thousand Scars was flabbergasted when she saw how the battle had ended. He is a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion. He is the face of the entire Legion. Does he even understand what it means for him to lose to a rookie? The Star Lake Legion's vice commanders were right below the commander in strength. If one of these vice commanders were to lose to a rookie, They wouldn't just be ruining their own reputation, but the entire Legion's reputation instead. His loss was inevitable, Death Omen said with a grim look, her reaction to Chen Qilin's loss completely different from Thousand Scars' reaction. That guy, Shi Feng, can no longer be considered human. Chen Qilin's loss was inevitable? Shi Feng's not human? Thousand Scars turned to look at Death Omen in surprise and confusion, her mind failing to comprehend the meaning behind Death Omen's words. Thousand Scars admitted that Shi Feng was powerful. From his first exchange with Chen Qilin, she could tell that he had most definitely reached the standard of titled experts. However, there were plenty of titled experts in the Star Lake Legion. Or, more specifically, which member of the various ace battle groups wasn't a titled expert? However, to say that a titled expert could overwhelm Chen Qilin to a point where the latter couldn't even react was beyond exaggeration. If we are comparing combat standards, those two are indeed evenly matched, Death Omen said before pausing to take a deep breath. Then, with hints of fear in her eyes, she looked at Shi Feng's figure and continued, "But Shi Feng's concentration has already reached the Tier 6 standard." Players who had never reached Tier 6 would not have noticed why Chen Qilin had lost to Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for Death Omen, someone who was formerly a Tier 6 expert and knew the capabilities of a Tier 6 player. His concentration has reached Tier 6. Thousand Scars gasped when she heard Death Omen's words, an expression of disbelief appearing on her face as she turned to look at Shi Feng. Although she had never reached Tier 6, she had fought against many of the Flower of Seven Sins Tier 6 experts, so she knew how scary a player could be when their concentration reached the Tier 6 standard. Any player without Tier 6 concentration would be highly susceptible to the mental influence of a player with Tier 6 concentration. With Tier 6 concentration, one could perceive even the subtle details of another person's mental state that the person in question wasn't even aware of in a one-on-one situation, so long as there wasn't too significant of a gap in basic attributes or combat standards. A player with Tier 6 concentration could trample over a player without Tier 6 concentration. But how could a Tier 4 player have Tier 6 concentration? At this time, Death Omen wasn't the only person who had noticed Shi Feng's concentration standard. Every expert who was either at Tier 6 or had reached Tier 6 before was currently staring at Shi Feng with widened eyes. Some were puzzled, some were intimidated, and some were pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, after Markless Blade learned about the situation from his fellow vice commanders, he tentatively looked to the woman leisurely sitting behind him and asked, "Did you find out his concentration has reached Tier 6 beforehand, Commander? Is that why you were confident in letting him fight Chen Qilin?" Markless Blade was aware that Red Frost held a high opinion of Shi Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to remember Shi Feng's name. However, no matter how high of an opinion Red Frost had of Shi Feng, it was still insane to let a rookie fight against Chen Qilin. Unless, of course, Red Frost didn't want Shi Feng in the Legion, which definitely wasn't the case. In that case, it could only mean that Red Frost knew for certain Shi Feng would do fine even if he went up against Chen Qilin. "No, I didn't know that," Red Frost said, shaking her head. Then, looking at Shi Feng with a hint of joy, she licked her lips and continued, "My initial thought was that he would suffer a major setback in Chen Qilin's hands. I wouldn't even be surprised if he failed to last 10 moves. However, I didn't expect him to give me such a huge surprise. Tier 6 concentration? With this, I can give those old bastards over at Jade Light City a piece of my mind." "You didn't know?" Red Frost's words rendered Markless Blade speechless. "Yet, you still let Chen Qilin fight him? What if Shi Feng gets eliminated?" "Eliminated?" Red Frost nonchalantly chuckled. "I won't let him get eliminated. If he fails the test, I'll use my commander's privilege to let him join an ace battle group." "Your privilege?" When Markless Blade heard Red Frost's statement, he couldn't help but ask, "You only get one slot every decade. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it on Shi Feng?" Being the Star Lake Legion's commander came with many privileges, and key among them was the privilege to unconditionally let one person under the age of 50 join an ace battle group. Normally, this privilege would be used as a bargaining chip to poach peerless paragons from other cities, and as this privilege was incredibly unfair to the city's countless geniuses and paragons, the Star Lake Legion's commander was limited to only one such slot every decade. "No, he is worth this slot," Red Frost said definitively. "He's worth it?" Markless Blade turned to look at Shi Feng in confusion when he heard Red Frost's answer. Red Frost's decision might have made sense if she had made it after learning that Shi Feng possessed Tier 6 concentration, but before, no matter how Markless Blade thought about it, such a decision would be illogical. After all, their previous impression of Shi Feng was that he was only a titled expert, and there were plenty of titled experts in the Star Lake Legion. When Red Frost saw Markless Blade's confusion, she chuckled and asked, "Do you know about the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Seven Luminaries lists?" "Who doesn't know about the Seven Luminaries lists?" Markless Blade responded in a strange tone. "All players in the Greater God's domain pay attention to them." "But what do they have to do with Shi Feng?" The Seven Luminaries Alliance's Seven Luminaries lists were known throughout the Greater God's domain. There were 3 of these lists: the Luminous Glory List, the Sacred Glory List, and the Divine Glory List. The 3 lists catered to Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6 players respectively, and each recorded 1,000 experts from Greater God's domain. Any player who could get on one of the 3 lists, whether it was the Luminous Glory List for Tier 4s or the Divine Glory List for Tier 6s, would be an individual standing at the apex of the Greater God's domain. The reason why even conglomerates respected Red Frost was that she used to be on the Divine Glory List in the past. During her prime, her fame in the Starlight Realm was second to none. After all, throughout the Starlight Realm's history, fewer than 10 players from the Starlight Realm had managed to get into the Seven Luminaries lists. Indeed, they wouldn't have 10 players, even if they counted all 3 lists. "Of course he has something to do with it," Red Frost said, grinning. "A change has occurred to the latest Luminous Glory list the Seven Luminaries Alliance has published internally. The 90-circ ranker has fallen to 964th place, and the current 963rd ranker is Zero Wing's guild leader, the Asura Sword Emperor Black Flame." Chapter 3328, Chapter 402, Seven Luminaries Lists. Chapter 3328, Chapter 402, Seven Luminaries Lists. Chapter 402, Seven Luminaries Lists. TL Notes. Fixed an error in Chapter 400, Formless Steps, Mirage Steps. Black Flame, 963rd on the Luminous Glory list. Markless Blade gasped when he heard Red Frost's words. "Are you serious, Commander?" The Seven Luminaries lists held incredible prestige in the Greater God's domain. Even if Black Flame was only at the bottom of the Luminous Glory list, getting onto the list in and of itself was already a remarkable feat. The 10 great paragons of a kingdom. The 10 great geniuses of an empire. These people were nothing compared to the people on the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Luminous Glory list. According to rough statistics, there were easily over 1,000 realms in the Greater God's domain. On the other hand, the Luminous Glory list only recorded 1,000 players. In other words, an entire realm might not even see one of its players being entered into the Luminous Glory list. However, so long as a player managed to get into the Luminous Glory list, it would mean that they already stood at the apex of Tier 4 players in their realm. "Of course, this is insider information that I received," Red Frost said definitively. "It shouldn't take more than a week before the Seven Luminaries Alliance announces the change to the Luminous Glory list." Markless Blade couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Red Frost's affirmation. 963rd on the Luminous Glory list. With this, I can tell others that I once engaged an expert on the Luminous Glory list in an intense battle. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that none of the Starlight Realm's Tier 4 players had ever considered entering the Luminous Glory list one day. Even the various conglomerates' core paragons would at most set the top 10 of the Starlight Realm's 100 Nations Paragon battle as their ultimate goal at Tier 4. Originally, Markless Blade still bore some hatred for Black Flame. Now, though, he only felt joy from being defeated by Black Flame. It should be known even the opportunity to spectate an expert on the Luminous Glory list fight was incredibly rare and valuable. The opportunity was so precious that not even the executives of ordinary corporations could get their hands on a ticket. Only conglomerates could get their hands on a few tickets. Yet now it was revealed that he had fought an expert on the luminous glory list. This was an opportunity even conglomerates would have great difficulty acquiring. "Can you show some dignity?" Red Frost couldn't help but roll her eyes at Markless Blade. Contrasting Red Frost's reaction, the other vice commanders present couldn't help but look at Markless Blade enviously. "How lucky can you get, Brother Markless? You actually got to fight such an expert in his early days." "Damn. Why didn't I take part in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition?" "Brother Markless, tell us about Black Flame. How are his combat standards?" For a time, the various vice commanders eagerly asked Markless Blade questions, none caring about their dignity or the look of contempt Red Frost was giving them. From their perspectives, experts on the luminous glory list were akin to characters from fairy tales. If they could learn even a little bit of information about these characters, they might receive some inspiration for their own development. While the various vice commanders were busy asking for Black Flame's information, Red Frost walked up to the podium, her reappearance instantly silencing the noisy crowd in the arena. "As you've seen, Vice Commander Qilin has been defeated," Red Frost said as she glanced at Chen Qilin, who was in the middle of removing his simulation device. Then she continued, "As I've previously stated, whoever can last 10 moves will pass. But now that Shi Feng has defeated Vice Commander Qilin, Shi Feng will take Chen Qilin's place as a Vice Commander in the Starlake Legion from now on. Of course, if any of you can similarly defeat a Vice Commander, you will enjoy the same treatment." As soon as Red Frost finished speaking, the entire arena went into an uproar. "What? Is Commander Red Frost for real? Does this mean Vice Commander Qilin didn't get defeated on purpose? This is wonderful. Hurry up and continue with the test. I'm going to challenge those other Vice Commanders." For a time, the people in the arena were filled with surprise and worry, though the majority of them couldn't help but be excited by Red Frost's announcement. If it were in the past, they'd have to meet incredibly stringent requirements if they wanted to become a Vice Commander in the Starlake Legion. Firstly, they needed to reach the 2-star mental strength Grandmaster standard. Secondly, they needed to make sufficient contributions to the Legion. Now, though, all they needed to do was defeat a Vice Commander. The difficulty of becoming a Vice Commander had undoubtedly been reduced significantly, and this gave everyone hope that they, too, could become a Vice Commander only. After nearly a day of continuous simulation warfare, those who aspired to become Vice Commanders had fallen into despair. Out of the 10,000-plus people in the arena, nobody other than Shi Feng managed to defeat a Vice Commander. In fact, no more than 100 people managed to last 10 moves against the Legion's Vice Commanders. This situation taught everyone that Shi Feng's victory wasn't due to luck. It also wasn't because Chen Qilin was weak. Instead, it was because Shi Feng was too strong. Aside from Shi Feng, the women going by the names of Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul were also ridiculously strong. Both women had lasted over 30 moves against a Vice Commander, their achievements instantly granting them the qualifications to join an ace battle group. Upon seeing the achievements of Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, and Hidden Soul, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of guild Zero Wing was exactly. Zero Wing only had 3 people partaking in the enrollment test. Yet out of these 3 people, 2 had become ace battle group members and 1 had become a Vice Commander. The achievements of Zero Wing's members had shattered everyone's understanding of the enrollment test. In addition, one other shocking matter occurred after the enrollment test. More specifically, this matter was related to the various foreign powers which had come to Starlake City to poach Gentle Snow. Once the enrollment test ended, these powers had seemingly forgotten their original intentions of recruiting Gentle Snow, as none of them attempted to approach her. Instead, the representatives of these powers all approached Shi Feng to congratulate him. They also openly expressed that so long as Shi Feng was willing to become a Vice Commander in their respective cities' Legion, they could ensure him the position of Commander within 3 to 5 years. Since the founding of Starlake City, this was definitely the first time a rookie from Starlake City was made such a lucrative offer. However, when these recruiters met with Red Frost's smiling expression, they promptly dispersed and stopped pestering Shi Feng. Nighttime, God's Domain Association, Thousand Scars and Death Omen carefully entered a conference room on the 600th floor. When they entered, two people were already seated in the room that was the size of a basketball court. Of these two people, one was a man, while the other was a woman. Both these people looked young, so young that even Thousand Scars could not help but envy their youth. In reality, these two people were already around the age of 26. They were much older than Thousand Scars, who was only 19 this year. However, both of them were 2-star mental strength grandmasters. Moreover, they were already at the limits of the 2-star grandmaster standard and were only half a step away from becoming 3-star mental strength grandmasters. Despite being incredibly talented, even Thousand Scars couldn't help but envy these two people. In the greater world, one would be publicly acknowledged as a genius if they became a 1-star mental strength grandmaster before 30. If they could reach this standard before 25, their names could be entered into the history books of Star Lake City, as only a few such people had ever emerged from the city. As for reaching the limits of the 2-star mental strength grandmaster standard around the age of 26, no such existence had ever emerged from Star Lake City. Even if the scope was expanded to cover the several dozen third-tier cities neighboring Star Lake City and the second-tier city governing these third-tier cities, such geniuses were few and far between. An ordinary 2-star grandmaster might look to be on the same level as someone who was at the limits of the 2-star grandmaster standard, but the two were no longer existences on the same level. Most people were under the impression that there was only a simple 1-level gap between 2-star and 3-star mental strength grandmasters. However, for conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers, they knew that the two were two entirely different creatures. It was incredibly difficult to cross the threshold of 3-star mental strength grandmasters, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the chances of a 2-star grandmaster succeeding were less than 1 in 10,000. Meanwhile, a person who had reached the limits of the 2-star mental strength grandmaster had already taken half a step into the realm of 3-star mental strength grandmasters, and it was only a matter of time before they crossed the threshold completely. Moreover, out of these two people, Thousand Scars was incredibly familiar with the woman. This was because she had met this woman in the World Passage, and the woman's name was none other than White Owl. Chapter 3329, Chapter 403, A Swordsman Nearing Ancient Gods, Chapter 3329, Chapter 403, A Swordsman Nearing Ancient Gods, Chapter 403, A Swordsman Nearing Ancient Gods, Have a Seat. When the young man in the suit and tie saw Thousand Scars and Death Omen entering the conference room, he pointed at the sofa before him and signaled for the two to be at ease. However, be that as it may, neither Thousand Scars nor Death Omen dared to act casually. It was especially so for Thousand Scars. Even as a 3-star mental strength master, she failed to keep her emotions in check and revealed an anxious expression. It had already been over a month since Thousand Scars joined the Paimon conglomerate. She had also joined the conglomerate much sooner than Death Omen, so she knew much more about the conglomerate than Death Omen did. As an outer member who was in the middle of striving to become an internal member in the Paimon conglomerate, the chances of Thousand Scars coming across White Owl, one of the conglomerate's 10 great paragons, were close to 0 under normal circumstances. This was because their paths in life existed in parallel to each other. Take the battle in the World Passage, for example. Despite being an internal reserve member, Thousand Scars didn't even qualify to be part of the army White Owl led. Only internal paragons such as Meteor could qualify. Apart from her status, White Owl's strength was also something Thousand Scars greatly feared. In Thousand Scars' opinion, Meteor was already an incredible expert, and it would take her quite some time before she could hope to match him. However, in front of White Owl, the so-called incredible expert Meteor would probably last no more than one move. After all, White Owl was an expert who was only half a step from crossing the threshold of the World Tower's 5th floor, reaching the legendary 5th floor standard. However, compared to White Owl, the smartly dressed young man was even more terrifying of an existence. The Paimon conglomerate's 3rd paragon, Nameless Blade. Moreover, the Nameless Blade wasn't just the Paimon conglomerate's 3rd paragon. At the same time, he was also the conglomerate's 2nd successor. Indeed, Nameless Blade was one of the Paimon conglomerate's successors. The likes of Dira weren't even worthy of carrying Nameless Blade's shoes, and even the Paimon conglomerate's three overlords needed to treat Nameless Blade with respect. Even if Nameless Blade failed to become the Paimon conglomerate's helmsman in the future, he could still become a senior vice president of the Paimon conglomerate and govern the many upper-ranking hegemonic powers subordinated to the conglomerate. Compared to the three overlords, who only got to manage one Tier 6 trump card legion each, his status would be much higher in the conglomerate at that time. So it was only natural for Thousand Scars to grow anxious after suddenly coming face to face with such a big shot. If she accidentally offended Nameless Blade, she could very well be banished from the various moving cities and forced to live in hardship for the rest of her life. No need to be nervous. "Just think of me as your colleague," Nameless Blade said with a helpless smile when he saw neither Thousand Scars nor Death Omen daring to sit down. "If you two don't take a seat, our conversation can't go anywhere. Just sit." "Mr. Blade is different from Dira," White Owl said. "In fact, you'll only make Mr. Blade uncomfortable if you think of him the same as Dira." Hearing this, Thousand Scars and Death Omen nodded and stopped being polite. "I heard that both of you are acquainted with Black Flame." While pouring the two tea, Nameless Blade smiled and curiously asked, "May I know if you have any detailed information on him?" Thousand Scars and Death Omen exchanged looks with each other. "I know more about Black Flame, so I'll speak," Death Omen said. Although she was curious as to why Nameless Blade would be interested in Black Flame, she chose to say everything she knew, starting from how she learned of Black Flame to how he subsequently stirred up a storm in the miniature ancient world. "I see." Nameless Blade fell into a long silence once he finished hearing Death Omen's story. "It seems our conjecture was correct. You don't know about Black Flame's true identity either. We are not Zero Wing's members after all." "We can't probe deeper into his identity, even if we wanted to," Death Omen explained. "If anyone would know about Black Flame's true identity, it would most likely have to be my cousin and Zero Wing's core executives." "Your cousin?" Curiously, Nameless Blade asked, "May I know who your cousin is?" "Hidden Soul," Death Omen said venomously. "She used to be the one who took away my position as a commander in the Flower of Seven Sins, but now she is very close to Zero Wing. She also has a close relationship with Black Flame, as Black Flame did not hesitate to start a war with the Flower of Seven Sins for her sake. This is good news." Nameless Blade suddenly smiled. "Good news?" Death Omen looked at Nameless Blade in puzzlement, her mind failing to understand how this was supposed to be good news. "I hope you two can join Zero Wing," Nameless Blade said, getting straight to the point. "With your blood relationship with your cousin, it should be relatively easy for you to join the ranks of Zero Wing's core executives." This Death Omen couldn't help but doubt her hearing when she heard Nameless Blade's request. It should be known that Black Flame was the villain who had not only annihilated an army of several 100,000 strong belonging to the Paimon conglomerate, but had also caused Dira to nearly suffer soul annihilation. At this point, the Paimon conglomerate should want nothing more than to erase Black Flame's existence. Yet now, Nameless Blade wanted her to let go of her past grievances to join Zero Wing, the guild led by Black Flame. This was utterly insane. "This is an order," Nameless Blade strictly said, instantly changing his request into an order when he saw Death Omen's reaction. "Also, you two won't be the only ones joining Zero Wing. Once you're in, I'll also need you to introduce us to Zero Wing." "You are also joining Zero Wing, Mr. Blade?" Thousand Scars felt that she had experienced an auditory hallucination. She could understand Nameless Blade having them join Zero Wing. After all, it was common for the various powers to use their base-level members to conduct espionage on other powers. However, it was a different story for Nameless Blade. The Paimon conglomerate's second successor enjoyed status few people could match or overtake in the Starlight realm. Yet now, this second successor was humbling himself to join Zero Wing for the sake of a player named Black Flame. If these words didn't come directly from Nameless Blade's mouth, Thousand Scars would have never believed them. It should be known that the current Zero Wing wasn't even a hegemonic power in the Starlight realm. What qualifications did Zero Wing have to get a peerless paragon from the Paimon conglomerate to join it? Definitely. "This is also my goal in coming to Star Lake City," Nameless Blade said. Then, revealing a wry smile, he continued, "You have no idea how big of a price I had to pay to snatch this opportunity. You had to pay a price to come here?" Death Omen was astonished. Logically, there should be nothing outside the reach of a successor of the Paimon conglomerate. Yet Nameless Blade was saying that he had to make significant sacrifices to come to a backwater city like Star Lake City. For a moment, Death Omen couldn't help but doubt her worldview. White Owl remained quiet when she saw Death Omen's response. The matter regarding Black Flame currently remained top secret even within the Paimon conglomerate, so she didn't have the authority to reveal information on the matter. That was something up to Nameless Blade to decide. "I guess it'll be all right to tell you two now, since this matter won't be a secret in the future," Nameless Blade said, sighing. Then he retrieved a document from his briefcase and put it on the table, saying, "Take a look at it yourselves. However, remember never to share what you see with anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear." Hearing Nameless Blade's words, Death, Omen, and Thousand Scars couldn't help but hesitate as they looked at the document on the table. If they looked at the document, they would most definitely be burdened with a heavy responsibility that came with severe consequences. Yet they would be plagued by curiosity if they chose not to read the document. They also felt they would be letting something important pass by them. "Let's take a risk." Ultimately, Death Omen and Thousand Scars decided to see what secrets Zero Wing held that would necessitate a big shot like Nameless Blade to make a personal visit to Star Lake City. Around a dozen minutes later, Death Omen and Thousand Scars became completely silent. "That person is actually a swordsman nearing ancient gods?" Chapter 3030, Chapter 404, New List. Chapter 3330, Chapter 404, New List. Chapter 404, New List. Silver Frost City, Green God Corporation's branch headquarters. Next to the bustling street, a group of young male and female teenagers were gathered outside the Green God Corporation's entrance. Amazing. So this is the greater world? Isn't this a little too insane? Mental strength masters that are incredibly rare in our world are everywhere here. I know, right? Even in the upper zone I stayed in, mental strength masters were regarded as extraordinary individuals. But here, any random 16-year-old could be a mental strength master. This is simply absurd. The group of teenagers looked at their surroundings in curiosity. Their gazes were filled with awe even when they looked at the pedestrians walking on the sidewalk. These teenagers were geniuses selected by the Green God Corporation from their homeworld to enter the greater world. They were brimming with confidence when they were initially chosen. However, after arriving in the greater world, their confidence instantly plummeted as they realized that their talent and mental strength was nothing compared to the greater world's inhabitants. Meanwhile, in response to the teenagers' awestruck behavior, the pedestrians only glanced at them before going on their way. The teenagers' behavior had long become a common sight to them. It was common for corporations in the greater world to select a group of talented young people from their respective homeworlds and bring these talents to the greater world for training. It was so that these corporations could get more people into City Legions. Now that the selection for Silverfrost City's City Legion this year had already ended, the various corporations and powerful families would naturally start preparing for next year's selection. While the teenagers outside the Green God Corporation were waiting to enter the building, a woman in office wear walked past them and into the building. Upon seeing the beautiful woman in her mid-20s, whether the security guards by the entrance or the middle-aged men leading the group of talented teenagers, all of them wore respectful looks as they watched her walk by. "Who is this person, instructor? She doesn't look much older than us." A young man whose mental strength had reached the one-star master standard asked the middle-aged man leading their group, unable to contain his surprise when he saw the middle-aged man's reaction. It should be known that the chief instructor leading them was a big shot in the upper zones. At the same time, he was a bona fide one-star mental strength grandmaster. So the young man found it unbelievable that the chief instructor was behaving respectfully to someone who was not only younger but also wasn't even a mental strength grandmaster. "Shh! Keep your voice down. She is Lu Wen, Vice President Zia's secretary. She is also your senior, the middle-aged man said as he glared at the youth. 2 years ago, she was similarly selected by the corporation to enter the greater world like you all. Currently, she is already a group leader in the Silver Frost Legion. If any of you can get into the Silver Frost Legion next year, you might even be able to join her battle group. The youth's mouths widened when they heard their chief instructor's words, their eyes filled with yearning and anticipation as they watched Lu Wen disappear into the building. A group leader in the Silver Frost Legion, is it? I'm definitely getting into the Silver Frost Legion next year. The greater world's wonders had already let them realize how small and frail their homeworld was. Whether it was the average lifespan or technological standards in the greater world, both were vastly superior to what was available in their homeworld. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before everyone from their homeworld would need to migrate to the greater world. At that time, the vast majority of people could only live in the greater world's towns, and only a very small minority would get to live in the greater world cities to enjoy a long life and youth. If they wanted to be able to remain in the greater world cities, their only options were to either become a mental strength grandmaster or a participant of a city legion. At that time, not only could they continue staying in a city, but they could also receive the Green God Corporation's focus, becoming in existence even superpowers feared and respected. Green God Corporation's top-floor office. When Lu Wen entered the office, she saw Jia Xingying in the middle of processing various documents, and a woman quietly seated next to Jia Xingying. The woman seated next to Jia Xingying had her face hidden by an electronic barrier. Even though Lu Wen couldn't see the woman's face, she felt an instinctive fear when she stood in the other party's presence, even more so than when she stood facing a 3-star mental strength Grand Master. However, Lu Wen didn't place too much attention to the woman. Instead, she walked up to Jia Qingying's desk and dejectedly reported, "Vice President Jia, the selection in Silver Frost City went just as we expected. Only Jun Luosha was successful, while the others were eliminated." After a slight pause, Lu Wen indignantly continued, "The board of directors is simply abominable. Even though Silver Frost City is also a second-tier city, the resources they allocated to us for this year are only half of what they allocated to Wu Yao's side. With this, we're going to have an even more difficult time nurturing our newcomers." Hearing her trusted aide's complaint, Jia Qingying put down the document in her hand and chuckled, saying, "It can't be helped. Now that the Zero Wing I've supported has offended the Paimon conglomerate, those old fellows will naturally support Wu Yao's side. How are you still in the mood to joke around, Vice President Xia? If we can't earn enough contributions for the corporation in Silver Frost City this year, our branch will be disqualified from the city," Lu Wen anxiously said. It wasn't easy for a corporation to establish itself in the greater world cities. It was especially so for cities in the second tier and above. A corporation would have to outcompete many other corporations before being qualified to establish a branch headquarters in a second-tier city and be given the right to send newcomers into the city for training over the long term. Moreover, even after securing a slot in a second-tier city, a corporation still had to fight to retain this slot every year. If a corporation were to lose its slot, it would face significantly greater difficulty in recovering this slot in the future. Although the number of third-tier cities in the greater world was dozens of times greater than that of second-tier cities, the resources available in second-tier cities were vastly superior. Take the precious Stardew, for example. While it was an incomparably precious commodity that was only made available to City Legion members in third-tier cities, it could occasionally be seen appearing in auctions hosted in second-tier cities. Not to mention, second-tier cities had a far bigger and superior talent pool than third-tier cities, and having access to such a talent pool was incredibly beneficial to corporations. If the branch headed by Jia Qingying were to lose its place in Silver Frost City this year, the difficulty of acquiring city contribution points for the branch would double in the coming year. "I know that," Jia Qingying said, chuckling. Then she handed an electronic document to Lu Wen and continued, "Those old fellows might think I have lost big this time, but whether I will actually lose to Wu Yao remains to be seen. This is the 7 luminaries lists." Lu Wen was a little puzzled by the electronic document. The 7 luminaries lists were known throughout the greater world, and they were a topic that people loved to talk about every day. However, the 7 luminaries lists had nothing to do with the various corporations. After all, the existences on those lists were akin to myths, and they stood far out of the reach of measly corporations. This is the latest edition published this morning. Jie Qingying explained with a smile. You'll know what I'm talking about once you look through the Luminous Glory list. After Jie Qingying finished speaking, Lu Wen quickly browsed through the Luminous Glory list. The Luminous Glory list recorded 1,000 players. It was by no means many, but if one carefully read through every bit of information provided by the list, it would take over a day of reading to look through everything. After all, the list contained detailed records of the 1,000 recorded players. Some entries even had battle videos attached. So, to avoid wasting time, Lu Wen only looked at the names on the list. This is Asura Sword Emperor, Black Flame. When Lu Wen saw the new name that had taken the 963rd rank on the Luminous Glory list, she couldn't help but rub her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. TL notes. Changing Jiang Yao in Chapter 276 to Wu Yao. I think the author misremembered Jiang Yao's name and started to assume it as Wu Yao, so I'm just going to switch to Wu Yao. Fee, Jiang Yao Wu Yao is another vice president of the Green God Corporation. Chapter 3331, Chapter 405, Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 3331, Chapter 405, Eternal Chamber of Commerce. This can't be real, right? Vice President Shea, Lu Wen asked as she looked at Jie Qingying in disbelief. This is the Luminous Glory list we are talking about. Black Flame has only repelled 2 of the Paimon conglomerate's core paragons. How can he qualify for the list? The Luminous Glory list might be the least significant list out of the 7 luminaries lists, but it remained an unreachable goal for most, if not all, paragons in the Starlight Realm. This was because those capable of entering the Luminous Glory list were all experts who had reached the 5th floor standard at a young age. After all, the Luminous Glory list only recorded geniuses under the age of 35. It was true that the Paimon conglomerates Storm and St. Arm were rare paragons in the Starlight Realm. However, defeating the 2 of them was not enough to prove that Black Flame had reached the 5th floor standard already. I don't know how the 7 Luminaries Alliance came to this conclusion either. But since the Alliance has decided on this placing, it should have some information that we aren't privy to. After all, the 7 Luminaries Alliance has never been wrong. The Alliance will never add someone to the Luminous Glory list without verified information, Jie Qingying said. Then, wearing a faint smile, she continued, Although I've long since known that Black Flame could make significant achievements in the Greater God's domain, I didn't think he would bring me such a huge surprise so soon. Those old fellows are probably panicking right about now. Panic? They're probably dying from regret right about now. This is a Luminous Glory expert we are talking about, Lu Wen said ecstatically. So long as a Luminous Glory expert reaches Tier 6, they'll instantly rise to become one of the top 10 experts of their realm. Tier 4 experts might be insignificant in the Greater God's domain, but it was a completely different story for Tier 4 experts on the Luminous Glory list. Such experts could no longer be regarded as budding geniuses. Instead, they were already bona fide powerhouses. So long as a Luminous Glory expert reached Tier 6, even conglomerates would fear them. At this time, the masked woman sitting next to Jie Qingying suddenly asked, Are you certain about this, Qingying? The masked woman's voice was void of emotions. Even hearing about the Luminous Glory list, something that would normally excite everyone in the Starlight Realm, the woman's voice did not show the slightest bit of emotional fluctuations. I've made up my mind, in a firm tone, Jie Qingying said. I am going to use my reinforcement privilege. All right, but don't regret it, the masked woman said. He is but an existence at the bottom of the Luminous Glory list. I hate to break it to you, but it is unlikely you can become one of our members by relying on him. If you fail, we will take back the token she gave you, and you will lose your eligibility to join us. After saying so, the masked woman left the office without another word. Vice President Jia, this is the only opportunity she has left us with. After seeing the masked woman leave, Lu Wen quietly asked, "Are you really going to gamble it on Black Flame?" The masked woman was a representative of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, an apex power standing at the pinnacle of the greater god's domain. Out of all the powers in the Starlight Realm, only the Galaxy Conglomerate had some dealings with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. The other powers in the Starlight Realm weren't even qualified to get acquainted with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. I don't have a better choice. Revealing a wry smile, Jaya Qingying said, "The token she gave us has a time limit. Moreover, she isn't a core executive of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, so I'm already fortunate I can have a reserve membership slot." The Eternal Chamber of Commerce only released 100 reserve membership slots across the greater world each year, and many conglomerates couldn't even get their hands on one. So she was already incredibly fortunate to have received one of these slots, which gave her the qualifications to fight for official membership. Inside a luxurious suite on the God's Domain Association's 600th floor, stepping out of the meditation room, Shi Feng couldn't help but let out a rueful sigh as he looked out the window at the unobstructed night view of Star Lake City. The God's Domain Association's 600th floor was a place off-limits to non-VIP guests. Meanwhile, even conglomerates would have to go to great lengths to obtain VIP status in the God's Domain Association. However, in Star Lake City, so long as one became a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion, one could stay on the 600th floor for up to 7 days for free every month. 7 days might not seem like a long time, but it was enough to provide extraordinary benefits to those below the 3-star mental strength Grandmaster standard. Not only could the God's Domain Association's meditation rooms help users recover from mental fatigue rapidly, but they could also accelerate the development of users' mental strength by a large margin. These meditation rooms were also why most of the Star Lake Legion's vice commanders could reach the 2-star mental strength Grandmaster standard. It's a pity I can only stay here for 7 days a month. If I could stay here for a full month, even reaching the mental strength Grandmaster realm wouldn't be out of the question, Shi Feng thought as he felt his body's energized state. Going by the Star Lake Legion's rules, once I use up my allotted 7 days, I will have to pay 10,000 star coins and 10,000 city contributions every day if I want to continue staying here. If I want to stay the full month, I will need 230,000 star coins and 230,000 city contributions. The threshold to becoming a mental strength Grand Master was incredibly difficult to reach. Even inhabitants born in the greater world would have difficulty reaching it, with the chances of a person becoming a mental strength Grand Master being less than 1%. However, so long as a person became a mental strength Grandmaster, not only would their status and identity undergo significant changes in the greater world, but their control over their mind would also undergo a qualitative transformation for Shi Feng. This qualitative transformation would be of significant help to him in lifting the seals on the Shadow Incinerator. If he could remove even one seal from the Shadow Incinerator, further increasing the weapon's strength, he would be confident in escaping with his life even if he came across the Pyman Conglomerate's Tier 6 army without having to resort to using the Shadow Incinerator's double-edged skills. Unfortunately, earning city contributions wasn't an easy task, even for a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion. If he wanted to earn tens of thousands of city contribution quickly, he'd have to do so through city battles. Meanwhile, the prerequisite for participating in city battles was to have a battle group. Commander Red Frost has really given me a difficult problem, Shi Feng thought. Originally, Shi Feng's plan was to join a random battle group to earn city contributions while slowly solidifying Zero Wing's foothold in Star Lake City. However, because of Red Frost's arrangement, he became a vice commander all of a sudden. While this position afforded him much more freedom and benefits than the average official participant, it also came with many problems. Firstly, Shi Feng needed to form his own battle group. As a newcomer in the greater world, this was not an easy task for him. After all, the various battle groups in the Star Lake Legion were backed by either a corporation or an in-game power. This allowed these battle groups to have a reliable supply of weapons, equipment, and even resources for developing mental strength. In contrast, Shi Feng had nothing to offer to those in his battle group. And if he couldn't offer anything, there was no way any expert would be willing to join his battle group, whatever. There's no use thinking about these things. I'll just post a recruitment notice at the training center tomorrow and try to recruit as many people as I can, Shi Feng thought with a wry smile. After verifying that God's Domain system update was completed, Shi Feng laid into his new virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's Domain. Shortly after Shi Feng logged into God's Domain, the latest issue of the 7 Luminaries lists also started being sold across Star Lake City. Chapter 332, Chapter 406, Failed Sanctuary. Chapter 3332, Chapter 406, Failed Sanctuary. Chapter 406, Failed Sanctuary. Your world passage, Void Sea, this is a space-time storm. When Shi Feng opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that the world passage had disappeared, and taking its place was a dark void with a silver vortex the size of a star. Although he had long guessed that a problem had occurred inside the world passage when he heard that the world gate on the greater God's Domain's side had disappeared, he still couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the world passage was no more and a space-time storm had taken its place. Space-time storms were incredibly dangerous in God's Domain, and they were labeled as forbidden lands by players. Space-time storms were not products of nature. Instead, they were artificially created, and they were typically used as a last resort to seal dangerous ancient gods. Shi Feng did not doubt even for a second that the white-robed ancient god was responsible for creating the space-time storm before him. How ruthless! Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at the growing silver vortex. The formation of a space-time storm required an unimaginable amount of mana. Even an ancient god would have to risk their lives to create one. After all, it was one of the few methods that could be used against ancient gods. In other words, the white-robed ancient god was willing to risk their life to deal with Shi Feng. Unfortunately, despite knowing what he was dealing with, there was nothing Shi Feng could do about it. The gravitational pull of a space-time storm was so powerful that not even Tier 6 gods could resist it, let alone a measly Tier 4 Sword Emperor like himself. Subsequently, amidst Shi Feng's exasperation, his body transformed into a streak of light as he got sucked into the space-time storm. Upon entering the space-time storm, Shi Feng fell into a trance. While in this trance, he couldn't tell from left and right or up and down. He couldn't even tell the passage of time. He only knew that he was continuously advancing through space, passing through one god's domain after another. At a certain point, he even started to travel across realms. After an unknown amount of time, Shi Feng felt as if he had collided with something, which caused him to tumble off course. When Shi Feng snapped out of his trance and opened his eyes, he found himself lying amidst an abandoned city situated in the void. What a powerful mana suppression. When Shi Feng tried to get up, he suddenly found that he couldn't release his mana out of his body. On the contrary, the surrounding mana was continuously trying to squeeze into his body. Before Shi Feng could figure out what was going on, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System warning. You have discovered the fallen Holy Realm. System warning. You cannot go offline while in the Holy Realm. Should you forcibly go offline, you will be at high risk of falling into a permanent comatose state. System warning. You cannot communicate with the outside world while inside the Holy Realm. The content of the system warnings stunned Shi Feng. The Holy Realm. Shi Feng had only ever seen the Holy Realm being mentioned in the records kept in the Greater God's Domain's Great Titan Library. Back then, most Tier 6 powerhouses felt that the Holy Realm's existence was nothing but a fairy tale, and it didn't actually exist. According to the Great Titan Library's records, the Holy Realm was the failed product of a certain kingdom. The kingdom in question had ruled over an entire realm, and it had aspired to transform its realm into a sanctuary so that it could reside in the central area of the Greater God's Domain and gain power beyond the ancient gods. Although the kingdom ultimately failed to achieve its goal for reasons unknown to others, it managed to detach its realm from other realms. Or more specifically, the kingdom's realm had become completely independent of the other realms, and the realm came to possess mana far greater than what was available in other realms. From the information described in the Great Titan Library's records, once a person entered the Holy Realm, exiting it was an incredibly challenging task. In exchange, though, one would get to explore the remnants of the kingdom that once ruled over the Holy Realm. It should be known that they were talking about a kingdom that had come very close to creating an artificial sanctuary. The technology left behind by such a kingdom was undoubtedly superior to what was available in the modern era. Even the technological standards of the current sanctuaries might not be a match for that kingdom. Before Shi Feng could investigate his situation further, he made a surprising discovery. People, many people. While wandering the streets of the abandoned city, he came across numerous players combing through the streets of the city. These players moved in parties of 6, and they carefully searched the streets and buildings around them. After spending some time observing these players in secret, Shi Feng found that every one of these players were only at level 140 Tier 4. However, their equipment standards were through the roof. Each of them was equipped with a minimum of 4 fragmented legendary items. Some were even equipped in fragmented legendary equipment sets, apart from having excellent weapons and equipment. These players also displayed astonishing combat standards. The weakest among these players was a titled expert, with many of them being experts capable of matching experts the likes of Saint Nine. Normally, even the various hegemonic powers would have difficulty coming up with a party of such experts. Yet parties of such caliber could be seen everywhere in this place. Have you found them yet? A Tier 4 ranger, the leader of a party, asked as he looked at Tier 4 assassin who had just come out of a house. "There's nobody here," the Tier 4 assassin said, shaking his head. "Still nothing?" The Tier 4 ranger frowned. Then he pointed in a certain direction and said, "Check that side next. We have to find those punks today. Otherwise, Boss is going to let us have it." "I know that." Revealing a bitter expression, the Tier 4 assassin said, "I'm really starting to regret entering this place. Instead of toiling here, I could be living a leisurely life outside." "Oh, don't say that. The opportunities available outside cannot compare to this place. Any random party dungeon here has a chance of dropping fragmented legendary items and treasures such as god crystals. You can't get these things outside even if you have the money to afford them," the Tier 4 ranger said with a yearning look. "Also, don't get me started on the eternal stones you can get from 20-man team dungeons. Those things can go for ridiculous prices. Just 1 eternal stone is enough to exchange for permanent residence in a second-tier city, while 10 can be exchanged for permanent residence in a first-tier city. These are normally opportunities that we can't even dream of getting in the outside world." "I guess you're right." After hearing the ranger's words, the assassin also revealed a yearning look. Even though they were 2-star mental strength grandmasters in the greater world, they could only afford to stay in a second-tier city occasionally. Only big shots such as 3-star mental strength grandmasters had the qualifications to stay in a second-tier city long-term. As for the greater world's first-tier cities, those were not places that 2-star mental strength grandmasters like themselves could hope to live in under normal circumstances. Now, though, they had the opportunity to gain permanent residence in a first-tier city so long as they could get their hands on the eternal stones unique to the Holy Realm. Although they had no idea what use eternal stones had, they knew that the various conglomerates were looking to collect them. Moreover, the prices the conglomerates offered were absurdly generous, so they naturally couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Shortly after the party resumed its search, the Tier 4 assassin responsible for scouting suddenly smiled and shouted, "Quick! They're here!" After saying so, the Tier 4 assassin swiped the dagger he wielded at the empty space before him, shattering it and revealing the figures of 6 players. "Why are they here?" When Shi Feng saw the 6 revealed figures from his distant hiding spot, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was because out of these 6 people, he recognized 3 of them. Of these 3 people, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. Of the 2 men, one of them was the Purple Melody Alliance's Desolate Fury, while the other was Cross, the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated battle maniac. As for the woman, she was La Roja, the Myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow. Meanwhile, after having their locations exposed, these 3 people reacted like frightened rabbits, their expressions turning indescribably ugly. "Split up," Cross shouted almost at the same time as his party's location was exposed immediately afterward. The 6 exposed players fled in 6 different directions, none of them having any desire to fight the players before them. Chapter 3333, Chapter 407, Ninth Absolute Technique. Chapter 3333, Chapter 407, Ninth Absolute Technique. Chapter 407, Ninth Absolute Technique. Was I mistaken? When Shi Feng saw Desolate Fury, Cross, and Leroya fleeing without hesitation, he couldn't help but wonder if he had recognized the wrong people. Setting Desolate Fury aside, who were Cross and Leroya, they were living legends, while Cross and Leroya weren't at the level where they were known by all in the Starlight Realm. Their names were still more or less known by the Starlight Realm's various powers. Under normal circumstances, Cross and Leroya would dare to fight against even Tier 5 players, let alone Tier 4 players. After all, the two could already rival Tier 5 players in terms of basic attributes. And while they might not have as many absolute techniques as paragons, the likes of Storm and St. Arm, they were likely evenly matched with the Paimon conglomerate's core paragons when it came to combat standards. Yet now the two battle maniacs had chosen to flee without putting up a fight. If it weren't for their familiar faces, Shi Feng would have assumed he was looking at two completely different people. However, Shi Feng quickly denied this possibility. Even if there existed people who shared similar appearances with Desolate Fury, Cross, and Leroya, it was too much of a coincidence for these people to be gathered together. However, before Shi Feng could ponder over his three acquaintances' presence in the Holy Realm, Desolate Fury's party of 6 was stopped by the surrounding search parties. When Shi Feng saw Desolate Fury, Cross, and Leroya engaging their opponents in battle, he was further reaffirmed that these three people were the same people he was acquainted with. Desolate Fury was known as the Divine Shield Bearer during Shi Feng's previous life. Although Desolate Fury wasn't currently wielding a divine shield, his way around the shield was top-notch. When he focused solely on defending himself, he perfectly neutralized the attacks of the three berserkers besieging him. Cross and Leroya performed even more outstandingly than Desolate Fury. Each of them took on an entire party of 6 by themselves. If not for their opponents employing a battle array which boosted their basic attributes and linked their 5 senses, it would have been only a matter of time before Cross and Leroya had defeated their opponents. As for the 3 remaining members of Desolate Fury's party, they were also powerful experts. Unfortunately, as they weren't as strong as Cross and Leroya, and neither were they MTs. They got killed by the parties they fought after only a few exchanges. Damn it! Nothing. Fuck, these bastards are wasting our time. The 3 parties responsible for killing the 3 members of Desolate Fury's party cursed when they saw that their kills had only dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Then they charged at Cross, Leroya, and Desolate Fury with angry looks. When the 3 other parties saw this, they began attacking Cross, Leroya, and Desolate Fury with even greater ferocity. Hand that thing over, and we will spare you. Yes, hand over what you got from the dungeon, and we will guarantee your safety. That's right. You don't want your basic attributes to be permanently reduced, do you? So be good and hand us that thing. While looking at the 3 players struggling desperately to survive, the leaders of the 3 parties started to persuade them with words. It was obvious that they did not wish to share whatever they were looking for with the other parties. Do you take us for fools? Leroya rolled her eyes in disgust at the party leaders trying to persuade them. The day your words can be trusted will be when pigs fly. Their party had long discerned the personalities of the people targeting them. Every one of these bastards was a ruthless person. Previously, several other parties had handed over their harvest to these ruthless bastards, after being promised safety. In the end, all of these parties were slaughtered without exception. Your mouth really doesn't match that pretty face of yours, the Tier 4 Ranger leading the party attacking Leroya said. Unfortunately, even though you've guessed correctly, you don't get a prize for it. If you want to blame someone, blame whoever sent you from the Starlight Realm. Since they only sent a bunch of weaklings here, we naturally have to eliminate you first. Do you think you can kill us? Aren't you getting a little too confident? Cross said, laughing. Immediately afterward, he activated a berserk skill and sent 2 of his opponents flying, breaking out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. In no time, Cross had put over 200 yards between himself and the party of 6 targeting him. However, just when he thought he had left the party of 6's attack range, a rain of swords suddenly fell on him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang across the street as the swords rained down on Cross. When the rain of swords ended and the dust settled, Cross's originally unscathed body became covered in cuts and blood. His HP also plummeted to a critical level. You useless pieces of trash. I only had you chase after a bunch of weaklings, yet you nearly let one of them get away. A cold, berating voice suddenly came from over 1,000 yards away, causing the players besieging Desolate Fury's party to shrink their necks and break out in cold sweat. This is... Cross turned to look at the skinny figure approaching him from a distance, his eyes full of disbelief. The 9th absolute technique, Star Rain. It seems you're quite knowledgeable, the skinny figure said, feeling a little surprised as he looked at Cross. Unfortunately, as you and your friends are trash from the Starlight Realm, none of you will leave this place alive. The same goes for you, you eavesdropping punk over there. Chapter 3334, Chapter 408, Zero Wings, Black Flame. Chapter 3334, Chapter 408, Zero Wings, Black Flame. Chapter 3334, Chapter 408, Zero Wings, Black Flame. Chapter 408, Zero Wings, Black Flame. As soon as the skinny swordsman finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his thorn-like longsword before Cross could react. Countless streaks of light struck a 3-story building over 1,000 yards away, reducing it into rubble in the blink of an eye. So fast. Desolate Fury, who was desperately defending himself from his attackers, gasped when he saw the attack the skinny swordsman had just executed. The skinny swordsman's attack was fast in not only projectile speed, but also attack frequency. The skinny swordsman had launched so many attacks at a time that it was simply impossible for Tier 4 players to react to all of them. Even with 2 shields in hand, Desolate Fury did not think he could perfectly defend himself against all those attacks. "It's your turn next," the skinny swordsman said as he looked at Cross's bloodied figure, his voice filled with contempt. However, before the skinny swordsman could brandish his thorn-like longsword, a crimson streak of light suddenly appeared behind him. "Boss!" The players attacking Desolate Fury's group panicked. The attack had appeared silently and suddenly, and it did not cause any fluctuations in space. They wouldn't have even sensed its existence if they hadn't seen the crimson streak of light. Amazing. When Cross saw the crimson streak of light, even he couldn't help but be awed by it. Threek, 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 reek, week, reek, reek, low. dare to launch a sneak attack with such low standards? While everyone's attention was concentrated on LaRoche's attack, a cold voice entered their ears. Upon hearing this voice, both LaRoche and Cross felt their hearts shuddering. The skinny swordsman was unscathed. Contrary to what everyone thought, LaRoche's blood arrow did not hit the skinny swordsman. Instead, it had harmlessly passed through the swordsman, utterly failing to hit the swordsman's actual body. "You're a fifth-floor expert." LaRoche looked at the sneering swordsman in disbelief. A fifth-floor expert. This was the only possibility LaRoche could think of to explain how the skinny swordsman had managed to evade her attack with no warning whatsoever. "Why would an expert like you appear here?" Cross similarly realized what had just happened, despair filling his eyes as he looked at the skinny swordsman. After reaching the fifth-floor standard, experts could already consistently predict threats toward them, unless there was a significant gap in basic attributes. Any attacks launched by a non-fifth-floor expert against a fifth-floor expert would be useless. Under the same tier, a fifth-floor expert could defeat non-fifth-floor experts in a one-on-one situation without taking a single point of damage. However, this was a fifth-floor expert they were talking about. There were hardly any Tier 6 experts at this standard in the Starlight Realm, let alone Tier 4 experts. So Cross found it flabbergasting that he would meet a fifth-floor expert in this place. What? Falling into despair already? The contempt in the skinny swordsman's eyes grew when he saw that Cross's will to fight had disappeared. "Serves you right for not letting us kill you sooner. Now, you people will get a taste of despair. That's why I say that people from the Starlight Realm are trash. Even though you know you aren't a match for us, you still insist on resisting. In the end, all you managed to do was make a fool of yourselves. I'm really starting to wonder what has gotten into the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Why would the Alliance put someone who had merely defeated 2 pieces of trash onto the Luminous Glory list? Some shady dealings must be going on behind the scenes. I'm guessing that the Seven Luminaries Alliance must have lowered its standards out of consideration for the Starlight Realm's players growing weaker and weaker with every passing generation. Otherwise, nobody from the Starlight Realm's current generation can get onto any of the Seven Luminaries lists. That might very well be the case. Ever since the Madwoman's generation, the Starlight Realm has not produced even one capable fighter until now. When the surrounding players saw the despair on Cross's and LaRoche's faces, they started snickering and talking among themselves. According to insider information, their leader, Ghost Hand the Star Sword, was originally slated to debut on the Luminous Glory list in the ranking list's latest revision. However, because of the sudden appearance of a player named Black Flame, Ghost Hand was pushed to the 1000th rank and deprived of his debut on the Luminous Glory list. This turn of events had infuriated Ghost Hand, and he vowed to kill any Starlight Realm player he came across. "Die, you pieces of trash from the Starlight Realm," Ghost Hand shouted as he raised his longsword to execute another star rain. "It's over." LaRoche sighed when she saw that Ghost Hand was about to launch another attack. The gap between 4th and 5th floor experts was simply too massive. Out of all the Starlight Realm players who had entered the Holy Realm, only the top few players could hope to match Ghost Hand. Everyone else could, at most, survive 2 moves against him. However, just as Ghost Hand was about to attack with his thorn-like longsword, a deep voice suddenly came from afar. Although the voice was soft, the words spoken by this voice loudly echoed in everyone's minds. "You dare to launch a sneak attack with such low standards?" Every word spoken by this voice was the same as what Ghost Hand had previously said. Even the tone used by this voice was the same contemptuous tone Ghost Hand had previously used. "Who's there?" Ghost Hand snapped his head toward the source of the voice and executed Star Rain in that direction without hesitation. Immediately, countless swords rained down on the remnants of the 3-story building that Ghost Hand had previously demolished. This time, the sword rain had lasted for a full 3 seconds before stopping. It was obvious that Ghost Hand was incensed by the provocation and had no intentions of holding back. However, just when everyone thought it was over, they saw a person walking out of the dust and debris. Moreover, to their surprise, this person had seemingly come out of Ghost Hand's attack unscathed as he walked steadily and leisurely. "Who are you?" Ghost Hand couldn't help himself from asking as he looked at the person walking out of the settling dust. Star Rain was Ghost Hand's trademark move. It was also the combat technique he was most proud of. With the aid of this combat technique, rarely would he come across a worthy opponent among those of the same generation. Although some experts could block his Star Rain, they'd usually end up battered and nearly dead like Cross after doing so. Out of all the opponents Ghost Hand had fought thus far, the only ones who had managed to come out of his Star Rain unscathed were old monsters. However, based on the appearance and voice of the person in front of him, it was obvious the other party was a young man. "Who am I?" The figure amidst the dust chuckled. "Someone who's stronger than you. You." Ghost Hand flew into a rage when he heard the other party's words. Just when Ghost Hand was about to execute another attack, the dust finally settled, revealing the figure it previously shrouded. Meanwhile, upon seeing this figure, whether it was Ghost Hand Cross, LaRoja, or Desolate Fury, all of them couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Black Flame? You're Black Flame? The Asura Sword Emperor? How are you here, Brother Black Flame? Chapter 335. Chapter 409. Exclusive Absolute Technique. Chapter 3335, Chapter 409, Exclusive Absolute Technique, Chapter 409, Exclusive Absolute Technique. Tross, LaRoja, and Desolate Fury were very familiar with the appearance of the player named Black Flame. It was especially so for Desolate Fury. When Desolate Fury again saw the inconspicuous yet familiar person, feelings of surprise and melancholy filled his heart. When they first met in the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition, Desolate Fury's first impression of the player named Black Flame was that the other party was insane. After all, only a lunatic would dare to provoke Saint 3, who happened to be the pinnacle of Tier 4 players in the ancient River Kingdom at the time. However, contrary to Desolate Fury's expectations, Black Flame had not only made it into the rookie competition's finals, but he had even proceeded to become the rookie competition's champion. As a result, not only did Black Flame's fame instantly overshadow Saint 3, but he was even granted the title of the ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, a title that hadn't been granted to anyone for the past several decades. Later on, Desolate Fury heard that Black Flame had ended up offending the Paimon conglomerate's young master Dira, and incensed the divine Seal Saint into sending an army after him. Yet just when Desolate Fury and everyone else in the ancient River Kingdom thought that Black Flame was doomed, Black Flame became an expert on the Luminous Glory List after a stunning battle in the World Passage. A Luminous Glory List expert. This was a dazzling glory that even Saint 3 could only look up at in awe. Meanwhile, when Cross and LaRoja saw Black Flame appearing before them, mixed feelings filled their hearts. Initially, even after Black Flame became the champion of the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition, neither Cross nor LaRoja felt they were inferior to him. At most, they thought of him as a strong competitor. After all, the rookie competition's finals at the time didn't involve a direct duel between the top 10 finalists. It was more so a test to see who had the better equipment standard. Hence, nobody could say for certain who would win in an actual duel. Not to mention, their goal was never to become the rookie competition's champion. Instead, their goal was to qualify for the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. Only, neither Cross nor LaRoja had expected Black Flame to become an expert on the Luminous Glory List in the short time they hadn't seen him. He's Black Flame, the Asura Sword Emperor. So, he's that Asura Sword Emperor? When the other players present saw Shi Feng walking closer and closer to them, they promptly ceased their offensive on Desolate Fury's group and looked at Shi Feng warily. The Luminous Glory List was a compilation of the Greater God's Domain's top 1,000 Tier 4 experts under the age of 35. Every individual on the list stood at the pinnacle of Tier 4 in the Greater God's Domain. Even someone at the bottom of the Luminous Glory List was overwhelmingly stronger than titled experts. So, you're Black Flame? Ghost Hand wasn't all too surprised when he saw Shi Feng coming out of his attack unscathed. On the contrary, he smiled at this sight. I thought I would never get my revenge on you. I never thought I would actually meet you here. Now I'm going to let those fools over at the Seven Luminaries Alliance know how unreliable their ranking lists are. The latest edition of the Luminous Glory list was originally supposed to be the stepping stone for Ghost Hand to propel himself to the apex of his realm. However, he had lost this opportunity because the Seven Luminaries Alliance made the laughable decision to put Shi Feng on the 963rd rank of the Luminous Glory list after Shi Feng defeated 2 paragons from the Paimon conglomerate. From Ghost Hand's perspective, whether it was the Paimon conglomerate's Storm or St. Arm, both were trash. This was because neither of them was even at the pseudo-5th floor standard. If it were up to him, he could have handily defeated 6 of such experts simultaneously, let alone 2. So, on what basis did Shi Feng deserve to get ranked 963rd on the Luminous Glory list? After Ghost Hand finished speaking, he suddenly vanished from everyone's vision. "Be careful. He's not a swordsman," LaRoja shouted when she saw Ghost Hand disappearing. This was a discovery she had made only recently. More specifically, it was after Ghost Hand had evaded her ultimate move, Blood Arrow. Unlike Cross, she could tell that Ghost Hand didn't rely on only his 6th sense to evade her attack. Instead, he had paired his 6th sense with a skill. "He's not a swordsman?" Cross was stunned by LaRoja's revelation. Out of the 99 absolute techniques in the Greater God's domain, the 9th-ranked Star Rain was a type of swordsmanship. So, to say that Ghost Hand wasn't a swordsman was absurd. Not bad, pretty lady. You actually guessed that Boss Ghost isn't a swordsman? It's a pity that your warning is too late. Now that Black Flame has let Boss Ghost get within 100 yards of him, he's as good as dead. Ghost Hand's subordinates were quite surprised by LaRocha's statement. At the same time, though, they couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Ghost Hand wasn't a swordsman, but an assassin instead. It was just that normally when fighting, Ghost Hand didn't even need to go into stealth. Star Rain was enough for him to take care of most of his opponents. Moreover, Ghost Hand preferred to use a one-handed longsword, which gave others the false impression that he was a swordsman. After all, many skills for assassins required the use of a dagger or a short sword. Not to mention, similar to how most high-ranking longswords would provide bonuses to swordsman skills, many high-ranking daggers and short swords would provide bonuses for assassin skills. So it didn't make sense for an assassin to be using a longsword. However, the longsword Ghost Hand used was different. Magic weapon, Thorn of Sins. This was a longsword that provided bonuses for the assassin class. Moreover, rather than a longsword, it'd be more accurate to consider it a weapon made up of numerous sharp blades. It could be used to launch numerous sharp projectiles or wielded like a whip or a normal longsword. This allowed Ghost Hand to attack his opponents using various combat styles, making him incredibly unpredictable. Of course, compared to his weapon, Ghost Hand himself was a much greater threat. Once Ghost Hand entered stealth, even experts who had mastered their 6th sense could not perceive his presence. Paired with the Thorn of Sins, Ghost Hand could kill any opponent within 100 yards of him with almost 100% certainty. While Ghost Hand's subordinates were talking among themselves, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night, not daring to be careless. Experts who had reached the 5th floor standard were existences standing at the apex of the Greater God's domain. Every one of these experts had their own specialty that they could use to integrate their 6th sense with skills, spells, or combat techniques, and by doing so they could create absolute techniques exclusive to themselves. Meanwhile, even 5th floor experts would be at risk of instant death if they weren't careful when going up against another 5th floor expert's exclusive absolute technique. To make matters worse, Shi Feng had never heard of Ghost Hand's name during his previous life. Among 5th floor experts, the ones whose names had never been heard were usually regarded as the most dangerous. This was because, unlike well-known 5th floor experts who had been thoroughly analyzed by others, nobody knew what kind of exclusive absolute techniques these unknown 5th floor experts could have up their sleeves. Hence, Shi Feng needed to be very cautious when fighting against the assassin. "You should feel honored. You will be the first person I use this next move on." While Ghost Hand looked at Shi Feng from stealth, the Thorn of Sins in his hand transformed into countless invisible petals that silently danced around Shi Feng. Exclusive absolute technique, Omni-Reign. Chapter 3336, Chapter 410, Divine Might. Chapter 3336, Chapter 410, Divine Might. Chapter 3336, Chapter 410, Divine Might. Chapter 410, Divine Might. The scene that took place following Ghost Hand's disappearance left everyone shocked. In the blink of an eye, the buildings lining the dilapidated street had become riddled with holes. Then, a moment later, these buildings were reduced to dust and scattered in the wind. However, rather than the level of destruction Ghost Hand caused, what terrified everyone even more was the fact that they couldn't perceive any of his attacks. It was to a point where their minds failed to sense any danger, despite witnessing the destruction that had just taken place. Is this the true strength of a fifth-floor expert? Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury were stupefied when they saw the weathering phenomenon before them. All three of them were experts who had experienced many great battles in the greater god's domain. However, whether they were going up against ferocious monsters or experts with long-standing fame, they could always more or less perceive danger when clashing with their opponents. Some of these opponents could even instill fear into them. Meanwhile, any experienced expert would know that the sense of danger and fear one felt was the mind's self-protection mechanism doing its job to make one aware that someone or something was a threat to their life. However, even though the weathering phenomenon before them was clearly a grave threat to them, their minds failed to show any reactions to it. It was as if they were currently witnessing a normal event, such as the sun rising from the east, and their minds didn't think it was necessary to give them any warnings. Realizing this, Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury felt their scalps going numb. In the greater god's domain, battles between Tier 4 experts and above usually occur at speeds that the naked eye could not keep up with. As a result, experts at Tier 4 and above would need to rely on their body's other senses to form an instinctive coping mechanism against them. Only by doing so could they keep up with high-speed battles that were too fast for the naked eye to follow. However, if none of their senses could perceive anything, just thinking about the consequences terrified them. This would be no different from an opponent having already run a sword through their hearts while they were still under the assumption that the opponent had yet to make a move. How were they supposed to fight against such an opponent? Subsequently, the weathering phenomenon could be seen converging on Shi Feng's location. However, even though they could see the dilapidated street disintegrating, they still couldn't perceive what was causing it. What a powerful, exclusive, absolute technique. He is indeed brilliant to be able to modify star rain to such an extent. Shi Feng couldn't help but admire Ghost Hand as he looked at the disintegrating street and buildings around him. The ninth absolute technique, Star Rain, was a combat technique that utilized an extraordinarily high attack frequency to overwhelm the opponent's nervous response system. Meanwhile, Ghost Hand improved this technique by making all of his attacks invisible, or, more accurately, impossible for others to perceive. Ghost Hand's attacks were not only visually undetectable, they also could not be detected by any of the body's other senses. Without having mastered Star Rain to an incredible degree, it would be impossible to manipulate Star Rain to such an extent. Meanwhile, when going against such an exclusive absolute technique, even experts ranked at the bottom of the luminous glory list would be killed instantly without adequate countermeasures. It's a pity this move is useless against me. Shi Feng grinned as he raised the winter of eternal night. World of Frost. 9 frost swords could be seen flying to a distant building that was over 10 stories tall. Immediately afterward, the sound of metal clashing came from the building. Then, Ghost Hand could be seen flying out of the building with the Thorn of Sins returning to its original longsword appearance in his hand. The spectators present fell into silence upon seeing this. This development especially dumbfounded Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury. You saw through my technique. Ghost Hand was in disbelief as he looked at Shi Feng's distant figure. Ghost Hand was confident nobody could perceive him while he was under stealth, much less see through his exclusive absolute technique. After all, he had previously relied on the combination of these two things to kill a fifth-floor expert and qualify for the luminous glory list. Yet, even though Shi Feng clearly wasn't a fifth-floor expert, Shi Feng had not only seen through his technique, but also pinpointed his location. It's nothing to be surprised about, Shi Feng said as he looked at Ghost Hand. Your technique might be powerful, but it also has obvious flaws. Star Rain prides itself in having a high attack frequency. If you want to erase the presence of all those attacks, you will have to invest a lot of time and energy into the endeavor. That means you will likely be stationary and susceptible to attacks while executing your technique. In that case, so long as I can find your location and attack you, you'll have no choice but to stop your technique. Ghost Hand did not refute Shi Feng's words. This was because he had a very clear understanding of his exclusive absolute technique, Omni Rain, and that included its weaknesses. However, while Shi Feng's explanation of how he disrupted his technique might sound simple, finding him while he was under stealth was not a simple task. In fact, it should be impossible for a fourth-floor expert like Shi Feng. For fourth-floor experts, the only reliable way to disrupt him while he was executing Omni Rain was by bombarding the area with large-scale destruction spells. Yet Shi Feng spoke as if he knew his whereabouts. Actually, that had to be the case since Shi Feng had accurately launched attacks at him. This was simply unbelievable. Although I don't know how you managed to locate my presence, it doesn't change the fact that you still aren't a fifth-floor expert. After taking a deep breath, Ghost Hand looked at Shi Feng with a sneer. If Omni Rain doesn't work against you, what about the actual Star Rain? How many times will you be able to block it? After saying so, Ghost Hand began brandishing the Thorn of Sins and sending numerous sword lights raining down on Shi Feng from all directions. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Unlike when Ghost Hand executed Star Rain against Cross, he did not stop executing the technique against Shi Feng after only a brief moment. Instead, he executed it continuously and bombarded Shi Feng's location with a constant stream of sword lights. If players had yet to reach the fifth-floor standard, they would be incapable of maximizing the potential of their sixth sense to predict danger. Without this ability, players would be incapable of coping against an overwhelming number of attacks. Even if players relied on skills and spells to defend themselves, these would only be temporary measures that would run out sooner or later. After Ghost Hand continued his assault for 2 whole minutes, the area Shi Feng stood in had transformed into a huge crater littered with countless small holes. From the devastation Ghost Hand caused, one could see just how frighteningly high his attack frequency was. However, executing Star Rain continuously for 2 whole minutes did not come without a price. At this time, Ghost Hand's complexion had become extremely pale, and his hand that wielded the Thorn of Sins was trembling. Evidently, Ghost Hand had pushed himself to the limits in his attack on Shi Feng. "It's over," Ghost Hand said indifferently as he looked into the empty crater, unsurprised that it was empty. Then he turned his gaze to Desolate Fury's group of 3 and continued, "It's your turn next." However, as soon as Ghost Hand finished speaking, he immediately sensed something was amiss. This was because he could not see the fearful expressions he had expected to find on Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury. Instead, all he saw were expressions of confusion. "Boss, be careful. He's behind you." Ghost Hand's subordinates shouted in a panic. Behind? Before he realized it, a long sword had pierced through his heart. His HP had even instantly plummeted to 0. Ghost Hand instinctively tried to activate a life-saving skill when he heard his subordinates' warnings. However, before he could do so, he felt a pain in his chest. Then, when he looked down, he found that a longsword had pierced his heart and deprived him of all of his HP. "You?" When Ghost Hand turned around to look behind him, he couldn't help but reveal a bewildered expression. This was because he found Shi Feng standing behind him completely unscathed. Not even a single point was missing from Shi Feng's HP bar. However, what Ghost Hand found even more astonishing was that Shi Feng had gotten behind him without alerting his danger senses. Then, just as he was wondering why his danger senses had failed him, he suddenly noticed that the feeling of insecurity he had experienced, and was still experiencing after stepping into this region, had suddenly disappeared. "This is divine might." Ghost Hand immediately understood why he had failed to perceive any danger from Shi Feng's attack. Divine might. The moment he had stepped into this region, he was already under the influence of Shi Feng's divine might. Everywhere within a person's divine might was a danger zone for hostile targets. So, how was his mind supposed to convey that danger was approaching if it had already been continuously doing so since long ago? Unfortunately, Ghost Hand realized this point too late, as his HP had already fallen to 0, and his vision had started to go dark. Chapter 3337, Chapter 411, Eternal Stone, Chapter 3337, Chapter 411, Eternal Stone, Chapter 411, Eternal Stone, Boss. Ghost Hand's subordinates fell into a daze when they saw him collapse. In addition to being one of the few fifth-floor experts among the Dragon Mountain Realm's younger generation, Ghost Hand was one of the few budding experts who could hold his ground against older generation fifth-floor experts. Yet now Ghost Hand was killed by Shi Feng in one move. At this time even Cross, LaRoja, and Desolate Fury were dumbfounded by this situation. Although the three of them had long expected Shi Feng to have extraordinary strength after he got into the Luminous Glory list, they didn't think he would be this strong just a second ago. They thought that Shi Feng had died under Ghost Hand's star reign, yet in the next second, Ghost Hand was killed by Shi Feng. They also clearly saw that Ghost Hand had failed to sense Shi Feng's presence behind him right until Shi Feng stabbed him. Is there really such a massive gap between a Luminous Glory expert and a non-Luminous Glory expert? LaRoja dared not believe her eyes when she saw Ghost Hand's corpse falling to the ground. Although it had been many years since the Starlight Realm had produced a Luminous Glory expert, that did not stop her from researching the experts on the Luminous Glory list. Meanwhile, from the information she studied, while she acknowledged that the Luminous Glory list's experts were inhuman, were they strong to such an exaggerated extent? It should be known that Ghost Hand was already a fifth-floor expert. Killing fourth-floor experts like them should be child's play for him. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was already equal to the experts on the Luminous Glory list. Yet, Ghost Hand couldn't even last more than one move against Shi Feng. Different from LaRoja, Cross broke out into cold sweat when he saw Shi Feng handily defeating Ghost Hand. After all, before the rookie competition's finals started, he had boldly stated that Shi Feng might be able to become a worthy opponent for him in the future. He was basically treating Shi Feng like a junior at the time. Thank goodness the rookie competition's finals didn't adopt a duel format. Otherwise, I'd have made a huge fool out of myself, Cross thought, as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. If he were to stand in Ghost Hand's shoes, he probably wouldn't even know how he had died to Shi Feng. As for Desolate Fury, he couldn't help but let out a rueful sigh when he saw Shi Feng defeating Ghost Hand. When they first met, Shi Feng was a nobody whom even Lightning Chaser looked at in contempt. Now, Shi Feng had already reached a height where he couldn't even see, with the strength to slay a fifth-floor expert in one move. There was no doubt that Shi Feng had already reached the apex of the Starlight Realm's younger generation of Tier 4 experts. At this point, only older generation Tier 4 experts would have any hope of one-upping him. While Desolate Fury was immersed in melancholy, the Dragon Mountain Realm's players briefly looked at each other before scattering without hesitation, none of them daring to continue their assault on Desolate Fury's group. If all of them were to fight against Ghost Hand together, it would only be a matter of time before Ghost Hand killed them all. Now that it was proven that even Ghost Hand wasn't a match for Shi Feng, even if Shi Feng wasn't an assassin, so long as he could kill one of them with every swing of his sword, it wouldn't take him more than 100 swings to end the fight. The penalty for death in the Holy Realm was incredibly severe. Should players die, they would permanently lose 10% of their basic attributes. If they died too many times, their accounts would be essentially crippled. In no time, the Dragon Mountain Realm's players vanished from the area. They're finally gone. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw the Dragon Mountain Realm's players retreating. The mana suppression in the Holy Realm was so powerful that it had thoroughly negated any advantages his mana body had previously provided him. In addition, it became extremely taxing on his concentration and stamina to use combat techniques. Meanwhile, although Divine Might was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. It only allowed him to perceive his opponent's every movement and mental state, as well as suppress his opponent's mental state and 5 senses. For these reasons, Ghost Hand was no different than a titled expert before him. At most, Ghost Hand would possess stronger combat techniques than the average titled expert. However, when going up against several dozen players who were in a battle array that increased their basic attributes and shared linked five senses, the advantages provided by divine might would diminish. If the Dragon Mountain Realms players were intent on killing him at all costs, it would only be a matter of time before they succeeded. Subsequently, Shi Feng picked up a tattered sack that Ghost Hand dropped. Sure enough, he had a substitution tool, Shi Feng thought, not feeling too surprised as he looked at the tattered sack. Every peerless paragon belonging to a major power would typically have a substitution tool that could let them negate the penalties of death. This was so that these peerless paragons could avoid accidentally falling into ruin. For a fifth-floor expert like Ghost Hand, it wouldn't even be strange if he had 2 or 3 substitution tools. Meanwhile, if a player with a substitution tool was killed, they wouldn't drop any weapons or equipment. At most, they would lose items guaranteed to drop on death. After collecting Ghost Hand's loot, Shi Feng made his way to Desolate Fury's group of 3. "Are you 3 all right?" Shi Feng asked when he saw that the 3 people before him were covered in injuries. Then he continued, "How did you 3 get here? Are you not going to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition?" Previously, Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury had participated in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition to enter the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. Now that the competition in question was about to begin, Shi Feng found it strange that these 3 people would appear in the Holy Realm. The Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition? Looking at Shi Feng strangely, Desolate Fury asked, "Don't you know that the competition is already over, Brother Black Flame?" "Over?" Shi Feng was confused. Shouldn't it just be starting soon? When he returned to the miniature ancient world from the Greater God's domain, the Galaxy Conglomerate's preliminaries had just begun. Going by how much time had passed, the official phase of the invitational competition shouldn't have started yet, much less ended. "It's already been 2 days since the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition has ended," Brother Black Flame, Cross said, affirming Desolate Fury's words. "Moreover, we are only here in the Holy Realm because the Galaxy Conglomerate sent us here after the competition. When the competition started, we wondered why you didn't show up. The Galaxy Conglomerate even sent people to try and contact you. The competition ended 2 days ago?" When Shi Feng heard Cross's words, he suddenly thought of the space-time storm. He had no idea how much time he had spent in the space-time storm. The passage of time inside the space-time storm was also warped, so it wouldn't be strange if a moment in the space-time storm was several days in the real world. Meanwhile, when Desolate Fury and the others saw Shi Feng's reaction, they quickly understood what had happened and started explaining the situation to Shi Feng. There were countless mysteries in God's domain. Situations such as players entering an area with a different flow rate of time weren't unheard of. There were even instances of players experiencing 1 year in just 1 day, so Shi Feng's case of experiencing 1 moment in several days wasn't all too surprising. Meanwhile, after listening to the trio's explanation, Shi Feng learned that he had spent real-world days in the space-time storm. He also learned that 2 days ago, the Galaxy Conglomerate had made an astronomical offer to the Tier 4 players of its invitational competition for them to enter the Holy Realm. Originally, everyone who had received the Galaxy Conglomerate's offer was very excited. However, shortly after arriving in the Holy Realm, everyone realized that the Holy Realm wasn't as simple as they thought it to be, and that they weren't alone in the Holy Realm. The geniuses and paragons of many other realms had also entered the Holy Realm. Meanwhile, everyone only had one goal in the Holy Realm: the Eternal Stones. Chapter 3338, Chapter 412, Saint Camp. Chapter 3338, Chapter 412, Saint Camp. Chapter 3338, Chapter 412, Saint Camp. Chapter 412, Saint Camp. Eternal Stones. After listening to what the 3 said, Shi Feng recalled the eternity set he had heard about during his previous life. Divine sets might not be overflowing in God's domain, but quite a few still existed throughout God's domain's history. All divine sets possessed incomparable power, and even most of the naturally occurring godly relics could not hold a candle to them. Upon donning a divine set, players could instantly become one of the overlords of God's domain. Out of all the divine sets in existence, 6 of them stood out from the rest, and these 6 sets were labeled as the 6 great divine sets. Meanwhile, the Eternity set was one of these 6 special sets. Few records were available on Eternity. Even in the Greater God's Domain's Great Titan Library, according to legends, the last owner of Eternity had relied on the divine set to fight against the myriad ancient gods as a mortal and create an immortal empire during the era of ancient gods. Eventually, the ancient gods acknowledged Eternity's wearer and labeled him the slayer of ancient gods. Later on, though, Eternity's wearer died for some inexplicable reason, and the Eternity set disappeared along with his death. It was also rumored that the Eternity set was destroyed and its fragments scattered across the various realms. During his previous life, Shi Feng heard that the Galaxy Conglomerate had gotten its hands on clues pertaining to the Eternity set. When he combined the fact that the Galaxy Conglomerate was currently making an astronomical offer for the Starlight Realms players to collect Eternal Stones for it, he couldn't help but suspect that the Eternal Stones had something to do with the Eternity set, or, more specifically, the Eternal Stones were the Eternity set's fragments. "I've already given up on getting Eternal Stones," Cross said with a wry smile, setting aside the fact that they are only dropped in 20-man God Mode team dungeons. Just surviving in the Holy Realm is tough enough. "Is it difficult to survive here?" Shi Feng curiously asked. While he had yet to explore the Holy Realm, the monsters he had come across thus far weren't insurmountably powerful. The only problem he could see making it difficult for players like Cross to survive here would be the experts of other realms. However, for experts like Cross, La Roja, and Desolate Fury, so long as they didn't come across 5th floor experts like Ghost Hand, it shouldn't be difficult to escape with their lives. "You should know that we can't log out of the game if we are in the Holy Realm, Brother Black Flame. If we forcibly log out, we will be at risk of falling into a coma," Desolate Fury explained. "The Galaxy Conglomerate told us that if we wish to leave the Holy Realm, the only way to do so is to get our hands on an Eternal Stone. We can only leave after obtaining an Eternal Stone." Shi Feng started to have a mild headache when he heard Desolate Fury's explanation. It was a huge problem for him if he couldn't log out of the game while inside the Holy Realm. After all, he still had many things to take care of in the real world. However, acquiring Holy Stones evidently wasn't a simple task since a powerful team was needed to raid God Mode team dungeons. "We've given up hope on leaving the Holy Realm," Desolate Fury dejectedly said. "Thankfully, there is a way for us to safely log out of the game, and that is to purchase a return talisman. Each return talisman will give players 1 chance to go offline. The only problem is the exorbitant pricing of these return talismans. Each talisman costs 100 God Crystal Fragments. God Crystal Fragments are only dropped in dungeons, and the drop rate in party dungeons is terrible. Even after raiding party dungeons for 2 whole days, our party only managed to collect about 24 fragments. After dividing them, each of us received less than a handful. At this rate, who knows how long it'll take us to get 100 fragments. The Holy Realm was indeed a land of opportunities. However, for experts of their caliber, even logging out of the game had become a luxury, let alone getting their hands on any fortuitous opportunities. They also couldn't just give up on obtaining God Crystal Fragments either. After all, they had responsibilities and families in the real world. To their dismay, they had even come across some people who had been trapped in the Holy Realm for decades. All of these people had thought of starting new accounts. Unfortunately, the main God system did not even give them this opportunity. Instead, the main God system only gave them 2 options. They could continue logging back into their accounts and strive to get their hands on an Eternal Stone, or they could stop playing God's Domain entirely. God's Domain was the only way for people to develop their mental strength effectively in the real world. So quitting God's Domain was not an option. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? When Shi Feng finished listening to Desolate Fury's explanation, he couldn't help but be a little astonished. The importance of God crystals need not be said. Many fragmented legendary items could be repaired and upgraded into legendary items using God crystals. Meanwhile, in the Greater God's Domain, 100 God crystal fragments could be used to synthesize one God crystal, so one could easily imagine the value of God crystal fragments. Yet the Holy Realm required players to spend 100 God crystal fragments just to gain one opportunity to go offline. Even a wealthy princeling like Dira would find this price costly. Save the talking for later. We should hurry back to camp first. If the Dragon Mountain Realms players return, none of us should think of escaping, LaRoja said. Cross and Desolate Fury nodded in agreement. Ghost Hand was indeed one of the few fifth-floor experts among the Dragon Mountain Realm's younger generation. However, the Dragon Mountain Realm didn't just have younger generation experts in the Holy Realm. Older generation experts from the Dragon Mountain Realm were also here. Every one of those older generation experts had already spent many years in the Holy Realm. The strength and foundation they've built for themselves were far superior to what Ghost Hand possessed. If those older generation experts took action, not even the top 300 experts on the Luminous Glory list could match them, let alone someone ranked at the bottom of the list. Hence, their priority now should be to return to a town. Only after they were inside a town would they be safe. Shi Feng naturally didn't have any opinions. He was new to the Holy Realm, so the best course of action to take now would be to find a safe haven and gather information. Afterward, Cross, LaRoja, and Desolate Fury led Shi Feng on a 5-hour dash before arriving outside a town enveloped by a magic barrier. The town was small, smaller than even a guild town. The buildings in the town also looked simple and crude, with the tallest building not exceeding 6 stories tall. However, despite the town's shabby look, it was one of the safest locations in the entire Holy Realm, according to the trio. The towns found in the Holy Realm were known as Saint Camps. As for why they were called as such, it was because every town was managed by one saint. Indeed, a bona fide saint. Although the saints overseeing these towns were only at Tier 4 because they were existences who had reached the pinnacle in a particular world law, their strength far exceeded the paragons on the Luminous Glory list. It wasn't far-fetched to say that so long as these saints left the Holy Realm, they would instantly become the center of attention of the greater God's domain. The only reason these saints chose to remain in the Holy Realm was so that they could get their hands on the Holy Realm's fortuitous opportunities. Moreover, standing behind every one of these saints was a cross-realm conglomerate. So, whether in terms of individual or group strength, these saints were not opponents that the individual player or conglomerate could hope to contend against. The moment Shi Feng set foot into the sparsely populated saint camp, he immediately understood what made the Holy Realm extraordinary. Even the weakest player walking on the saint camp's streets was a titled expert, and many experts were on Cross's and LaRoja's standards. In addition, quite a few of these experts were equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. While walking among these players, Cross, LaRoja, and Desolate Fury were far from being conspicuous. The primary currency used in the camp was God crystal fragments. Meanwhile, not only could one find fragmented legendary items sold in every shop in the camp, but one could also find the incredibly 99 absolute techniques being sold. Only, the price of these absolute techniques could range anywhere from 1,000 God crystal fragments to 10,000 God crystal fragments. Of all the techniques Shi Feng saw being sold, the most expensive one would have to be Dark Star, the 5th-ranking absolute technique, outside the Holy Realm. Players couldn't learn this absolute technique unless they belonged to an apex power. However, in the Holy Realm, players could get one complete learning opportunity so long as they paid 10,000 God crystal fragments. Aside from items in God's domain, the camp's shops also sold precious potions in the greater world, such as the precious Stardew highly coveted by the various cities. 1 drop of Stardew only cost 5,000 God crystal fragments. Once players paid up, the seller would immediately have the Stardew delivered to their doorsteps via the God's Domain Association. The entire St. Camp had essentially become a trading hub for the various realms. The opportunities available here were far beyond what was available outside the Holy Realm. So long as one had God crystal fragments, the Holy Realm would be no different than paradise. With all the opportunities available here, even if players could leave the Holy Realm, they wouldn't necessarily choose to leave. In fact, that was indeed the case for some experts. Despite having the ability to leave the Holy Realm at any time, some experts would voluntarily choose to remain. Some of these experts had even developed their own forces in the Holy Realm to make a fortune in the real world. In the evening, after touring the entire Saint Camp, Shi Feng made an appointment to explore the depths of the dilapidated city with the trio tomorrow. Then, with the trio's help, he rented a room in an inconspicuous hotel for the exorbitant price of 1 god crystal fragment per night. With the prices the St. Camp's hotels charged, operating a hotel was even more lucrative than robbing players. After entering his room, Shi Feng didn't have anything better to do, so he decided to take a closer look at the tattered leather pouch Ghost Hand dropped. TL notes, just to recap. The Luminous Glory List only records players under 35 years old. Chapter 3339, Chapter 413, Book of Eternity. Chapter 3339, Chapter 413, Book of Eternity. Chapter 413, Book of Eternity. When Shi Feng used an identification skill on the tattered pouch, to his surprise, he found that not only did his identification skill fail, but eternal energy even started to slowly spread from the pouch. What dense eternal energy! Overflowing from the pouch. The density of the eternal energy coming out of the pouch was even more exaggerated than the eternal energy found on the 100 Refinement Building's 2nd floor, which was already incredibly rare in the greater god's domain. So, Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what was stored inside the pouch. However, when Shi Feng tried to open the pouch to inspect its contents, several magic barriers suddenly appeared and sealed the pouch, preventing him from opening it. An eternal object. These were the words that Shi Feng instinctively thought of after seeing all that had happened with the pouch. Eternal objects in God's domain were indestructible. At the same time, they could not be appraised. Even if something or someone managed to appraise an eternal object, all they would see was the word unknown in the item's description. When Shi Feng combined the fact that the pouch was leaking unbelievably rich eternal energy and could not be appraised, the only thing he could think of was that the pouch was an eternal object. Where did that guy get this thing from? Shi Feng's heart remained in an excited state as he looked at the tattered pouch enveloped by magic barriers. Almost all eternal objects were products of the era of ancient gods, and every one of them was incomparably precious. Their rarity also far exceeded legendary weapons. If Ghost Hand knew what he had dropped, he would probably have the urge to die right about now. However, Shi Feng didn't think too much about how Ghost Hand had gotten his hands on an eternal object. Immediately, he began inspecting the barriers protecting the pouch. Eternal objects in God's domain could be put into 2 general categories: dead, eternal objects that were damaged to an unusable extent, and partially damaged eternal objects that retained a certain degree of their original abilities. If it was a dead eternal object, repairing it would be beyond difficult. Unless players could come across a special encounter, owning a dead eternal object would be no different than owning a piece of junk. If it was a partially damaged eternal object, then it would be worth a fortune. Currently, it was obvious that the tattered pouch belonged to the latter group, making it an eternal object that still retained a portion of its abilities. These barriers don't look like a problem. Any great Grandmaster magician could crack them. Shi Feng concluded in pleasant surprise after inspecting the barriers for half an hour. Products of the ancient gods era typically remained in the blind spots of players. Only players who had an ancient god legacy could have a chance of obtaining these items. Yet now the barriers protecting the tattered pouch only required a great Grandmaster magician to undo. Such a requirement might seem impossibly high by modern-day standards, but it should be known that the status of great Grandmaster magicians during the era of ancient gods was lower than even that of master magicians in modern-day God's domain. After all, while craftsman magicians weren't everywhere back then, they still existed, which was infinitely more than the craftsman magicians that existed in the modern era. At least as far as Shi Feng knew, there were no living craftsman magicians in the current greater god's domain, their existence having become a myth at this point. Immediately, Shi Feng started to work on breaking the barriers protecting the tattered pouch. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Roughly 6 hours after Shi Feng had started, the barriers protecting the pouch shattered simultaneously. Once the barriers were gone, the tattered pouch started to disintegrate, and dense eternal energy started to spread across the entire room. Shi Feng was a little confused when he saw the pouch disintegrating. After all, this was an eternal object they were talking about. An eternal object. This was an item that not even ancient gods could destroy. Yet now an eternal object had disintegrated right before his very eyes, before Shi Feng could start cursing his luck. The ashes of the tattered pouch suddenly transformed into a tablet half the size of his palm. This is a book of eternity. When Shi Feng saw the tablet made entirely out of red obsidian before him, his mind fell into a daze. For the average player, they might not have even heard of the Books of Eternity before. However, the Books of Eternity were something known by every conglomerate and apex power in the greater god's domain, and they were items that could make even apex powers go crazy for it. This was because the Books of Eternity contained a record of knowledge passed down from the era of ancient gods. To the confusion of players, there were several missing eras in God's domain's history. Or more specifically, there were no historical records of these eras, and people could only infer and research their existences based on the items left over from these eras. It was also because of these missing eras that despite modern-day technology making continuous progress, it still couldn't beat the era of myriad gods, let alone the era of ancient gods. An example of the inferiority of modern-day technology would be the inability of modern people of God's domain to repair sacred armor. However, the Books of Eternity contained knowledge from the era of ancient gods. To Shi Feng's knowledge, a total of 4 Books of Eternity had appeared in the greater god's domain thus far. Meanwhile, these 4 Books of Eternity had created 4 transcendental powers in the greater god's domain, and one of these 4 powers was the 7 Luminaries Alliance. According to rumors, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had gone from being an insignificant power to becoming an apex power in only several decades, thanks to the Book of Eternity it found. Then, over time, it eventually became one of the oldest powers in the current greater god's domain. Although nobody knew what knowledge the 7 Luminaries Alliance acquired from its Book of Eternity, nobody ever doubted the Alliance's strength. Even Demon Gate, an apex power with a divine set under its ownership, dared not make enemies with the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, out of all the powers that dared to make enemies with the 7 Luminaries Alliance, every one of them was annihilated. Even apex powers were not an exception. In fact, the 7 Luminaries Alliance was so powerful that many powers wondered why the Alliance had not used its strength to dominate the entire greater god's domain. Instead, the Alliance settled with only collecting various geniuses and doing business across the various realms. As for the 3 other transcendental powers that had acquired a Book of Eternity, they were no longer heard of in the current greater god's domain. Even so, it was rumored that all 3 of these powers still existed. It was just that they were no longer present in the various realms. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had now gotten his hands on the 5th Book of Eternity. The 5th transcendental power, huh? Shi Feng couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at the red obsidian tablet in the palm of his hand. Immediately he clicked on it to inspect it. Chapter 3340, Chapter 414, Mythological Class. Chapter 3340, Chapter 414, Mythological Class. Chapter 414, Mythological Class. The room was quiet as Shi Feng carefully tapped his finger on the tablet. Immediately afterward, lines of information appeared before Shi Feng, one after another. Book of Eternity, Eternal Object. This Book of Eternity records forbidden knowledge written by the last great sage Ansel. You must first become a divine engraver to access this forbidden knowledge. You may spend 1 god crystal to activate the divine engraver legacy once. Indestructible. The divine engraver legacy? Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the Book of Eternity's item description. Although he had long known that Books of Eternity were extraordinary, he didn't think they could be this incredible. The Divine Engraver subclass was one of the long-lost hidden subclasses in God's domain, and it vanished from God's domain at the end of the era of mythology. It was also known as a mythological class by players in the current God's domain. It should be known that various items in God's domain were composed of divine patterns. Meanwhile, these items possessed far superior capabilities to their modern counterparts. In fact, many weapons and equipment left over from the era of mythology were engraved with divine patterns, and these weapons and equipment could display incredible power. Unfortunately, no legacies for the Divine Engraver subclass had ever been found. Despite all the effort the Greater God's domain's various powers had put into researching the subclass, the most players could do thus far was engrave some fragmented and rudimentary divine patterns. However, even if a player only knew how to engrave half-baked divine patterns, they would still be highly valued and respected by the various conglomerates and apex powers. The influence they could enjoy would also be dozens of times greater than forgers and alchemists. In fact, these divine engravers were so highly sought after that there was a past instance where two apex powers had devastated an entire realm for the sake of one. In the end, only after the Seven Luminaries Alliance had stepped forward to mediate the situation did the two apex powers cease their actions. It should be known that these so-called divine engravers hadn't truly learned the art of engraving divine patterns. They only learned how to draw fragmented and rudimentary divine patterns via bits and pieces of knowledge from ancient god legacies. Even so, they already enjoyed such incredible influence in the Greater God's domain. Yet now the Book of Eternity before Shi Feng recorded a complete divine engraver legacy. If news of this got out, it would absolutely shake the entire Greater God's domain. It might even cause all apex powers to act. After all, divine engravers had the technique to strengthen all objects. So long as they could possess such a technique, becoming the second Seven Luminaries Alliance wouldn't be a dream. No wonder the Books of Eternity can create transcendental powers in the Greater God's domain, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the tablet in his palm. But the cost of one God crystal per learning opportunity. The rarity of God crystals was no less than that of fragmented legendary items. In addition, many fragmented legendary items required God crystals to repair. Yet there was no stable source of God crystals in God's domain. If Shi Feng had to name a place that players could get God crystals from somewhat reliably in the Greater God's domain, it would have to be the various divine ruins found in the Endless Void. However, these divine ruins were occupied by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers. Ordinary players couldn't even get near them, let alone hunt for God crystals in them. Meanwhile, players weren't guaranteed to become a divine engraver on their first attempt at inheriting the legacy. There were two reasons the divine engraver subclass was regarded as a mythological class. Firstly, it was because there were no known legacies available for the subclass. Players couldn't learn how to become a divine engraver even if they wanted to become one. Secondly, it was because of the divine engraver subclass's uniqueness. It wasn't like other subclasses that could be gained simply by paying money to an NPC instructor and learning some basic knowledge. Instead, the divine engraver subclass was similar to the magician subclass, where players could only become a magician after drawing a complete magic array. In the divine engraver subclass's case, players could only become one after successfully engraving a complete divine pattern. Meanwhile, the difficulty of engraving divine patterns was much greater than drawing magic arrays. From an outsider's perspective, when a divine engraver was engraving a divine pattern onto an object, it would only seem like the divine engraver was engraving a bunch of incomprehensible patterns on the object. However, in reality, the divine engraver was restructuring the object itself to achieve the desired effects. The difficulty of such a feat went without saying, and it wasn't a process players could learn how to do after watching only one or two demonstrations. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and took a god crystal out of his bag. Then he chose to start inheriting the divine engraver legacy. While the cost of learning to become a divine engraver was high, so long as he succeeded, he could easily recoup his investment and more. Once the god crystal in Shi Feng's hand disappeared, the red obsidian tablet in his other hand glowed. Then, images and information began flooding Shi Feng's mind. In less than 10 minutes, all basic information on the divine engraver subclass was crammed into Shi Feng's mind, and Shi Feng couldn't help but be amazed by what he had just learned. As expected of a proper legacy, it actually goes into such detail on divine patterns. It's definitely worth the God crystal I paid. Shi Feng was in awe as he looked at the Book of Eternity. Although he had only learned one set of basic divine patterns, which was the basic strengthening pattern, it was still drastically superior to the various divine patterns he had collected during his previous life. During his previous life, the divine patterns he collected were all fragments. Even when he engraved them onto items, the divine patterns only strengthened the item's basic attributes by no more than 5%. However, the basic strengthening pattern could increase the basic attributes of fragmented legendary items and below by 10%. A 10% increase in basic attributes might not seem like much, but it would be no different than increasing the quality of one's weapons and equipment by half a rank. The basic strengthening pattern could let dark gold items have basic attributes close to rivaling epic items, and epic items have basic attributes close to rivaling fragmented legendary items. This was a significant improvement. Fragmented legendary items were hard to come by, even for apex powers, not only because monsters rarely dropped them, but also because there were very few players who could manufacture them. This situation led to epic items dominating the market. Yet now, the basic strengthening pattern could let epic items have basic attributes close to rivaling fragmented legendary items and increase the basic attributes of players by half a rank. If this improvement was extended to all players in a power, the increase in said power's overall strength would be noteworthy immediately. Shi Feng took out Blasphemer, which had fallen into disuse, from his bag along with a piece of 7 luminaries crystal. Then he began engraving the basic strengthening pattern on Blasphemer using the crystal. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 3341, Chapter 415, Extrasensory, Chapter 3341, Chapter 415, Extrasensory, Chapter 3341, Chapter 415, Extrasensory. TL Notes. Era of Mythology, Mythical Era, Mythological Class, Mythical Class. The basic strengthening pattern was composed of 3 different divine patterns: the basic structural analysis pattern, the basic structural remodeling pattern, and the basic structural solidification pattern. These 3 patterns were the basics of basics among divine patterns, and only after grasping these 3 basic patterns could one be considered a basic apprentice divine engraver. Shi Feng had done plenty of research into divine patterns during his previous life, and even experienced engraving divine patterns. So, he wasn't a stranger to engraving divine patterns. In only a moment, Shi Feng smelted the 7 luminaries crystal needed to engrave the divine pattern into incomparably rich mana. Then he poured this mana directly onto Blasphemer. The reason divine patterns were given the divine label was that gods were the first existences to use them. Gods possessed mana far beyond the reach of the human race. No matter how powerful a mana body a human managed to create, they still couldn't gain mana rivaling gods. This remained true even after humans reached Tier 6. The main reason was that the mana of gods was of a higher purity than even the mana contained in 7 luminaries crystals. And since one needed mana rivaling the gods to engrave divine patterns, humans couldn't use their own mana to engrave divine patterns. Instead, they needed to find alternative sources of mana. Meanwhile, 7 luminaries crystals were one of the main alternative sources humans used to engrave divine patterns. The only problem with this solution was that engraving divine patterns consumed a lot of mana. By the time Shi Feng finished engraving the 3 divine patterns, he had expended a total of 70 units of 7 luminaries crystal, with the basic structural analysis pattern costing 10 units, the basic structural remodeling pattern costing 20 units, and the basic structural solidification pattern costing 40 units. The mana cost doubled with every divine pattern he tried to add to Blasphemer. This was an exorbitant mana cost, and it was only made worse by the fact that he wasn't guaranteed success when engraving divine patterns, as evidenced by how he had met with failure when he tried to engrave the basic structural solidification pattern. According to historical records, this ridiculous cost was also why, even during the era of mythology, few people had become divine engravers. Without sufficient financial strength and resources, it was simply impossible for one to become a divine engraver. After his failed attempt, Shi Feng continued trying to engrave the basic strengthening pattern. Before an hour passed, Shi Feng had already failed 20 attempts, and as he would always fail on the final step, which was the basic structural solidification pattern, he had lost a total of 3,400 units of 7 luminaries crystal thus far. Even hegemonic powers would flinch at this price. After all, this was only the cost of enhancing one weapon by 10% of its basic attributes. Moreover, he hadn't even succeeded in enhancing Blasphemer yet. Thankfully, I have the 7 luminaries crystals I got from Dira. Otherwise, there's no way I can afford to become a divine engraver with only one primal ore vein. Shi Feng wryly smiled as he looked at the remains of the 7 luminaries crystals he had expended on the ground. The average hegemonic power in the greater god's domain only earned several thousand units of 7 luminaries crystal per day. It wouldn't take Shi Feng more than a few hours to spend them all. Meanwhile, this was before Shi Feng had even become an apprentice divine engraver. Once he officially became an apprentice divine engraver or even a divine engraver, the rate at which he expended 7 luminaries crystal would most likely go beyond the ability of hegemonic powers to support. But why am I still failing at structural solidification? I've even rewatched the demonstration and made sure every step I take is correct. Shi Feng was confused as he looked at the longsword in his hand. Could there be something wrong with my structural analysis and remodeling? Shi Feng was not new to drawing and engraving divine patterns. On the contrary, he was quite confident in engraving basic divine patterns. Otherwise, he wouldn't have decided to become a divine engraver, even if he did have a complete legacy for the subclass. After all, the cost of becoming a divine engraver wasn't something he could just shrug off. Yet he had failed 20 times in a row. The success rate he faced now was even lower than what he had to deal with during his previous life. Should I use another one? Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder if he should watch the Divine Engraver Legacies foundational demonstrations again. God crystals were currently one of his trump cards. Previously, he had already expended several God crystals to fight against the Paimon Conglomerate's army. Later on, he expended some more God crystals to repair the Abyss Workshop certification. After deducting the 2 God crystals he had spent on inheriting the Divine Engraver Legacy, he only had 20 God crystals remaining. God crystals were not easy to come by, so every time he inherited the Divine Engraver Legacy would be one less trump card available for him. Rather than having more trump cards, becoming a Divine Engraver is a greater priority right now. After considering the matter, Shi Feng ultimately decided to expend one more God crystal. Having the strength to combat Tier 6 players might be important, but its significance paled compared to becoming a divine engraver. After all, even if he could fight against Tier 6 players, he was still only one person. However, if he became a bona fide divine engraver, he would have the ability to create a group of Tier 6 combatants. Subsequently, the Book of Eternity glowed, and the Divine Engraver Legacy's foundational information flooded Shi Feng's mind once more. This time, Shi Feng did not try to process all of the demonstrations shown to him. Instead, he focused solely on the demonstration of structural analysis. He carefully watched how the demonstrator conducted structural analysis, taking note of even the mana fluctuations. Shi Feng had engraved many divine patterns during his previous life. Although he had encountered many failures, he also had some successes, which meant that there shouldn't be any major problems with his structural solidification. In that case, something must have gone wrong in his structural analysis or remodeling. He had only been making exact copies of divine patterns he had found during his previous life. He had succeeded without ever doing any structural analysis. So it didn't make sense he would fail to succeed after executing a complete structural analysis. The demonstration was brief, but when Shi Feng focused, no secrets could hide from his Tier 6 concentration's detection. Sure enough, something is wrong with my structural analysis. The analysis method shown in the demonstration was ingenious. The demonstrator did not use mana to conduct the analysis. Instead, the demonstrator used their mental perception, which allowed the demonstrator to avoid influencing the structural operation with mana. Previously, Shi Feng had subjectively used the 7 luminaries crystals' mana to conduct structural analysis. However, The demonstrator used the 7 luminaries crystals mana only to engrave the basic structural analysis pattern. Then the demonstrator relied on the divine pattern to strengthen their mental perception's analysis of the target item's mana structure. After verifying that his previous failures were his own fault, Shi Feng started using his mental perception to analyze Blasphemer's mana structure. First attempt, second attempt, third attempt. Shi Feng made numerous attempts to accomplish mental perception through the divine pattern he drew. Although he was met with consecutive failures, each failed attempt increased his proficiency. After spending 8 hours and several tens of thousands of units of 7 luminaries crystal, Shi Feng could conduct structural analysis almost instinctively. He could almost instantly understand the mana structure and operation of items. Meanwhile, after analyzing Blasphemer's mana structure, Shi Feng remodeled it before solidifying it. Then, as soon as he finished doing so, a complete set of divine patterns appeared on Blasphemer. Did I achieve extrasensory? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt himself as he looked at the longsword in his hand. Chapter 3342, Chapter 416, The Last Sword Saint, Chapter 3342, Chapter 416, The Last Sword Saint, Chapter 416, The Last Sword Saint. TL Notes. Fixed an error in Chapter 414 original. However, the basic strengthening pattern could increase the basic attributes of fragmented legendary items and below by 10%. Edited. However, the basic strengthening pattern could increase the basic attributes of items beneath the fragmented legendary rank by 10%. The extrasensory realm. This was a hurdle that countless geniuses and paragons in the greater God's domain could never cross. It was also typically known as the beyond domain realm by most people. Upon reaching the extrasensory realm, players would no longer be limited to simply perceiving everything around them. Instead, they could also use everything around them to their own benefit. They could even foresee the future to some extent. I did it? Just like that? At this time, Shi Feng was in disbelief as he looked at everything around him. It felt as if he had just opened the door to a new world. During his previous life, Shi Feng was always stuck at the third step of the domain realm, and it was only by virtue of his fortuitous encounters and special tools that he could traverse the greater God's domain without worry. He was a lot worse than experts who relied solely on their combat standards to reach the greater God's domain's apex. However, because of the Divine Engraver subclass, he had finally crossed that threshold and entered a whole new realm. Now that he had reached the extrasensory realm, he had a firm grasp of all the movements around him and could also picture the flow of mana in the room with perfect clarity. Thanks to this detailed knowledge, he could predict even the trajectories of the bugs flying in the room. With a flick of his finger, Shi Feng struck down a flying bug with an air bullet. From a third person's perspective, it looked like the bug had taken the initiative to fly toward the air bullet. Moreover, after the air bullet struck the bug, said bug struck another flying bug trying to avoid it, and this situation repeated one time after another in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so bugs flying in the room collided and fell to the floor. So this is the extrasensory realm? No wonder I could never reach it in the past. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the dazed bugs on the floor. If, before he reached the extrasensory realm, his perception of the world was described to be limited to 2 dimensions, his perception had now expanded to include a 3rd dimension. This allowed him to do combat using 3 dimensions instead of just 2, which drastically increased the possibilities he could accomplish in battle. Before Shi Feng could conduct further research on the extrasensory realm, he suddenly received a call. "Good news, Brother Blackflame," Desolate Fury excitedly said through the video call. "La Roja found us a great deal so long as we can complete this next commission. We'll have enough fragments to exchange a return talisman." That generous. Shi Feng was a little surprised by the news. After learning a bit about the Holy Realm situation, Shi Feng already knew that God crystal fragments were very hard to come by. Even players as strong as Cross and La Roja couldn't earn more than 10 fragments a day through raiding party dungeons. Meanwhile, although commissions were a much more lucrative source of God crystal fragments, players would already be very lucky if they could earn 10 fragments per commission. It should be known that Saint camps were established by players. So, all commissions found in a saint camp came from players rather than NPCs, and there was no way players would be as generous as NPCs. Yet, according to Desolate Fury, the commission La Roja found could let each of them earn enough fragments to purchase a return talisman. In other words, each of them stood to earn at least 100 god crystal fragments. Very few people in the saint camp could afford to pay such a lucrative reward for a single commission. Anyway, just come. If we're late, someone else might snatch it away, Desolate Fury said before hurriedly disconnecting the call and sending Shi Feng the meeting point's coordinates. When Shi Feng looked out the window, he saw that the sky outside had already started to brighten. Before he realized it, a night had gone by. Immediately, Shi Feng put the Book of Eternity into his bag and left for the meeting point. Although Shi Feng had already become a basic apprentice divine engraver, it still wasn't enough for him to make a living in the Holy Realm. A basic apprentice divine engraver could only learn basic divine patterns whose effects were limited to epic items and below. When Shi Feng walked down the St. Camp's streets in the early morning, he saw that even the players sleeping on the street were equipped with several fragmented legendary items. So it was no exaggeration to say that epic items were useless to the Holy Realm's players. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng wished to strengthen fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, he would have to become an official divine engraver according to the Book of Eternity. However, to become a divine engraver, he would need to learn how to engrave a set of intermediate divine patterns, and exchanging for a set of intermediate divine patterns from the Book of Eternity would cost him at least 50 god crystals. God crystals were incredibly rare even in the Holy Realm. Typically, god crystals would only drop as loot in 20-man team dungeons or above, so players operating solo or in parties shouldn't think of getting their hands on god crystals. Moreover, even when player teams got their hands on a god crystal, they would never choose to sell it. God crystals could be used to repair fragmented legendary items. Even if some fragmented legendary items would not reach the legendary rank after getting repaired, a complete fragmented legendary item would still be much stronger than an incomplete one. Most people who got their hands on god crystals would usually use their god crystals to strengthen themselves instead of selling them for a profit. Fortunately, Shi Feng had the Seven Luminaries Codex. Even if he wasn't a great Grandmaster alchemist, he could still convert 100 god crystal fragments into one god crystal using omni-refinement. If Shi Feng wanted to learn a set of intermediate divine patterns from the Book of Eternity, all he needed to do was collect enough god crystal fragments. After walking along the St. Camp's main street for roughly 20 minutes, Shi Feng arrived at the coordinates Desolate Fury sent him, and it would seem that the meeting took place in an underground ruin. The entire St. Camp was built atop the ruins of a city, although players had continuously modified the camp. The underground ruins remained mostly untouched. Many of these underground ruins had even become private gathering spots for the various powers. The underground ruin Shi Feng arrived in was the size of roughly 3 basketball courts. The ruin was enveloped by a magic barrier that prevented those on the outside from seeing and hearing whatever was taking place inside, while providing those on the inside an unobstructed view of the outside. At this time, several dozen players were already gathered in this underground ruin. All of these players were at level 139 or above, and many were experts fully clad in fragmented legendary items. Many of these experts were comparable to the likes of Cross and La Roja in terms of combat standards, and over a dozen experts were clearly superior to Cross and La Roja. Theft is never good. Try looking at me. You're finally here, brother, Black Flame. When Desolate Fury saw Shi Feng stepping into the barrier, he pointed at one of the 2 people talking to La Roja and said, "Let me introduce you. This man here is Amber Soul, an acquaintance of La Roja. It is all thanks to Brother Amber that we are even qualified to take on the commission this time." Hearing Desolate Fury introducing him, the young man speaking to La Roja shyly nodded at Shi Feng. "Amber Soul?" When Shi Feng saw the young man's face, memories from his previous life promptly surfaced in his mind. Amber Soul, the last Sword Saint acknowledged by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Typically, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would add a prefix when awarding Sword Saint titles to players. A few examples would be the Silver Sword Saint, the Heavenly Sword Saint, etc. However, the title Amber Soul received was just a plain and simple Sword Saint. Before Amber Soul came around, the Sword Saint title was also one that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had not granted to anybody for several eras. Meanwhile, it was extraordinarily difficult for a swordsman to receive the Sword Saint title from the Alliance. This was because the condition to obtain it was for a Tier 5 swordsman to slay a Tier 6 god. Before Amber Soul came about, it had already been several centuries since anybody had accomplished this feat. Unfortunately, just when everyone thought Amber Soul would reach Tier 6 and stir up an entire era, he suddenly vanished. Then, following his disappearance, Amber Soul became revered as the last sword saint of the era. While Shi Feng was recalling Amber Soul's legacy, the young female swordsman standing next to Amber Soul suddenly looked at Shi Feng and said, "Black Flame, is it? So, you're the guy who Big Sis LaRosia mentioned." Chapter 3343, Chapter 4417, Contention Between Swordsmen. Chapter 3343, Chapter 4417, Contention Between Swordsmen. Chapter 4417, Contention Between Swordsmen. The young female swordsman was clad in an 8-piece fragmented legendary equipment set. By the looks of the set, it also seemed customized to fit the wearer, aside from the fragmented legendary equipment set. There was a crystalline longsword with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing hanging by the girl's waist, the weapon emitting a glow unique to legendary weapons, combined with her delicate figure and stunning appearance that overshadowed even LaRosia. The girl instantly became the center of attention in the room as soon as she spoke, although the words that came out of the female swordsman's mouth were words of inquiry. Her tone carried hints of arrogance that displeased LaRosia a little. However, despite her displeasure, LaRosia dared not say anything about it. This was because the female swordsman was not only extraordinary in strength, but also in origins. Find the original at me. The little princess of the Platinum Realm's dragon tongue conglomerate, Cheng Xin. The Platinum Realm was comparable to the Dragon Mountain Realm, and the dragon tongue conglomerate was existence on par with the galaxy conglomerate. Hence, even in the Holy Realm, few people dared to offend Cheng Xin. Cheng Xin, when Amber Soul heard the little princess's rude tone, he said, "You are behaving rudely to Big Sis LaRoja's friend upon getting reprimanded by Amber Soul." Cheng Xin stuck out her tongue and said, "It's just that I find him strange." Pausing, Cheng Xin took a moment to scrutinize Shi Feng's inconspicuous appearance before continuing, "I've met many geniuses on the Luminous Glory list, but none look like him. I can't feel any aura from him, and his movements show that he hasn't reached the 5th floor standard yet. Even his equipment is merely a damaged, fragmented, legendary ranked sacred armor. Can you blame me for doubting him if he looks like this? No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like he can defeat Ghost Hand. The commission this time is of utmost importance. What if we fail because of his lack of strength?" Upon hearing Cheng Xin's evaluation, the many experts present also looked at Shi Feng with curiosity and confusion. Everyone present had heard of the name of Black Flame. After all, that was a Luminous Glory expert they were talking about. Not to mention, it was rumored that Black Flame was responsible for killing the Dragon Mountain Realm's Ghost Hand previously. However, it was just as Cheng Xin said. Even though they had met with quite a few Luminous Glory experts before, none looked as inconspicuous as Shi Feng. In addition, Shi Feng wasn't even at the 5th floor standard, so they found it hard to imagine someone like Shi Feng could enter the Luminous Glory list and defeat a 5th floor expert like Ghost Hand. I can assure you that Guild Leader Black Flame has defeated Ghost Hand, Miss Cheng Xin. I was there at the time, LaRosia said with some apprehension. LaRosia wasn't familiar with Cheng Xin. She was only acquaintances with Amber Soul. It was also thanks to her connection with Amber Soul that she and her party could be invited to this commission. However, the final decision on whether her party could actually join the commission still depended on Cheng Xin, who was related to the commission's client. "I trust Big Sis LaRosia's words, Cheng Xin," Amber Soul said. "Brother Black Flame is a Luminous Glory expert who has gained the Seven Luminaries Alliance's acknowledgement. He is definitely qualified for the commission. Even if everything about him is true, He is only ranked 963rd on the Luminous Glory list. He is a far cry compared to you, Big Brother Amber, Cheng Xin said as she looked at Amber Soul in worship. But out of respect for you, I will talk to the client about him, Big Brother Amber. Don't get angry, Brother Black Flame, Desolate Fury quietly whispered to Shi Feng. That girl is the young lady of the Platinum Realm's Dragon Tongue conglomerate. We'll most likely have to suffer if we upset her. Shi Feng didn't say anything regarding Cheng Xin's comments. He was also aware of Cheng Xin's identity, as she was considerably famous in the Greater God's domain. In addition to being the Dragon Tongue conglomerate's little princess, Cheng Xin was also a peerless paragon, having become a 3-star mental strength grandmaster at a young age. During Shi Feng's previous life, Cheng Xin had even killed a Tier 6 god as a Tier 6 player. Although the current Cheng Xin was at Tier 4, she was already a 5th-floor expert. More importantly, she ranked 326th on the Luminous Glory list. In front of her, a 5th-floor expert like Ghost Hand wouldn't last more than a few moves. So, Shi Feng found it understandable that Cheng Xin would look down on someone ranked in the 900s. It didn't help that Amber Soul, someone ranked in the Luminous Glory list's top 300, was present to serve as a comparison. Shortly after Shi Feng arrived, a group of 3 people entered the underground ruin. Of these 3 people, one was an elegant, middle-aged man, one was a burly young man, and one was an old man carrying a bow and arrows. As soon as these 3 people appeared, everyone felt a strong pressure bearing down on them. You stubborn little girl, I already told you not to come, so why wouldn't you listen? The elegant, middle-aged man asked, as he glared at Cheng Xin. The operation this time is of utmost importance. This isn't a place where you youngsters should come to play. Disgruntled by the middle-aged man's words, Cheng Xin said, Who said I came here to play? I brought Big Brother Amber with me. We won't have any trouble stopping the Dragon Mountain Realm's younger generation. Cheng Xin dared not behave arrogantly in front of the elegant, middle-aged man. This was because the other party was Flint, an expert who used to rank among the Luminous Glory list's top 100 roughly 3 decades ago. At the same time, he was also one of the Dragon Tongue conglomerate's directors. As for the burly young man and bow-carrying old man, they were elders of the Dragon Tongue conglomerate. Both used to rank among the Luminous Glory list's top 500 during their younger days. With their current strength, they could easily beat up youngsters like her. Suit yourself, but be sure to run if you can't beat them, Flint said as he looked at Cheng Xin helplessly. I know. Cheng Xin smiled and nodded. Afterward, Flint walked up to the elevated platform in the underground ruin and swept his gaze across everyone in the room. Then he said, I am Flint, the client of the commission. All of you here are our camp's top-ranking experts. I don't need you all to do much. You just need to stop the mercenaries hired by the Dragon Mountain Realm's Heavenly God Corporation. Those mercenaries won't number more than 50. You can keep the loot of your kills, but I need you to stall them for 10 minutes. So long as you can do that, everyone will receive 100 God crystal fragments. There will also be a bonus for those who have made significant contributions. However, I also have to clarify that should you fail to stall them for 10 minutes, you won't receive any payment. Nobody present said anything about Flint's warning. This was usually how sketchy private commissions worked. Although such commissions didn't have any minimum payout, the returns for success were extremely high. The payout for one such commission could make up for several days' worth of normal commissions. After Flint made sure that nobody present had a problem, he used an advanced teleportation crystal to teleport everyone to the middle of a ruined city. Then he activated a Tier 5 isolation scroll to put everyone under stealth. After doing all of that, he had everyone hide in the surrounding buildings as they waited for their target to arrive. Roughly 20 minutes later, a caravan guarded by a 50-man team slowly made its way down the street, flanked by Flint's team. Target has appeared. Get ready. Chapter 3344. Chapter 418. Still not the strongest. Chapter 3344, Chapter 418. Still not the strongest. When Shi Feng saw that the Dragon Mountain Realms players were indeed escorting the approaching caravan, a smile appeared on his face. There were 50 players in the caravan, and everyone was equipped with a fragmented legendary equipment set. Some of these players were even equipped with legendary equipment, and one such player was Ghost Hand. At this time, Ghost Hand was still at level 140. It hadn't been more than a day since Shi Feng killed him, so it was obvious that Ghost Hand had indeed negated the death penalty with a substitution tool. "Can you four take care of Ghost Hand and the 3 people next to him?" Cheng Xin quietly asked Shi Feng after looking at the approaching caravan. If not for Amber Soul, Cheng Xin would have never agreed to let Shi Feng's group of 4 participate in the commission this time. It wouldn't have mattered that Shi Feng ranked 963rd on the Luminous Glory list. Experts on the Luminous Glory list could indeed be considered apex existences of their respective realms. However, it was a different story in the Holy Realm. While 5th floor experts weren't everywhere, there was still a significant number in the various saint camps. It was especially so for older generation 5th floor experts. If not for their age, these veteran 5th floor experts would have long occupied the entire Luminous Glory list, and most, if not all, of the rookie 5th floor experts would be pushed out of the list. "No problem," Shi Feng nonchalantly responded. "Just keep them busy for 10 minutes. Me and Big Brother Amber will take care of the older generation experts. So make sure Ghost Hand doesn't interrupt us," Cheng Xin said, displeased by Shi Feng's behavior. "If they interrupt us, none of you should think of getting paid." "Don't worry, Ghost Hand's group won't get anywhere near you," Shi Feng affirmed. "Keep on boasting. Let's see how you'll beg for my help later." Cheng Xin smirked when she heard Shi Feng's confident reply. The 3 players walking next to Ghost Hand were at the pseudo-5th floor standard. While Leroya, Cross, and Desolate Fury might be powerful experts, they were still a ways off from matching pseudo-5th floor experts, so Shi Feng would essentially have to go against 1 5th floor expert and 3 pseudo-5th floor experts by himself. Shortly after Cheng Xin finished speaking, the caravan moved within 300 yards of the team. "Attack!" Flint shouted through the team chat. Although the Tier 5 isolation scroll could put up to 50 people under stealth, the effects of stealth would only work against 5th floor experts up to a certain distance. Within 300 yards, stealth would become useless against a 5th floor expert. So if they wanted to launch a sneak attack, the best time would be immediately after the caravan entered within 300 yards of them. Immediately. Everyone on Flint's team left their hiding spots and charged at the caravan, their speed catching the caravan's titled experts off guard. Only the caravan's 5th floor experts and pseudo-5th floor experts managed to react to the ambush right away. These suicidal bastards killed them. Of the 50 players on the Heavenly God Corporation's team, over 30 reacted to the ambush, promptly charging at the ambushing team's 5th floor experts and pseudo-5th floor experts, and ignoring the titled experts, as both sides were even on numbers. The 5th floor experts and pseudo-5th floor experts of both teams chose to fight on their own, and those who were extras targeted the titled experts. In the blink of an eye, numerous independent battles took place all over the street. There were 2 reasons these experts had chosen to fight independently. Firstly, experts of their caliber would rarely fight coordinated battles. Secondly, even if they fought in coordination, they would still have difficulty achieving a swift victory against opponents of the same combat standards. All they'd be doing was wasting time. So rather than working together, it'd be more efficient if they targeted the opponent's weaker links before tackling the 5th floor experts together afterward. The Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's ambush team clearly outnumbered the Heavenly God Corporation's team when it came to 5th floor experts and pseudo-5th floor experts, with the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's team having as many as 15 5th floor experts and 22 pseudo-5th floor experts. In comparison, although the Heavenly God Corporation's team had 24 pseudo-5th floor experts, it only had 12 5th floor experts. At the end of the day, 5th floor experts were stronger than pseudo-5th floor experts. 1 5th floor expert could easily keep 3 pseudo-5th floor experts busy. Moreover, the pseudo-5th floor experts would be at high risk of getting killed if they weren't careful. Because of this difference, it didn't take long before the Heavenly God Corporation's team fell into a rough spot. "It's not too late to retreat now, Old Kong," Flint excitedly said while waving his staff and bombarding a white-haired old man with countless fire blades. "Otherwise, once we have more hands on our side, None of you should think of escaping with your lives." The Heavenly God Corporation's team was far less prepared than they expected. The 2 extra fifth-floor experts on their side were more than enough to give them an insurmountable advantage. In fact, the 2 extra fifth-floor experts were already in the process of slaughtering the titled experts on the Heavenly God Corporation's team. "Do you think I've lived all these years in vain, Flint? Did you think I didn't expect you to ambush us?" the white-haired old man said, his expression remaining unfazed even when he saw the mercenaries he hired falling one after another. "You're the ones who are going to die here today. You and what army?" Flint looked at the white-haired old man with disdain in his eyes. He and the white-haired old man were evenly matched in combat standards, and neither had ever won a fight against the other. They were also the highest authority of their respective organizations in the Holy Realm, so they were fully aware of the cards each other possessed. Now that the Dragon Tongue conglomerates had 2 fifth-floor experts in excess, taking down the Heavenly God Corporation's team would be a piece of cake. In response to Flint's taunt, the white-haired old man suddenly smiled and said, "The illusory sea realm's hidden wind." Flint's expression instantly changed when he heard the white-haired old man's words. Then, with a look of horror, he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The Dragon Tongue conglomerate's team members were confused by Flint's sudden call for retreat. It was especially so for Cheng Xin, who was busy fighting against a veteran fifth-floor expert. After all, their team had an absolute advantage over the Heavenly God Corporation's team. It simply didn't make sense to retreat in this situation. However, before Cheng Xin and everyone else could make sense of Flint's command, a white-clad young man suddenly appeared above the street and quietly looked down on the battle beneath him. Hidden Wind, Cheng Xin's complexion, instantly paled when she saw the young man in the sky. Hidden Wind, the strongest player out of the illusory sea realm's younger generation. From a broad perspective, the illusory sea realm was evenly matched with the Dragon Mountain realm and the Platinum realm. However, Hidden Wind stood at a height that none of the younger paragons of the 3 realms could ever hope to reach. This was because Hidden Wind ranked 42nd on the Luminous Glory list. At the same time, he ranked among the top 10 of the Greater God's Domain's younger generation swordsmen. Before Cheng Xin could react any further, Hidden Wind unsheathed a bladeless sword and swung it. Then an extraordinary amount of mana fell on Cheng Xin, making her feel as if the sky was falling on her. At the same time, every fifth-floor expert on the battlefield felt a chill crawling down their back, their minds shouting that death was approaching. Crashing Moon. This was an exclusive absolute technique created by Hidden Wind via fusing 2 absolute techniques. And it was a gold combat technique that wasn't a gold combat technique. Chapter 3345, Chapter 419, Sword Saint's Might. Chapter 3345, Chapter 419, Sword Saint's Might, Chapter 419, Sword Saint's Might. When Hidden Wind executed his trademark Crashing Moon, Flint and the other experts from the Dragon Tongue conglomerate couldn't help but gasp. Incredible. As expected of an exclusive absolute technique that's close to matching gold combat techniques. Unlike the Dragon Tongue conglomerate's players, the white-haired old man from the Heavenly God Corporation was in awe when he saw the dense mana merging in the sky. The Holy Realm's mana was incredibly dense. It was so dense that not even the average fifth-floor expert with an epic mana body could influence it. On the contrary, they would be suppressed by the Holy Realm's mana, which prevented them from exhibiting the true strength of their skills and spells. Even combat techniques would be negatively affected. Yet now Hidden Wind was able to gather a tremendous amount of ambient mana to fuel his combat technique. This was simply unbelievable. I won't go down so easily. When Cheng Xin saw the torrent of mana crashing toward her, she promptly activated Infinite Space, the profound inheritance of her legendary sword Crying Space. Suddenly, the space in Cheng Xin's immediate surroundings started to turn blurry. It looked as if layers upon layers of barriers had just been erected around Cheng Xin, and these barriers weakened and deflected all of the attacks that collided with them. Boom! Following an explosion, Cheng Xin's HP decreased for the first time since the start of the ambush. Although Changxin lost less than 1/10 of her HP to Hidden Wind's attack, those familiar with Changxin were shocked by this outcome. Crying Space's infinite space could weaken and deflect all attacks. While infinite space was active, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Changxin was invincible among opponents of the same tier. Even Tier 5 experts would have difficulty harming her. Yet now, Hidden Wind managed to damage her. The difference in strength between both sides was clear as day. At this time, even Changxin herself was shocked. How is he so strong? Although Changxin had long known that the Luminous Glory list's top 100 was a major turning point, she didn't think that she, someone ranked 326th on the list, would be at a disadvantage even after using a legendary weapon's profound inheritance. While Changxin was in a daze, Hidden Wind moved within 20 yards of her and scrutinized her with a look of delight. "You have a good sword there. It's a pity you don't know how to use it." After saying so, Hidden Wind stabbed his bladeless sword in Changxin's direction. Subsequently, Changxin could be seen frantically defending against Hidden Wind's stabbing attacks with the help of infinite space. However, Changxin's infinite space was seemingly rendered useless as it could barely weaken Hidden Soul's attacks, let alone deflect them. Because of this, Changxin had no choice but to block the attack with her weapon, which resulted in her rapidly losing HP. When Changxin's HP fell below 50%, Amber Soul suddenly repulsed the 5th floor expert he was fighting and transformed into 3 copies of himself that appeared next to Hidden Wind. Then all 3 copies attacked Hidden Wind using 3 different exclusive absolute techniques. Out of these 3 exclusive absolute techniques, one had incredible raw power, one had astonishing attack frequency, and one had a constantly changing and unpredictable attack trajectory. Every one of these 3 techniques also had effects close to rivaling gold combat techniques. Upon seeing Amber Soul's actions, many of the surrounding 5th floor experts were dumbfounded. The feat of creating an exclusive absolute technique close to rivaling gold combat techniques was very challenging. Even in the case of older generation 5th floor experts, they could, at most, create 2 or 3 of such exclusive absolute techniques. Yet even though Amber Soul looked quite young, he had already come up with 3 exclusive absolute techniques. Meanwhile, as soon as Amber Soul executed his attacks, Hidden Soul promptly distanced himself from Changxin and Amber Soul, judging that he didn't have much of an advantage when going up against the 2 players simultaneously. No wonder the 7 Luminaries Alliance crowned him as a sword saint. I didn't think he would have already mastered 3 exclusive absolute techniques at such a young age. Shi Feng, who was busy keeping Ghost Hand's group of 4 at bay, was surprised when he saw Amber Soul pushing back Hidden Wind. Having more exclusive absolute techniques might not necessarily mean a player would have more combat power, but it did indicate how close they were to grasp a gold combat technique. Usually, players would be qualified to learn a gold combat technique once they had created 5 different exclusive absolute techniques. Moreover, they could have a considerable chance of succeeding. Seeing as Amber Soul had already created 3 exclusive absolute techniques, it shouldn't be long before he could start to learn a gold combat technique. Meanwhile, so long as he could learn a gold combat technique, most, if not all, of the experts on the Luminous Glory list would be nothing but a joke. At that time, even the various apex powers would have to respect him. While Shi Feng was awed by Amber Soul's astonishing talent, Ghost Hand finally entered a battle array with his 3 assassin buddies. Not only did the battle array increase their basic attributes, but it also linked their 5 senses together. "You're dead, Black Flame. You might have made a fool of me with your divine might last time, but it's my turn now. Let's see how you block my absolute technique this time," Ghost Hand said to Shi Feng as soon as he saw the battle array taking shape. The last time they fought, Ghost Hand failed to perceive Shi Feng's existence because of Shi Feng's divine might. Even his mental perception was fooled at the time, and as a result of his defeat, he became a laughingstock among his peers, and his status among the Dragon Mountain Realm's younger generation plummeted. However, now that Ghost Hand had access to the 5 senses of 3 other people, even if his mental perception failed him, he could still accurately determine Shi Feng's location and actions via their shared senses. Most importantly, with the battle array active, even if he suffered an attack from Shi Feng, his three allies could help to block Shi Feng's attack. This, in turn, would make his omni-rain flawless. Immediately, the area around Shi Feng started to weather, the phenomenon rapidly extending toward Shi Feng's location and threatening to erase him. A battle array is indeed a good counter to Divine Might's interference, Shi Feng said as he looked at the weathering phenomenon around him. Then his lips curled up slightly as he continued. Unfortunately, it is no longer useful against me. After saying so, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and executed Light Shadow at the four assassins. Chapter 3346, Chapter 420, you call this a bottom-ranked swordsman. Chapter 3346, Chapter 420, you call this a bottom-ranked swordsman. Chapter 420, you call this a bottom-ranked swordsman. TL notes, correcting Holy Realm to Holy World. When Shi Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night, all mana within a 1,000-yard radius began swarming toward Shi Feng. The shift in the ambient mana was so significant that it could even be felt from several blocks away. What a powerful mana surge! What is going on over there? A mana surge of such scale, could a world boss have respawned? When the exploration parties operating in the several neighboring streets sensed the restless mana around them, fear and curiosity filled their hearts. The Holy World's mana was extraordinarily dense. It was so dense that even Tier 4 Great Wizards were incapable of influencing the Holy World's ambient mana in the slightest. Typically, only Tier 5 world bosses could influence the Holy World's ambient mana. But even then, their influence could only extend up to several hundred yards away from themselves. Right now, though, they could clearly tell that the mana surge they were sensing originated from several blocks away. Whatever was causing this mana surge must be significantly stronger than any of the Tier 5 world bosses they knew. It should be known that the Holy World's Tier 5 world bosses were natural disasters. Even when the various conglomerates banded together, they would still have great difficulty taking down a Tier 5 world boss. Typically, it would take an entire Saint Camp's strength to raid a Tier 5 world boss. Unlike the exploration teams in the neighboring streets, the Heavenly God Corporations and the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's team members were currently standing in the middle of the mana surge, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. What's happening? This? Who is that person? When Flint and the white-haired old man looked to the center of the mana surge, they were shocked to find a person standing there. At this time, even though the person in question was doing nothing but holding up the longsword he wielded, all mana within a 1,000-yard radius gathered around the weapon to form a gigantic sword of mana. The gigantic sword was roughly 100 meters in length. Not only did it look like it had substance, but it also radiated an aura that caused the Holy World's stable space to shake wildly. Meanwhile, whether it was Flint or the white-haired old man, both had seen a similar phenomenon before. A saint! He's a saint? Ghost Hand and his subordinates were utterly dumbfounded as they looked at Shi Feng. A saint! If there was anyone who could influence the Holy World's mana on such a large scale, they would have to be saints. Saints were individuals who had reached the extreme in one aspect of the world laws. As a result, they possessed extraordinary control over mana, and even the Holy World's unbelievably dense mana could not resist their control. Previously, the reason everyone was shocked by Hidden Wind's ability to influence the Holy World's ambient mana wasn't just because it was a rare sight to see someone accomplishing such a feat in the Holy World. A bigger part of the reason was that they felt Hidden Wind was already close to reaching the realm of saints. Before Ghost Hand and his subordinates could recover from their shock, the gigantic sword started to cut apart space as it descended toward them. Although the gigantic sword looked clumsy, the speed of its descent was as if Shi Feng was swinging a normal-sized longsword. As a result, it was nigh impossible for Ghost Hand and his subordinates to move out of the gigantic sword's range in time, and all they could do was try to block the attack. Boom. Following an explosion, a fissure several dozen meters deep and over 1,000 meters long formed on the street. Meanwhile, Ghost Hand and his subordinates were nowhere to be seen. Not even their ashes remained after the attack, let alone their corpses. They're gone. Just like that? Cheng Jin couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the gigantic fissure that had just formed. Although Ghost Hand had never entered the Luminous Glory list, he was still one of the few fifth-floor experts in God's domain. In addition, he was already on par with Tier 5 experts regarding basic attributes. As a result, even Cheng Xin, someone ranked 326th on the Luminous Glory list, would need time to kill Ghost Hand. Previously, when Cheng Xin heard rumors mentioning that Shi Feng had slain Ghost Hand in one move, she felt that those rumors were overly exaggerated. Now, though, she no longer thought as such. On the contrary, she felt that Shi Feng's strength was much more ridiculous than how the rumors described him. Not only did Shi Feng just kill Ghost Hand in one move, but he also killed 3 pseudo-fifth-floor experts using the same attack. The might of Shi Feng's attack was stronger than even Hidden Wind's Crashing Moon, and it vaguely touched on the Tier 6 standard already. How was this supposed to be someone ranked 963rd on the Luminous Glory list? Incredible! A moment after Shi Feng killed Ghost Hand and his subordinates, Hidden Wind suddenly appeared before him with an excited look on his face. "I didn't think the Dragon Tongue conglomerate could recruit the help of a saint. Now, let me see just how powerful you saints actually are." As soon as Hidden Wind finished speaking, he promptly thrust his bladeless sword at Shi Feng, executing one of his exclusive absolute techniques. Different from Crashing Moon, the technique Hidden Wind used this time was like the wind, swift and erratic. It was a stark contrast to Crashing Moon, which relied on brute force to overwhelm his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Hidden Wind had executed over 100 thrusts, giving Shi Feng no opportunities to execute the attack he used against Ghost Hand. It looks like Hidden Wind is being very cautious. Can you blame him? He's going up against a saint. Any saint can easily rank within the Luminous Glory list's top 30, while Hidden Wind only came in 42nd a few months ago. Although he has made some significant improvements after entering the Holy World, whether he can defeat a saint remains to be seen. When everyone saw Hidden Wind using a different exclusive absolute technique, some felt that Hidden Wind was being overly cautious, while some eagerly looked forward to the outcome of the two's battle. The attack Shi Feng previously used against Ghost Hand had a relatively long preparation time but mind-blowing power. It also had a large range, making it impossible to dodge. However, the technique Hidden Wind was currently executing was a perfect counter to Shi Feng's attack. So long as Shi Feng dared to use the same attack, Hidden Wind would instantly turn him into a beehive with his rapid and unpredictable attacks. When Shi Feng saw the numerous rapid attacks with constantly changing trajectories, he did not choose to use Light Shadow as he did against Ghost Hand. Instead, he leaped into the air and executed a horizontal sweep in Hidden Wind's direction with the Winter of Eternal Night. Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. When Shi Feng first arrived in the Holy World, he was incapable of manipulating the Holy World's ambient mana in the slightest. However, after becoming a divine engraver and reaching the extrasensory realm, he understood how he could manipulate the Holy World's rich mana, which let him evolve the way he manipulated mana from 2 to 3 dimensions. This, in turn, allowed him to improve his mana technique qualitatively. Originally, the effects of his mana techniques were only at the Tier 4 standard. Now, he could exhibit effects at the Tier 5 standard. Although he had yet to reach the realm of saints in general, the Holy Annihilation mana technique he executed had already reached it. Chapter 3347, Chapter 421, Half-Step Divine Artifact. Chapter 3347, Chapter 421, Half-Step Divine Artifact. Chapter 3347, Chapter 421, Half-Step Divine Artifact. When Shi Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night, it was as if time had become frozen. All mana fluctuations occurring in the area ceased to exist, and even the wind had stopped blowing. Originally, well over 100 attacks could be seen targeting Shi Feng. Now, though only one bladeless sword could be seen clashing with the Winter of Eternal Night, the collision of weapons did not result in an intense reaction as everyone expected. There was no loud explosion or powerful shockwave following the collision. Instead, all that followed was a crisp sound of metal colliding. Immediately afterward, everyone saw Hidden Wind getting sent flying backward like a cannonball. Even when his feet made contact with the ground, he stumbled dozens of steps before he could steady his figure. In addition, the hand that wielded the bladeless sword trembled uncontrollably, and over 1/3 of his previously full HP bar was missing. How is this possible? The white-haired old man from the Heavenly God Corporation was greatly shocked when he saw Hidden Wind losing over 1/3 of his HP. The old man was well aware of Hidden Wind's strength and acknowledged it from the bottom of his heart. He also knew Hidden Wind's ultimate goal was to get into the Luminous Glory List's top 20. It was why Hidden Wind had constantly been training and seeking to challenge a bona fide saint. After all, anyone who managed to enter the Luminous Glory List's top 30 would already have the strength of a saint of the same level and tier. So, if Hidden Wind didn't have the strength to fight against a saint, he couldn't even get into the Luminous Glory List's top 30, let alone the top 20. However, the old man never thought there would still be such a huge gap between Hidden Wind and an actual saint. Not only did Shi Feng repulse Hidden Wind, but he had even taken more than 1/3 of Hidden Wind's HP with just one attack. In other words, Shi Feng would only need 3 attacks to kill Hidden Wind. Moreover, they didn't even need to be direct hits. It should be known that Hidden Wind already ranked 42nd on the Luminous Glory List several months ago. After entering the Holy World, Hidden Wind fought numerous battles, large and small. He also clashed with many older generation monsters, and not once had he suffered defeat. Because of his constant fighting, Hidden Wind had been continuously growing stronger. At this point, many people even speculated that Hidden Wind was already strong enough to rank within the top 30. Yet, now, before the white-haired old man could recover from his shock, Shi Feng executed 2 more holy annihilations in quick succession, each one faster than the one before. However, although Shi Feng's attacks had sped up, Hidden Wind's defense also grew stronger and stronger. Even after blocking Shi Feng's 3rd holy annihilation, Hidden Wind remained alive, contrary to everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, seeing that he only had 1/5 of his HP left, Hidden Wind took out a Grandmaster regeneration potion and consumed it, instantly recovering all of his lost HP. Then, without hesitation, Hidden Wind activated a Tier 5 instantaneous movement scroll and vanished from everyone's sight. This turn of events dumbfounded everyone. This was the 42nd Luminous Glory expert they were talking about. Yet Hidden Wind had fled after receiving 3 blows from Shi Feng. "What should we do, Elder Kong?" A level 140 shield warrior from the Heavenly God Corporation asked the white-haired old man. The Heavenly God Corporation's team was originally at a numerical disadvantage already when it came to 5th floor experts. Now that Shi Feng had scared Hidden Wind, their trump card, away. How were they supposed to win this battle? "Everyone, retreat," Elder Kong shouted as he reluctantly glanced at the treasure chest on the caravan's carriage. However, after saying so, Elder Kong did not hesitate as he took out a Tier 5 instantaneous movement scroll and activated it, instantly reappearing several thousand yards away. "They're gone, just like that?" The bow-wielding old man from the Dragon Tongue conglomerate couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw the Heavenly God Corporation's team members fleeing. "What else can they do but retreat?" the muscular man standing next to the bow-wielding old man said jokingly. "We have a saint on our side. They'd have to be delusional if they think they beat us." "You're right." The bow-wielding old man chuckled. "But the young miss has really given us a big surprise this time. I didn't think she could get a saint of all people to help us. With such an expert on our side, Old Kong's defeat was inevitable." "It seems I'm going to have to interrogate that little girl," Flint said, nodding in agreement with the bow-wielding old man's words. He was truly frightened by Cheng Xin's capability. It might not be difficult to hire the help of a saint-ranked expert in the outside world, but it was a different story in the Holy World. Even getting to know a saint here was incredibly difficult, let alone hiring the services of one. Unfortunately, Cheng Xin was equally stunned by this situation, particularly when she heard Flint asking her about Shi Feng's origins and how she became acquainted with him. She couldn't help but want to dig a hole to hide in. As for Amber Soul, he wore a look of reverence as he sought guidance from Shi Feng. Meanwhile, when Flint and the others learned about the whole situation from Cheng Xin, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had hired a saint with only a meager sum of 100 God crystal fragments. If the Heavenly God Corporation's people were to learn of this, they'd probably get a heart attack. After learning about the situation from Cheng Xin, Flint hurriedly approached Shi Feng and respectfully said, "Thank you for your help, Guild Leader Black Flame. If not for you, the Dragon Tongue conglomerate would have suffered a huge loss this time." At this time, Flint's previous domineering and arrogant attitude was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he behaved as if he was conversing with a senior when talking to Shi Feng. However, none of the surrounding experts found Flint's sudden change in behavior surprising. Saints were big shots no matter the place, and it was even more so inside the holy world. "You exaggerate, Commander Flint," Shi Feng said, remaining calm even in the face of Flint's respectful attitude. "It was a fair trade, not to mention. Even if I didn't repel Hidden Wind, you could have still retreated with 0 casualties easily." No. Flint shook his head and explained, "You might not know this, but the cargo the Heavenly God Corporation is transporting this time actually belongs to the Dragon Tongue conglomerate. It is just that they stole it from us some time ago, so it would have still been a loss for us even if we did safely retreat." "It's your cargo?" Shi Feng couldn't help but turn to look at the large treasure chest on the carriage when he heard Flint's words. Items that required carriages to transport were typically non-bag space items. However, Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that any non-bag space item could get 2 powerful organizations to go all out. The Heavenly God Corporation had even recruited the assistance of an expert like Hidden Wind. Yes. Flint nodded. "This isn't much of a secret, but a replica divine artifact is inside that treasure chest. Or, more specifically, it is an item that is half a step from becoming a divine artifact." "A half-step divine artifact?" Shi Feng was surprised. "Are you sure it's fine to share this information?" Divine artifacts were priceless treasures in the greater God's domain. Any Tier 6 player wielding a divine artifact would be strong enough to fight ancient gods. Meanwhile, many conglomerates and apex powers had ceased to exist on their journey to obtain a divine artifact. A half-step divine artifact might not be comparable to an actual divine artifact, but it was still the closest thing to a real one. It was enough to get the various apex powers to bet their continued existence over it. Yet, Flint had shared this information without hesitation. This isn't a secret among the Holy World's conglomerates. "You'll understand once you see it," Flint said, chuckling as he led Shi Feng over to the treasure chest. "Uncle Flint?" Cheng Xin couldn't help but be surprised when she saw what Flint was trying to do. "Isn't this inappropriate?" The item inside the treasure chest might not be a secret to the Holy World's conglomerates, but it was a massive secret to the average player. Normally, Flint wouldn't even let her touch that item. Yet, now, he was eagerly inviting Shi Feng to research it. "What are you getting anxious for?" "I'm just letting Brother Black Flame take a look. We're not going to lose anything from it," Flint said as he rolled his eyes at Cheng Xin. Chapter 3348, Chapter 422, Zero Wings End. Chapter 3348, Chapter 422, Zero Wings End. Chapter 422, Zero Wings End. Upon seeing Flint take out a pair of purple gold gauntlets from the treasure chest, Shi Feng was immediately stunned. These are the Eternity Gauntlets. The 6 great divine sets were famous throughout the greater God's domain, and almost everyone knew about them. During Shi Feng's previous life, the Eternity set that the Galaxy Conglomerate sought to find was one of these 6 great divine sets. Unfortunately, the Galaxy Conglomerate eventually concluded its search in failure, and Shi Feng had never heard of any power ever successfully obtaining the Eternity set. Yet, now, the gauntlets of the Eternity set were right before his eyes. However, after Shi Feng inspected the Eternity Gauntlet's information, his initial excitement quickly died down. The Eternity Gauntlets before him were indeed the real deal. However, they could also be considered fake in a sense. Eternity Gauntlets replica, damaged item, fragmented divine artifact, equipment requirement unknown, attributes unknown, non-bag space item. Collect 100 eternal stones to transform the Eternity Gauntlets into a divine artifact. The Eternity set will become unique when all 6 set pieces are collected. All 6 set pieces must be at the divine artifact rank. From what Shi Feng gathered, The so-called Eternity Set was, in reality, a collection of replicas. However, so long as one could gather the replicas of all 6 set pieces and upgrade them to the Divine Artifact rank, the replicas would become the real Eternity Set. However, the conditions to accomplish all of this were incredibly harsh. Firstly, eternal stones were extraordinarily rare and precious in the Holy World. Just collecting 600 eternal stones was already a massive undertaking. Secondly, one would need to collect the 6 set pieces and transform them ahead of everyone else. Otherwise, if someone else had managed to do so first, all of one's efforts would have been for naught. This was because so long as someone managed to complete a Divine Artifact-ranked replica Eternity Set, the set would become unique. At that time, all other replicas would become useless. To make matters worse, the Eternity Set pieces were non-bag space items, and there were no NPC warehouses in the Holy World. This meant that players did not have a place that was truly safe to store the Eternity Set pieces they had collected, and it was entirely possible for any resolved player or power to steal them. It was no wonder the Dragon Tongue conglomerate had lost its Eternity Gauntlets to the Heavenly God Corporation previously. As you can see, Brother Black Flame, while the Eternity Gauntlets are precious, they can also be considered worthless, Flint said, as he put the Eternity Gauntlets back into the treasure chest. "What do you suggest, Commander Flint?" Shi Feng asked, failing to understand why Flint would tell him all of this. He also doubted that Flint would show him the Eternity Gauntlets for no reason. The Dragon Tongue conglomerate plans to open a large warehouse to store these things. However, player-operated warehouses aren't exactly safe, even if it is opened inside a Saint camp. "So, we hope to have enough strength to protect our warehouse," Flint said. "I have nothing to say about your strength, Brother Black Flame. On behalf of the Dragon Tongue conglomerate, I invite you to participate in this venture, Brother Black Flame, in exchange for 10% of the warehouse's shares. All we need you to do is periodically protect the warehouse. You won't need to constantly guard the warehouse or bother yourself with its management. And in the eventuality that something gets stolen, we will pay you an additional fee to help us recover the stolen items. What do you think, Brother Black Flame?" As soon as Flint finished speaking, Cross, LaRosia, and Desolate Fury, who stood behind Shi Feng, gaped in shock. The Platinum Realm's Dragon Tongue conglomerate. They were talking about an existence comparable to the Starlight Realm's galaxy conglomerate here. Yet now, the Dragon Tongue conglomerate was taking the initiative to invite Shi Feng to a joint venture. Moreover, the conglomerate was offering 10% of its warehouse's shares to Shi Feng. This situation was both unbelievable and incredibly enviable. The real estate of Saint Camps was highly valuable and outside the reach of ordinary powers. Typically, only the various conglomerates could purchase land in a Saint Camp. Meanwhile, in the Holy World, players could die at any time, so there was no protection for the items in their bags. Because of this, players would usually store their valuable belongings in the warehouses established by the various powers. That way they wouldn't have to worry about losing something important should they die. However, the various powers charged an exorbitant fee to use their warehouse's services. At a minimum, players would have to pay 10 God Crystal Fragments for 100 bag space slots and 10 non-bag space slots for 10 days. That was equivalent to spending 1 God Crystal Fragment per day for storage. Meanwhile, the stronger a power was, the higher the fee it would charge, since it could offer more secure storage services with the Dragon Tongue conglomerate's strength. So long as it established a warehouse, players would flood to store their items there. It wouldn't even be strange to see thousands of players going to store their items in the conglomerate's warehouse. That was equivalent to a daily income of several thousand God Crystal Fragments. With 10% of the warehouse's shares, Shi Feng could receive several hundred God Crystal Fragments per day. Moreover, this would only be the warehouse's initial income. So long as the Dragon Tongue conglomerate could prove the safety of its warehouse, many more people would look to store their items there. At that time, it wouldn't even be strange if Shi Feng could make several thousand God Crystal Fragments per day. Aside from the various conglomerates, not even the Holy World's upper-ranking hegemonic powers could make several thousand God Crystal Fragments per day. Yet the Dragon Tongue conglomerate was offering up such a potential income to Shi Feng for conditions that were incredibly lax and very much in Shi Feng's favor. It was obvious that the Dragon Tongue conglomerate was adamant about roping Shi Feng to their side. Shi Feng naturally wouldn't turn down Flint's offer. After all, it was a fact that he needed a large amount of God crystal fragments. Moreover, he didn't have to invest much time and effort in this endeavor. As the Dragon Tongue conglomerate could take care of most problems with its deterrence, he would only be needed to help out with fights occasionally. The rest of the time he could spend doing his own things. After Shi Feng signed a contract with Flint and returned to the Saint Camp, the Dragon Tongue conglomerate promptly started constructing a large warehouse on the Saint Camp's main street. Meanwhile, a few hours after the warehouse's construction was completed, more than 2,000 players had already used the warehouse's services. At this rate, the warehouse could probably see over 5,000 players using its services by the end of the day. In other words, Shi Feng could stand to make over 5,000 God crystal fragments on the warehouse's opening day. If converted to God crystals, he would already have enough to exchange a set of intermediate divine patterns. However, Shi Feng did not plan to wait for the Dragon Tongue conglomerate to tally up today's earnings. Instead, he, Cross, Larohia, and Desolate Fury chose to use a return talisman to go offline. After all, he had already stayed online for many days, and he had many things he needed to take care of in the real world. Inside a room on the God's Domain Association's 600th floor, the hatch of the gaming cabin in the room slowly opened. When Shi Feng pulled his tired body out of the cabin's life support system promptly started giving him warning sounds, indicating that the life support system had already reached a critical value and needed to be replenished urgently. Indeed, quite a lot of time has passed. After glancing at his missed calls and unread messages, Shi Feng found that many were from several days ago. However, as he was trapped in the space-time storm at the time, he was thoroughly isolated from the outside world, and even the time flow he experienced was affected. Immediately, Shi Feng started reading through the messages Hidden Soul sent him, his expression quickly darkening. The first few messages Hidden Soul sent arrived shortly after Shi Feng logged back into God's domain. Meanwhile, the messages were to inform him that the Paimon conglomerate's Dira had his immortal soul annihilated, and he could no longer log into God's domain for the rest of his life. The Divine Seal Saint exploded into a fury over this matter, and it was rumored that even the Paimon conglomerate's helmsman was scared into submission. Following the news of Dira's permanent departure from God's domain, a piece of shocking news came from the God's Domain Association. A bounty for all of Zero Wing's members had appeared on the God's Domain Association's public bounty list, and the rewards offered were unbelievably lucrative. Chapter 3349, Chapter 423, Extravagant Reinforcements. Chapter 3349, Chapter 423, Extravagant Reinforcements. Chapter 423, Extravagant Reinforcements. How Generous of the Divine Seal Saint. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the God's Domain Association's public bounty list. 100,000 star coins per head. Moreover, this was only the bounty on normal Zero Wing members. The bounties on Zero Wing's executive members were worth upwards of 3 million, and Zero Wing's core executives were worth upwards of 10 million. The bounty for Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was even worth 100 million star coins. The total value of the Divine Seal Saint's bounties was already comparable to the average corporation's liquid capital. Meanwhile, the only condition to claim these bounties was to ensure that the targets could not log into God's domain for the rest of their lives. This was a fatal condition. Setting aside how easy it was to erase the immortal souls of a bunch of Tier 3 and Tier 4 players in God's domain, even if that wasn't an option, there were still plenty of other methods that one could use in the real world to permanently prevent a person from logging into God's domain. With such a loose, clear condition and lucrative rewards, even 2- and 3-star mental strength grandmasters might be tempted to take action. Fortunately, none of the greater world's 2- and 3-star mental strength grandmasters could enter Zero Wing's homeworld. In addition, the miniature ancient world had returned to being in a sealed state, and it would be a long time before world passage would open again. So it was incredibly challenging for players to destroy another player's immortal soul in the current miniature ancient world. Shortly after Shi Feng started browsing the bounty list, he suddenly received a call from Hidden Soul. "You're finally offline, guild leader. Thank goodness you are okay. Otherwise, we're going to be in big trouble over here," Hidden Soul said, sighing in relief when she saw Shi Feng through the holographic projection. "Did something happen while I was away?" Shi Feng curiously asked. Currently, he, Hidden Soul, and Gentle Snow were staying at the God's Domain Association, so their safety was essentially guaranteed. After all, no power in the greater world would dare to poke at the association's bottom line. In addition, now that they were members of the Star Lake Legion, they wouldn't have to worry about not earning enough contribution points and getting kicked out of the city. A city battle is starting in 6 hours, including you, me, and Snow. Our battle group only has 5 people in total, and the 2 rookies we managed to recruit have taken a huge risk by joining us. If you're absent, our battle group won't be able to avoid demotion, and we will even lose our qualifications to participate in the next city battle," Hidden Soul said with a wry smile. There existed intense competition between the Star Lake Legion's various battle groups. If a battle group failed to achieve a sufficiently good result in a city battle, not only would it be demoted, but it might even lose its qualifications to participate in the next city battle, and it would have no choice but to start from scratch and compete with other unqualified battle groups for qualifications. Not even ace battle groups were an exception to this arrangement. Fortunately, Shi Feng's battle group started out as an ace battle group. So long as Shi Feng was in attendance, they would have one opportunity to avoid demotion. So even if they did poorly because of the Divine Seal Saint's bounty, preventing them from recruiting sufficient members, they could still participate in the next city battle. 5 in total? That's quite a few. Shi Feng nodded, feeling very pleased by this piece of news. Although Star Lake City wasn't under the Paimon conglomerate's jurisdiction, the conglomerate possessed extraordinary influence in the greater world. Moreover, the fact that the Divine Seal Saint had placed a bounty on Zero Wing meant that anyone who cooperated with Zero Wing would be making an enemy out of him. In the entire Starlight realm, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers dared not offend the Divine Seal Saint unless absolutely necessary. So, it was incredibly courageous of the 2 rookies to join Shi Feng's battle group in this situation. "How are you still in the mood for jokes, guild leader?" Hidden Soul rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. "If our battle group still can't recruit enough members for the next city battle, it might not just end with us getting disqualified from subsequent city battles. We might even be forced to disband. It might seem like one's future would become smooth sailing after joining a city legion, but that couldn't be farther from the case. Unless one continuously made advancements, one would quickly get relegated to a position of insignificance. At that time, the amount of contribution points one could earn would plummet. Meanwhile, if one couldn't earn sufficient contribution points, even if one remained in the City Legion, one's situation would be no different than players outside the City Legion. This was because contribution points were an absolute necessity for people seeking to settle in any city in the greater world. Even conglomerates could not avoid this situation. The greater world's real estate, particularly prime real estate, was leased to individuals and organizations. Apart from having to pay the basic rental fee, individuals and powers seeking to lease a plot of prime real estate would also have to participate in an auction to win the leasing rights. Meanwhile, so long as an individual or power had sufficient city contribution points, it could even occupy an entire city. Meanwhile, the quickest way to earn a large amount of contribution points was by participating in urban warfare. This was also why the various powers were eagerly looking to send their members into city legions. "You speak as if we've already given up on the city battle this time," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "We cannot give up on it. City battles occur randomly. If we miss this one, who knows when the next city battle will take place." "But there are only 5 of us," Hidden Soul said in exasperation. "Battle groups participating in a city battle would typically have 20 members. With only 5 of us, even protecting an occupied territory will be a challenge, let alone occupying the enemy's territories." Meanwhile, all battle groups participating in the city battle this time must secure 2 territories for a passing grade. There's no way we can complete this test with just 2 people. If we don't have enough members, we can call for reinforcements, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Quickly go and get ready. It'd be bad if we arrived late. Reinforcements? Hidden Soul was rendered a little speechless when she heard Shi Feng's suggestion. Although it was indeed possible to invite foreign aid in city battles, all reinforcing parties would have a time delay imposed on them. This, in turn, would weaken their control over their bodies by a significant margin. So, even if they did manage to hire the assistance of other experts, these experts were unlikely to be useful. At best, they would serve as scarecrows for target practice. Don't worry. The helpers I'm calling are strong, Shi Feng very confidently said. Hurry up then, guild leader. There are only 3 hours left until registration ends, Hidden Soul said, deciding to take the risk and participate in the city battle this time. After all, with Shi Feng's strength, they shouldn't have difficulty securing a checkpoint. Subsequently, Shi Feng ended his call with Hidden Soul and contacted Cross, LaRoja, Desolate Fury, Amber Soul, and Cheng Xin, who had gone offline not long ago. Are you guys free? I need your help with something. Chapter 3350, Chapter 424. City Battle Begins. Chapter 3350, Chapter 424. City Battle Begins. Chapter 3350, Chapter 424. City Battle Begins. On a desolate and silent plain, 2 metal giants gradually neared each other. The residents of both mobile cities looked up at the holographic screens spread across their respective cities in excitement and tension. City battles were a solemn and important event for all cities in the greater world. The outcome of a city battle would affect not only the contribution points earned by the 2 participating cities' city legions, but also the living standards of the 2 cities' residents. The greater world's mobile cities relied on power furnaces to sustain their daily operations. Meanwhile, the more fuel available in a power furnace, the higher a city's singular energy levels would become. Meanwhile, city battles were essentially fights over fuel for power furnaces. The winner of a city battle would receive 1 power furnace's worth of fuel from the loser, and once a 3rd-tier city gathered 20 power furnaces worth of fuel, it would get upgraded into a 2nd-tier city. Whether it was Star Lake City or the approaching Riverlight City, neither side possessed much fuel. Star Lake City only had 4 power furnaces worth of fuel, while Riverlight City possessed 5. No matter the outcome of the upcoming city battle, the winner would see a significant improvement in its daily operations, while the loser would see a significant decline. At this time, the members of both cities' city legions were gathered on the walls of their respective cities, observing each other. Sure enough, it's as the information we got stated, Commander. Riverlight City has received the Divine Seal Saint's support. Moreover, he has sent 2 of his vice-commanders to join Riverlight City temporarily. Markless Blade said, frowning as he looked at the opposing city's Tier 6 battle groups, clad in tight-fitting crimson sportswear. Red Frost remained unfazed as she looked at the 2 Divine Seal Legion vice-commanders standing in the distance. Then she said, "Who told us to refuse his suggestion of banishing Zero Wings members? With his temper, it'd be strange if he didn't try to teach us a lesson." Power furnace fuel was of utmost importance to the various mobile cities. Knowing this, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates would usually meddle in the city battles of other cities when they wished to target a particular city. "Are you confident in winning, Commander?" Markless Blade nervously asked. Now that Riverlight City had gained 2 of the Divine Seal Legion's vice-commanders as support for its Tier 6 battle groups, Starlight City would be at an overwhelming disadvantage if it couldn't find anyone to keep those 2 in check. A city battle was divided into 3 rounds, 1 for Tier 6 battle groups, 1 for Tier 5 battle groups, and 1 for Tier 4 battle groups. Participating cities were only allowed to dispatch up to 10 battle groups for each round, and the goal of the city battle's participants was to occupy as many capture points as possible. The battlefield would have 20 capture points spread across them, 10 on each city's side. Every capture point was worth varying amounts of points. The capture points on the Tier 6 battlefield were worth 10 points each. The capture points on the Tier 5 battlefield were worth 8 points each, and the capture points on the Tier 4 battlefield were worth 5 points each. The city with the most points accumulated at the end of the 3 rounds would be the winner. Due to the distribution of points, the performance of the Tier 6 battle groups played a significant role in determining a city battle's outcome. If a city's Tier 6 battle groups were overwhelmed and occupied barely any capture points, the city's Tier 4 and Tier 5 battle groups would need to pull a miracle for it to win. This was why Star Lake City's city lord had gone out of his way to recruit Red Frost into the Star Lake Legion. "Holding those 2 back won't be a problem," Red Frost said, chuckling. Then her expression turned a little gloomy as she looked at Riverlight City's Tier 4 battle groups and said, "What worries me are the Riverlight Legion's Tier 4 battle groups." Worried? Markless Blade also looked at the Riverlight Legion's Tier 4 battle groups when he heard Red Frost's words. However, he failed to find anything unusual about them. "I recognized most of the Riverlight Legion's Tier 4 members. Aside from that smart-looking kid I don't recognize, everyone else is a veteran of the Riverlight Legion. Could that kid be someone strong?" "He's Paimon's second paragon, Reckless Knight," Red Frost said. "I didn't think the Divine Seal Saint could get his help. Our Tier 4 battle groups are most likely in danger with him around."
"Reckless Knight?"
Markless Blade's mouth widened in shock.
"He's that Reckless Knight?"
Aside from being the Paimon conglomerate's second paragon, Reckless Knight was also the only genius from the Starlight Realm to have entered the Sacred Glory list, a list for the Greater Gods domain's top 1,000 budding Tier 5 players. In other words, he shouldn't have any business being in a Tier 4 battle group, although I don't know what the Divine Seal Saint used to persuade him to drop from Tier 5 to Tier 4. I can't see any hope for our Tier 4 battle groups to win now, Red Frost said. Then she turned to Markless Blade and continued, "Make sure not to fight Reckless Knight afterward. The capture points are far apart from one another, so if you see him at a capture point, immediately give up on it and look for another one." "I understand." Markless Blade nervously nodded. With Reckless Knight leading the Riverlight Legion's Tier 4 battle groups, all the Star Lake Legion's Tier 4 battle groups could do was try not to lose too terribly. Otherwise, even if the Tier 6 battle groups led by Red Frost won, the Star Lake Legion would still be at risk of losing. Meanwhile, over at the VIP spectators stands on Star Lake City's wall. "It seems I have severely underestimated the Divine Seal Saint's insanity. To think that he would invite Reckless Knight, Bloodless Blade, in his suit and tie," said, a frown forming on his face as he looked at the Riverlight Legion's Tier 4 battle groups. 1,000, Scars, and Death Omen, who were getting their simulation equipment ready, also frowned. "Mr. Blade, now that the other side has Reckless Knight helping them, I don't think our plan to get close to Zero Wing will work," 1,000 Scars said. Now that 1,000 Scars and Death Omen had already joined the Paimon conglomerate, they knew just how scarily powerful Reckless Knight was. Even someone as strong as Bloodless Blade was a match for Reckless Knight, let alone the 2 of them. According to their original plan, Bloodless Blade would lend each of them a fragmented legendary equipment set and a legendary weapon. In addition, thanks to the resource assistance they had received from Bloodless Blade during this period, they had already become 1-star mental strength grandmasters, so they could now perfectly wield a legendary weapon in simulation warfare. In their current state, not even Shi Feng would be a match for them in simulation warfare. Meanwhile, with this newfound strength, the 2 of them would assist Zero Wing from the side in occupying capture points, making Zero Wing owe them a favor in doing so. However, that was before they knew Reckless Knight would participate in the city battle. If they had to go up against Reckless Knight, there'd be nothing they could do against him. "Don't worry." After pondering for a moment, Bloodless Blade reluctantly said, "If you meet him, tell him to ignore you in exchange for the favor he owes me. That should let you get close to Zero Wing more easily." 1,000 Scars and Death Omen couldn't help but grow excited when they heard Bloodless Blade's words. Previously, Shi Feng's performance had given them an unreachable feeling. Now, though, they would have an opportunity to taste that same feeling. As more battle groups from the Star Lake Legion arrived at the competition venue, the arrival of a 5-man battle group instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 3351, Chapter 425, Zero Wing is a Little Strong. Chapter 3351, Chapter 425, Zero Wing is a Little Strong. What's going on? Is there something fishy going on with this battle team? Otherwise, why would it only send 5 people for a city battle? The group leader looks to be the champion of this year's selection. I heard that Commander Red Frost promoted him to Vice Commander as soon as he completed his enrollment test. Isn't Commander Red Frost too reckless? No matter how highly she thinks of him, it's not a reason to mess around in a city battle. If we lose, our city will have only 3 power furnaces worth of fuel left. At that time, even keeping the city's electricity supply running will become a problem. Star Lake City's residents were greatly dissatisfied when they saw Shi Feng's battle group only had 5 members in it. The city battle wasn't just a good opportunity for the Star Lake Legion's members to earn contribution points. It was also an opportunity to change the fates of Star Lake City's inhabitants. Fuel for the power furnace was key to sustaining the city's operations. Whether it be food, clothing, or housing sectors, all of them required energy to maintain. If the city had less access to fuel, it would have to reduce the coverage of the services it provided. Meanwhile, out of all the negative effects this would have, the most obvious would be the lowering of the city's population. Star Lake City had already suffered 2 consecutive losses. If it were to lose another city battle, it would be put into an energy crisis and incapable of sustaining its current population. At that time, the city would have to expel 1/4 of its population, and those expelled would have to live in the surrounding towns with significantly worse living standards and resources. And for those unfortunate enough to be expelled, they would have a much more difficult time improving their mental strength. They might never be able to become 1-star mental strength grandmasters within their lifetimes and set foot back into Star Lake City. Shi Feng's battle group is doomed, Boss Kirin. I can't believe they'd dare to join the city battle with only 5 people. A beautiful woman standing among a Tier 5 ace battle group said to Chen Qilin, smirking as she looked at Shi Feng's group of 5. If the Tier 4 battle groups lose miserably, not even the commander can protect him. Standing next to the woman, Chen Qilin looked at Shi Feng's group and coldly said, I thought he wouldn't be participating in the city battle this time, yet he dares to come here with just 5 people. How are the arrangements on your side coming along, Slowfire? I already contacted the Tier 4 battle groups. Apart from Markless Blade, every other battle group has agreed not to help Zero Wing's battle group, the woman going by the name of Slowfire said, smiling. Once the simulation warfare begins, Zero Wing's group will learn what it means to be isolated and helpless. The key to winning a city battle was having good coordination between battle groups. Participating battle groups needed to figure out how they could occupy the enemy's capture points while protecting their own. As capture points would normally only be defended by 1 battle group, 2 or 3 battle groups would usually work together to attack an enemy capture point. This was so that they could achieve a swift victory without worrying about enemy reinforcements. Otherwise, once enemy reinforcements arrived, occupying the capture point would not only become significantly more challenging, but it might even become impossible to accomplish. If a battle group didn't have any other battle groups to partner with, it would be nigh impossible to occupy any capture points. Likewise, defending a capture point without reinforcements would also be nigh impossible. So, if Zero Wing's battle group couldn't get any help from other battle groups, its time in the city battle would end as soon as it began. Good. Chen Qilin joyfully wrapped his arm around Slowfire's waist when he heard the other party's reply. Once this city battle is over, I'll be sure to credit you when I report back to the Paimon conglomerate, and we'll head to a 2nd-tier city together. Originally, Slowfire was only a party leader in the Tier 5 ace battle group he led. However, in terms of combat standards, Slowfire was above him. It was just that Slowfire lacked the support of a corporation, which led to her not having any good weapons or equipment. This, in turn, allowed him to be superior to her in actual combat. However, now that Red Frost had stripped him of his vice commander position, Slowfire had naturally taken over his position. Upon hearing Chen Qilin's words, the other members of the battle group couldn't help but grow envious of Slowfire. After all, even 1-star mental strength grandmasters were rarely able to live in a 2nd-tier city. Not to mention, she would also be entering the sights of the Paimon conglomerate. Meanwhile, shortly after the arrival of Shi Feng's group, the start of the city battle's first round was announced. Going in order, the first round would see the Tier 4 battle groups fight, The second round would see the Tier 5 battle groups fight, and the third round would see the Tier 6 battle groups fight. As soon as the first round began, 10 Tier 4 battle groups from each city appeared in a simulated version of their respective cities. These battle groups were placed at random locations, and their situations were displayed on holographic screens projected above the two cities, allowing the residents of both cities to see what every battle group was doing. In addition to the screens above the two cities, all battles would be holographically simulated in the city, allowing fortunate individuals to get a first-hand feel of the tense and exciting fights. Meanwhile, after the various battle groups were randomly placed across their respective cities, Shi Feng's group of 5 suddenly expanded into a group of 10. Apart from Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and the Blue Flash World's Pace, Angel, and Clay Blade, 5 new faces had joined Shi Feng's battle group. All 5 of these new faces looked relatively young. 3 of them were men and 2 were women. Of the 3 men, 1 was a shy-looking young man with a lean build, while the other 2 were so muscular that they looked no different than bears. The older of the 2 muscular men in particular had a height that reached 240 centimeters. Even though Shi Feng was already close to 2 meters tall, he looked no different than a child in front of the older muscular man. Unless players were of a special race in God's domain, they could only simulate their real bodies in simulation warfare. So, seeing as the older muscular man was of any special race, it must mean that he was truly 240 centimeters tall in the real world. As for the 2 women, one had a cold and mature appearance, while the other had an innocent and lovely appearance. In terms of their beauty, figure, and temperament, both women were comparable to Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. When these 4 beauties stood together, they brought satisfaction to the eyes of many of the people spectating the city battle. These people don't look like they're random nobodies. Every one of them is only equipped with a fragmented legendary set and a legendary weapon. Riverlight's participants are probably going to have a tough time against them, Slowfire said, frowning. As Suro Wing's battle group appeared on the holographic screen, she quickly took notice of the 5 new arrivals' weapons and equipment. It seems Shi Feng does have some tricks up his sleeve, Chen Qilin said, chuckling. It's a pity that these people are only outside reinforcements. Even if these people have excellent weapons and equipment, the sense of delayed control will make it impossible for them to bring out their full strength. Although seeking external reinforcements was permitted in city battles, it wasn't a method the various cities would normally use. This was because such reinforcements would be subjected to a delay when manipulating their simulated bodies. This, in turn, would cause their combat standards to plummet, and even mighty fifth-floor experts would be severely affected. So, while it might seem like Zero Wing's battle group had recruited 5 powerful reinforcements, these 5 additions were no different than 5 living targets in reality. Meanwhile, over at the VIP spectator stands, Bloodless Blade spat out the tea in his mouth when he saw the innocent and lovely woman among Zero Wing's battle group, his face looking like he had just seen some kind of monster. How is this possible? TL notes, Phi, Reckless Knight, and the other reinforcements from Paimon don't count as external reinforcements as they are participating directly from Riverlight City. Chapter 3352, Chapter 426, Powerful Background. Chapter 3352, Chapter 426, Powerful Background. Chapter 3352, Chapter 426, Powerful Background. Sir? White Owl looked at Nameless Blade's stunned expression in surprise. Nameless Blade could be regarded as the most suitable successor for the Paimon conglomerate. It wasn't only because he possessed extraordinary talent. Aside from talent, he also had a calm temperament that allowed him to work without being swayed by his emotions. Even when faced with major events, he rarely showed any emotional fluctuations. Yet now, Nameless Blade was clearly expressing his shock through his voice and his face. This was the first time White Owl had seen Nameless Blade reacting in such a manner. How is this possible? Why would someone of her stature appear here? Nameless Blade muttered in disbelief as he looked at the projection in the sky. Her? Out of curiosity, White Owl followed Nameless Blade's line of sight and found that he was looking at an innocent and lovely woman. However, even after searching her memories, she failed to recognize the woman. Do you know her, sir? I'm not sure if she's the same person I know, but after catching his breath, Nameless Blade said, if she really is that person, Zero Wing's background is far more powerful than I initially thought. Does that woman have a powerful background? White Owl curiously asked. Nameless Blade was the Paimon conglomerate's second successor, so she found it hard to imagine anyone could awe him to such a degree. It should be known that even when dealing with that woman favored by the heavens from the galaxy conglomerate, Nameless Blood would only show an appropriate amount of respect. He would never react in awe like he was now. It was roughly a year ago that I met her in Horizon City, Nameless Blade said. Back then, she was already ranked in the 600s of the Luminous Glory list, and after only 1 year, she improved her rank to 326th. When White Owl heard Nameless Blade mentioning the Luminous Glory list, she quickly recalled the latest edition of the list she had memorized. Then, looking at the woman on the screen in disbelief, she exclaimed, "The little princess of the Platinum Realm's Dragon Tongue Conglomerate. Yes, that's her," Nameless Blade said, nodding. "But why would a big shot like her help Zero Wing?" White Owl was puzzled. "Moreover, she is even helping Zero Wing in person. Could you be mistaken?" The Platinum Realm was much stronger than the Starlight Realm. Meanwhile, the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's status in the Platinum Realm was similar to the Galaxy Conglomerate's status in the Starlight Realm. As for Cheng Xin, the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's little princess, she was one of the strongest and most talented individuals among the Platinum Realm's younger generation. With her identity and strength, even the Paimon Conglomerate's helmsman would have to treat her like an equal when dealing with her. White Owl found it very hard to imagine why a big shot like Cheng Xin would be willing to help Zero Wing in a city battle. It should be known that Cheng Xin would be humbling herself even if she participated in a first-tier city battle, let alone a third-tier city battle. For someone of her stature to participate in a third tier would be humiliating. "Let's hope I am wrong," Nameless Blade said as he sat back down in his seat and took a sip of tea. If the lovely woman in Zero Wing's battle group truly was Cheng Xin, it'd be very difficult for Thousand Scars and Death Omen to get Shi Feng to owe them a favor. After all, Cheng Xin was 326th on the Luminous Glory list. Even if she had a delay imposed on her actions, she could still exhibit extraordinary strength. While Cheng Xin might not be able to defeat the current Reckless Knight, she would have no trouble distracting him and giving the other members of Zero Wing's battle group time to escape. While Nameless Blade and White Owl were chatting at the VIP stands, the first round of the city battle between Star Lake City and Riverlight City officially began shortly after the round began. 5 of Riverlight City's battle groups assembled, each with 20 members. All 5 battle groups were Riverlight City's ace battle groups, and even the weakest player among them was a titled expert. In addition, every one of them was fully clad in fragmented legendary items. "All of our ace battle groups have assembled, sir. We can march into Star Lake City's territory at any time," a guardian knight in his 50s said respectfully to the smart-looking young man in front of him. "Okay, move out according to plan," the smart-looking young man said, nodding. After saying so, he immediately vanished from everyone's sight, nobody managing to see how or where he had left. Is he even human? A youth who had only recently joined one of Riverlight City's ace battle groups exclaimed with widened eyes. Players' physique in simulation warfare was significantly weaker than their physique in God's domain. Even at Tier 4, players would, at most, have a Tier 1 physique in simulation warfare. And although some weapons and equipment provided bonuses to physique, these bonuses would be weakened considerably. And even legendary weapons could only provide a small improvement. Yet, despite having a drastically weaker physique, the smart-looking young man still managed to disappear under their noses. His speed was simply inhuman. "Enough talking," the guardian knight in charge of coordinating the 5 battle groups shouted when he saw that everyone started to chatter. Then he commanded, "As planned, spread out and search for Zero Wing's battle group once we are on Star Lake City's side. Once you find them, inform Mr. Reckless Knight immediately." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison before dashing toward Star Lake City, with 5 battle groups worth of members spreading out and searching for Zero Wing's battle group, It took no more than 10 minutes before one of them found a capture point occupied by Zero Wing's battle group. To occupy a capture point, participants only needed to insert their city's flag into the designated location and keep it inserted for 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes were up, the capture point would be assigned to their city. If the other side wished to take over the capture point, they would have to cut away the flag, insert their own flag, and wait for another 5 minutes. Each round of a city battle would last for 2 hours, or until one side was annihilated. Meanwhile, each city's points would be tallied up at the end of each round. Originally, whenever participants came across the enemy trying to occupy a capture point, they should try to disrupt the process right away. Otherwise, once a capture point was occupied, all friendlies within a fixed range of the capture point would receive a small buff to their basic attributes. Although it was only a 3% buff, it could still potentially have game-changing effects. However, the ranger who found Zero Wing's battle group did not try to disrupt the occupation process. Instead, he contacted Reckless Knight and messaged him about the location of Zero Wing's battle group.
Good. Everyone assemble at that location. Do not let Zero Wing's members get away,
Reckless Knight said through the team chat before making his way to Zero Wing's battle group's location. Star Lake City, atop a building housing a capture point. Boss Markless, I don't know why, but those people from Riverlight are gathering toward a single location and ignoring everything else. They don't bother fighting any of us they come across, and they're even willing to take damage for free just to get to that location. A level 140 assassin hurriedly reported to Markless Blade. Should we follow them to see what's going on? It seems these people are adamant about targeting Zero Wing, Markless Blade said, exasperated by the report. Contact the other battle groups and have everyone gather at Zero Wing's location. We'll rely on our numerical advantage to eliminate these suicidal battle groups.
Understood.
Immediately, the assassin began contacting the other battle groups, telling them to go and reinforce Zero Wing's battle group.
Should we go, boss?
Of course not. If Markless Blade wants to go, he can go by himself. We don't have the time to play with them. Now that Riverlight City's ace battle groups are preoccupied, this is the perfect chance for us to steal their capture points. None of Star Lake City's battle groups paid any heed to Markless Blade's notice, as none of them were willing to let such a good opportunity to occupy more capture points get away. Not to mention, they had already made an agreement with Chen Qilin not to help Zero Wing, so it was all the more reason for them not to help Zero Wing. Chapter 3353, Chapter 427, More Than One. Chapter 3353, Chapter 427, More Than One. Chapter 3353, Chapter 427, More Than One. Chapter 427, More Than One. Star Lake City. Along with the start of the city battle's first round, the actions of the two cities' battle groups were put on display for the inhabitants of both cities. Did Riverlight's participants go crazy? They're sending 5 ace battle groups to occupy 1 capture point? Aren't they thinking too highly of Zero Wing? I knew it. I knew that 5-man battle group wouldn't be reliable. Now all that group has done is become easy pickings for Riverlight City. I know, right? Even though the group called in 5 more people as reinforcements, they'll only add up to 10 people. They won't even last a minute against Riverlight's 5 ace battle groups. Just what the heck was Commander Red Frost thinking to make such an irresponsible person a vice commander? She's doomed us all now. When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups encroaching on the capture point occupied by Zero Wing's battle group, their hearts burned with anxiety. What should we do now, Vice Commander? None of the other battle groups are sending people over. With our battle group alone, there's no way we can save Zero Wing's members, an assassin anxiously asked Markless Blade as he watched 100 experts from Riverlight City close in on the capture point occupied by Zero Wing's battle group. My suggestion is that we run away while we still can. Hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Markless Blade hesitated as he looked at Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups. In reality, there wasn't much of a difference in strength between Riverlight City's and Star Lake City's ace battle groups. So even if a supposedly stronger ace battle group fought against a weaker ace battle group, the fight would usually drag out until reinforcements arrived. However, it was a different story if two ace battle groups ganged up on one ace battle group. In that situation, the side with the numerical disadvantage would be fortunate if a few of its members could get away safely. And if 5 ace battle groups ganged up on one ace battle group, it would truly be a situation where even escaping would be impossible. Yet if Markless Blade chose not to help Zero Wing's battle group, it would mean that Starlake City would lose one battle group right off the bat. This would make things much more difficult for Starlake City to go up against Riverlight City afterward. After all, even if Shi Feng's battle group only had 10 members, it was still better than nothing. Not to mention, Shi Feng performed outstandingly during the enrollment test. Quickly make a decision, Vice Commander, the assassin urged when he saw Riverlight City's battle groups moving closer and closer to Zero Wing's capture point. While Markless Blade was in a dilemma, two women were quietly observing the actions of Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups from a nearby building. "Should we act now, Big Sis Omen?" Thousand Scars asked, eager to flex her muscles when she saw Riverlight City's battle groups. "Okay, get ready to move," Death Omen said, nodding. If they kept on dragging their feet, Zero Wing's battle group would get annihilated before they could do anything. Subsequently, Death Omen and Thousand Scars entered stealth and made their way to Zero Wing's capture point. On their way there, they would work together to kill any Riverlight City experts they came across, as Riverlight City's experts fell one after another. Chen Keelan's complexion also turned gloomier and gloomier. Have those two lost their minds? Don't they belong to Paimon? Why are they helping Zero Wing? Slowfire said, puzzled by Death Omen's and Thousand Scars' actions. Logically, Death Omen and Thousand Scars, as members of the Paimon conglomerate, should know about the enmity between their organization and Zero Wing. Yet the two assassins were helping Zero Wing for some inexplicable reason. Moreover, Death Omen and Thousand Scars were both unbelievably well equipped. Both wielded a legendary weapon and wore a fragmented legendary equipment set. If those two worked together, Slowfire suspected that even she would get killed if she weren't careful. They are nothing more than outer members of Paimon, Chen Keelan contemptuously said. They probably don't even know that Lord Reckless Knight is personally taking action this time. We'll see how they fare once they meet him. Reckless Knight was the Paimon conglomerate's second paragon and one of the likely successors to the three overlords. His name was known by all in the Starlight realm. Although few people knew Reckless Knight's appearance, they would immediately realize that they were going up against Reckless Knight once they started fighting him. While Chen Keelan and Slowfire were talking, a person suddenly appeared within Zero Wing's capture point. Along with this person's arrival, the spectators of both cities became incredibly silent. Some even started to have difficulty breathing. Mental deterrence. This is mental deterrence. What a powerful mental deterrence. He's a pseudo-great-grand master. Why would a pseudo-great-grand master appear in a third-tier city battle? The spectators of both cities were shaken as they looked at the holographic projection in the sky. Pseudo-great-grandmasters were existences above 3-star mental strength grandmasters, and the chances of a 3-star grandmaster becoming a pseudo-great-grandmaster were less than 1 in 100. Pseudo-great-grandmasters were already qualified to compete for a second-tier city's city lord position, and they would usually only participate in first-tier city battles. Almost never would such existences participate in a second-tier city battle. So for one to appear in a third-tier city battle between Starlake City and Riverlight City was simply unbelievable. A pseudo-great-grandmaster? How are we supposed to fight against that? At this time, the assassin standing next to Markless Blade was horrified as he looked at Reckless Knight, the person who had appeared at Zero Wing's capture point. Pseudo-great-grandmaster could not only manifest a complete set of legendary weapons and equipment, but they could also unleash a mental deterrence on their opponents. While this mental deterrence might not be as powerful as a Tier 6 player's mental deterrence in God's domain, it could achieve extraordinary effects in simulation warfare, since players in simulation warfare lacked powerful physiques. On top of that, a pseudo-great grandmaster could also execute absolute techniques that the average grandmaster couldn't in simulation warfare with these 3 points. A pseudo-great grandmaster was nigh invincible when going up against mental strength grandmasters or below in simulation warfare. Before everyone could recover from their astonishment, Reckless Knight cast his gaze on Shi Feng and asked, "Are you Shi Feng?" "I am," Shi Feng nodded. "Good," Reckless Knight smiled. "Your life is mine." After saying so, Reckless Knight vanished into thin air, stunning all spectators. After all, Reckless Knight was supposed to be a guardian knight that didn't have any stealth-related skills. Yet he had disappeared from everyone's sight like an assassin entering stealth. Less than half a second later, an explosion occurred 20 yards in front of Shi Feng. When the dust clouds created by the explosion dissipated, two people, a man and a woman, could be seen standing at the explosion's epicenter. Of the two, the man was Reckless Knight, while the woman was the innocent and lovely woman from Zero Wing's battle group. After looking at the woman again, everyone couldn't help but gasp. A pseudo-great-grandmaster. She's a pseudo-great-grandmaster as well? Chapter 3354, Chapter 428, Star Lake Shocked. Chapter 3354, Chapter 428, Star Lake Shocked. Chapter 428, Star Lake Shocked. When the dust settled and revealed the two people it shrouded, the spectators from both cities involuntarily shuddered and got goosebumps. It was already plenty shocking for a pseudo-great-grandmaster to appear in a third-tier city battle, let alone two. Nobody would believe them if they were to tell others about this situation. What kind of origins does Zero Wing have? How did it manage to recruit the help of such a young pseudo-great-grandmaster? Damn. Things are getting interesting. It's not every day you get to watch two pseudo-great-grandmasters clashing, even in second-tier city battles. I truly didn't think I would be fortunate enough to witness such a fight in person. But who is this woman? If she can become a pseudo-great-grandmaster at such a young age, there's no way she is someone unknown. But why haven't I heard of her in the Starlight Realm before? At this time, the two city spectators, who were initially concerned about the city battle's outcome, switched to focusing all their attention on the fight between Reckless Knight and Chang Xin. For a time, they even forgot about the fate of their respective cities as they watched the fight with joy and excitement. A confrontation between pseudo-great-grandmasters was a rare event. It was especially so in simulation warfare. Normally, it wasn't something inhabitants of third- and second-tier cities would get to see. Meanwhile, pseudo-great-grandmasters were individuals who had already developed their control over their bodies to the extremes. For those seeking to develop their mental strength, they stood to learn a ton from a battle between pseudo-great-grandmasters. Where did such a monster come from? When Chen Qilin saw Cheng Xin evenly trading blows with Reckless Knight, confusion and envy filled his heart. Qilin's ultimate goal was to become a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. Although he had dreamed of climbing to greater heights, he never thought he could do so, as the realm of pseudo-great-grandmasters was simply not within his reach. He also didn't think he could get acquainted with a pseudo-great-grandmaster, at least not with his current strength and status. So, on what basis could a person with no background, like Shi Feng, recruit the help of a pseudo-great-grandmaster? While the spectators outside the battlefield were shocked by the fight between Reckless Knight and Cheng Xin, Death Omen and Thousand Scars were also watching the battle in amazement. Since when did Zero Wing get acquainted with such an expert? Whether it was Death Omen or Thousand Scars, the two had dealt with Zero Wing quite a lot in the miniature ancient world. However, never had they seen Cheng Xin among the members of Zero Wing and its allies. Should we still go and help Big Sis Omen? Thousand Scars quietly asked, her eyes remaining fixated on the fight between Reckless Knight and Cheng Xin. Of course, Death Omen answered definitively. By the looks of things, that woman can only keep Reckless Knight at bay for a limited time. If we help her, we can keep him perfectly pinned. Although this is different from our original plan, we can still sell a favor to Zero Wing by doing so. Thousand Scars nodded before promptly resuming her advance toward Zero Wing's capture point and slaughter of Riverlight City's participants. While Death Omen and Thousand Scars were revising their plans, Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, Pace Angel, and Clay Blade were quietly watching the fight between Reckless Knight and Cheng Xin, greatly shocked by the two's performance. Eventually, curiosity got the better of her as she turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Where did you find such an expert guild leader? Isn't she a little too strong?" Although Hidden Soul had long known that Zero Wing was not as simple as it appeared, the current situation greatly exceeded her expectations. It should be known that Cheng Xin, Desolate Fury, and the others were external reinforcements in this city battle. Because of this, they would experience a delay when manipulating their bodies, and not even fifth-floor experts could mitigate this delay completely. Yet, even while subjected to this delay, Cheng Xin could still keep Reckless Knight pinned. If this delay did not exist, Hidden Soul couldn't help but suspect that Cheng Xin could kill Reckless Knight in no time. Meanwhile, when Cross Leroya and Desolate Fury heard Hidden Soul's words, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. After all, they were talking about the Dragon Tongue conglomerate's little princess here. She was the strongest player among the Platinum Realm's younger generation. Even if she had a delay imposed on her movements, she still wasn't an opponent that could be defeated by the likes of Reckless Knight, someone ranked at the bottom of the Sacred Glory list. Before Hidden Soul could get an answer from Shi Feng, Reckless Knight suddenly executed a strange footwork to throw Cheng Xin off his tail and arrive in front of Shi Feng. She alone isn't enough to stop me. Now, what other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Reckless Knight contemptuously said as he looked at Shi Feng. If he couldn't even get past someone subjected to a movement delay and news of it got out, he could kiss his future in the Paimon conglomerate goodbye. After saying so, Reckless Knight swung the one-handed axe in his right hand down at Shi Feng. 53rd Absolute Technique, Shadow Break. Reckless Knight's axe transformed into a dark vortex in the blink of an eye, the vortex actively drawing all objects within its vicinity toward itself. However, just as the dark vortex was about to hit Shi Feng, a sword suddenly came striking at Reckless Knight from an odd angle. Sensing the power behind the unexpected attack, Reckless Knight promptly halted his technique and turned around to defend against the attack. Boom! Metal collided and sparks flew. Although it sounded like a simple collision between weapons, the resulting shock wave was so intense that Death Omen and Thousand Scars could feel it from over 1,000 yards away. Immediately afterward, a scene that dumbfounded nearly everyone present occurred. Reckless Knight, who had shown himself to be nigh unstoppable thus far, was sent flying over 12 yards away. "Who are you?" As soon as Reckless Knight stabilized his footing, he immediately began scrutinizing the shy-looking young man before him. "Just a nameless swordsman," the young man indifferently responded. Then, without giving Reckless Knight any chance to catch his breath, the young man promptly launched a series of follow-up attacks. The young man used 3 absolute techniques in a row, one technique exhibiting extraordinary strength, one exhibiting astoundingly high attack frequency, and one exhibiting unpredictable attack trajectories. The 3 absolute techniques working in conjunction shaved off Reckless Knight's HP rapidly. Yet the only thing Reckless Knight could do was passively defend himself, and nothing else. On the 12th time, the swordsman executed his 3-technique combination. Reckless Knight finally succumbed to the other party's attacks and collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, both the spectators in Star Lake City and Riverlight City fell deathly silent. Even the Riverlight City participants, who were in the middle of forming an encirclement around Zero Wing's battle group, had frozen in place. Chapter 3355, Chapter 429, Unfathomable. Chapter 3355, Chapter 429, Unfathomable, Reckless Knight. He was not only the Paimon conglomerate's second paragon, but also the only expert in the Starlight Realm to have entered the Sacred Glory list. Yet now, he was defeated by a young man of unknown origins. At this time, even the spectators outside the battlefield had a hard time accepting this outcome, let alone the Riverlight City's participants who were at the scene of the battle. "Who is this person?" Thousand Scars was in shock as she watched the shy-looking young man sheath his longsword after killing Reckless Knight. Anyone with eyes could see that Reckless Knight was incredibly strong. It would be almost impossible to find another youth of his strength throughout the Starlight Realm. Reckless Knight's strength was also why the Divine Seal Saint had left the matter of dealing with Zero Wing to him. Previously, the fact that Cheng Xin could fight Reckless Knight to a standstill despite having a delay imposed on her movements was already plenty unbelievable in Thousand Scars' opinion. Yet now, Even while subjected to the same delay, the shy-looking young man had defeated Reckless Knight in only 12 moves. If Thousand Scars hadn't seen this fight with her own eyes, she would have never believed such a thing could be possible. Meanwhile, after a short silence, an uproar occurred among Star Lake City's inhabitants. This young man is so strong. Amazing. This is simply amazing. I initially thought this 10-man battle group was there just to make up for numbers, but now our city's victory is all but guaranteed. I can't believe a single battle group would have so many incredible experts. No wonder Commander Red Frost chose to let a rookie establish an ace battle group all by himself. At this time, the eyes of Star Lake City's spectators were practically glowing as they looked at the shy-looking young man displayed on the holographic screen, their excited hearts refusing to calm down. Previously, everyone had been feeling rather gloomy because of Reckless Knight's performance. After all, it was considered overkill for a pseudo-great grandmaster to participate in even second-tier city battles, let alone a third-tier city battle. With a mental strength expert of such caliber on Riverlight City's side, the chances of Star Lake City's Tier 4 battle groups achieving a good result were very slim. However, now that someone on Star Lake City's side had defeated Reckless Knight, the situations of Star Lake City and Riverlight City were instantly reversed. How can a guild with no background have so many monsters fighting for it? Resting in the participants' corner, Chen Qilin abruptly shot up from his seat, his face looking like he had just seen a ghost as he stared at the shy-looking young man's figure through the holographic screen above the city. It was already astonishing that a pseudo-great grandmaster had appeared in Zero Wing's battle group. Yet now, it was revealed that in addition to Cheng Xin, Zero Wing's battle group had another swordsman who was even stronger than Cheng Xin. How were Riverlight City's battle groups supposed to win like this? At this time, even if the other battle groups of Star Lake City chose to do nothing, Zero Wing's battle group could take on all of Riverlight City's Tier 4 battle groups by itself, leaving Riverlight City with no chances of victory. Not to mention, the other battle groups of Star Lake City had only promised him that they wouldn't help Zero Wing. They never promised that they wouldn't contest for capture points. Star Lake City's VIP spectator stands, using 12 moves to defeat Reckless Knight. Who is this young man? White Owl muttered, greatly shocked and confused by the fact that Reckless Knight was so handily defeated. White Owl was one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons, and she had sparred against Reckless Knight on multiple occasions in the past. So compared to other people, she had a much better understanding of just how powerful Reckless Knight was. In addition to being a pseudo-great grandmaster with a legendary weapon, Reckless Knight also possessed 2 exclusive absolute techniques, one to enhance his offensive capabilities and the other to enhance his maneuverability. On top of that, Reckless Knight had also reached the 5th floor standard when it came to combat standards. With all of these factors combined, he could keep himself alive for a long time, even if he went up against 3 5th floor experts simultaneously, let alone one. Yet, even while subjected to a movement delay, the shy-looking youth had managed to defeat Reckless Knight in 12 moves. This was simply unbelievable. I really didn't expect to see not just the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's little princess, but also the Luminous Glory List's 216th ranked Amber Soul. Suddenly, Nameless Blade laughed and said, "Things are going to be interesting. The outside world has always assumed that Zero Wing doesn't have any background. So how exactly did Zero Wing manage to recruit the help of 2 such big shots?" White Owl's pupils froze when she heard Nameless Blade's words. "Amber Soul?" White Owl exclaimed while staring intently at the shy-looking young man. "He's the Sword Emperor Amber Soul?" Amber Soul was labeled a once-in-a-century genius by the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and he had entered the Luminous Glory List's top 300 at a very young age. His achievement was one that hadn't been seen for the past century, and he became known by all in the Greater God's domain for this reason. Some apex powers had even extended an olive branch to Amber Soul because of his achievement. Only for some reason Amber Soul never agreed to join any of these apex powers. Hence, White Owl found it incredibly unbelievable that a guild with supposedly no background like Zero Wing could manage to recruit the help of Amber Soul after all. Many conglomerates had tried to hire Amber Soul's services, but to no avail. "It seems we have underestimated Zero Wing," Nameless Blade said after taking a deep breath. "Not only is it related to a swordsman nearing primordial gods, but it even has close ties to Cheng Xin and Amber Soul on the battlefield. Are we still going to help them, Boss Markless?" The assassin youth standing next to Markless Blade asked as he looked at Riverlight City's dazed participants. At this time, the situation had clearly turned against Riverlight City's ace battle groups following Reckless Knight's death. After all, even a layman could tell right now that Riverlight City's participants had already lost the will to fight.
"Of course we are,"
Markless Blade hurriedly said after coming back to his senses.
"If not now, when are we supposed to go and help?"
Now that Riverlight City's participants had suffered a huge blow to their morale, it was the perfect time to kill them. Although killing Riverlight City's participants wouldn't earn them any contribution points, it would make occupying capture points much easier later. Immediately, Markless Blade led his battle group to swiftly dispatch Riverlight City's participants. At the same time, Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and the others on Shi Feng's side also snapped out of their dazes and began attacking the enemies around them. For a time, Riverlight City's participants, despite having a numerical advantage, could be seen fleeing in all directions, none daring to stand their ground. Unfortunately, their efforts to escape were futile in front of the two pseudo-great grandmasters of Zero Wing's battle group. Not to mention, LaRoche, Cross, and Desolate Fury had also started to take action at this time. When the trio started taking action, many people quickly recognized them. LaRoche and Cross were especially recognizable. Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac were individuals known by all in the Myriad Forest Empire and its neighboring countries. Their fame ascended to even greater heights after successfully winning an invitation for the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two ranked among the top of the Starlight Realm's younger generation. When everyone saw LaRoche and Cross fighting for Zero Wing's battle group, they couldn't help but be astonished. Markless Blade, in particular, was dumbfounded by this situation. Normally, LaRoche couldn't even be bothered to participate in second-tier city battles. Yet now, she was helping Zero Wing fight in Starlake City's city battle. Meanwhile, once the other members of Zero Wing's battle group started taking action, it didn't take more than 5 minutes before Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups were annihilated. Of the 100 titled experts who had invaded Starlake City's territory, none survived. Chapter 3356, Chapter 430, Astonishing Results. Chapter 3356, Chapter 430, Astonishing Results. Chapter 430, Astonishing Results. Where did you find all these experts, Guild Leader? Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask Shi Feng when she saw Amber Soul finishing off the last participant among Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups. Every one of them is incredible. The Riverlight City participants they faced here weren't no-name experts. Instead, every one of them was a titled expert in God's domain. Normally, ordinary hegemonic powers would only have a small number of such experts under their command. If it was before acquiring the Void Saint's legacy, Hidden Soul would have difficulty beating these experts even in a 1-versus-1 situation, let alone in a 1-versus-many situation. Yet of the 5 players Shi Feng invited, every one of them could simultaneously take on several of these titled experts by themselves. It was especially so for Cheng Xin and Amber Soul. In front of these two individuals, the members of Riverlight City's ace battle groups were no different than ants. Even when several of Riverlight City's participants worked together, they couldn't last more than a move against Cheng Xin and Amber Soul. The two were even responsible for eliminating over 70% of the 5 ace battle groups. If not for everyone else acting quickly, 90% of the kills might have gone to the two. Standing next to Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Hidden Soul's sentiment, her eyes full of curiosity. Ignoring monsters like Cheng Xin and Amber Soul, LaRoche, Cross, and Desolate Fury were also incredibly strong. With their strength, the 3 could easily rank among the top 5 strongest players in the current miniature ancient world. It should be known that the miniature ancient world was currently a gathering place for the younger generation experts of the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers. Hence, Getting into the top 5 was an incredibly challenging feat. Even Saint Nine, the current 10th-ranked player in the miniature ancient world, was already strong enough to rival Tier 5 players. As for the current top 5 players, every one of them was strong enough to go up against an entire hegemonic power by themselves. Yet LaRosia, Cross, and Desolate Fury all had the strength to enter the top 5. If these 3 people were to enter the miniature ancient world and operate as a group, the things they could achieve would be beyond imagination. "Secret," Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. The holy world was related to one of the 6 great divine sets. It was also a gathering place for the various realms' strongest experts. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Not to mention, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to learn about the holy world. The holy world was regarded as top secret even by the Galaxy Conglomerate. Every player the Galaxy Conglomerate sent into the holy world was required to sign a strict contract beforehand. It was why no other power in the Starlight Realm knew about the holy world, even until now. In fact, even Shi Feng didn't know about the holy world's existence during his previous life. He only knew that the Galaxy Conglomerate had suffered heavy losses during its search for the Eternity Set. The Conglomerate had kept a very tight lid on the situation's specifics. As for why the Galaxy Conglomerate would go to such great lengths to ensure the holy world stayed a secret, it was because the astronomical benefits the holy world could bring would most certainly arouse the interest of the various powers. If Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow accidentally leaked information on the holy world, they would be in grave danger in both God's domain and the real world. Even their current status as Star Lake City's official participants would not keep them safe, and they could only spend the rest of their lives hiding in the God's Domain Association. When Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow saw that Shi Feng did not intend to share his secret with them, they did not choose to pursue the topic. They knew that Shi Feng must have his reasons for not telling them, and they were unlikely to get an answer even if they continued asking him about it. Meanwhile, after Zero Wing's battle group took care of Riverlight City's 5 ace battle groups, Shi Feng had Pace Angel, a rookie from the Blue Flash world, stay behind at the capture point while he led everyone else to invade Riverlight City's territory. The 5 remaining battle groups on Riverlight City's side were only ordinary battle groups, as they were utterly powerless against Zero Wing's battle group. All of them chose to abandon the capture points they occupied as soon as they saw Zero Wing's battle group appearing before them, opting to compete for other capture points instead. For a time, a strange scene appeared in the City Battle's Tier 4 match. Whichever capture point Zero Wing's battle group visited would see Riverlight City's participants abandoning it. This led to Zero Wing occupying 8 out of the 10 capture points in Riverlight City's territory with zero resistance. If not for Riverlight City's participants ambushing other capture points and forcing Zero Wing to have one person going around providing support, Zero Wing could have occupied 9 of the capture points on Riverlight City's side. In contrast to Zero Wing's battle group's experience, Star Lake City's 9 other battle groups experienced a huge headache throughout the match. Originally, they thought they would have an easy time occupying Riverlight City's capture points, since Riverlight City only had 5 ordinary battle groups remaining. However, because of Zero Wing's battle group, Riverlight City's 5 remaining battle groups had opted to focus all their efforts on protecting their 2 remaining capture points. Hence, although Star Lake City's 9 other battle groups still had a numerical advantage, it wasn't a particularly overwhelming one. In addition, the defenders of a capture point would receive bonus basic attributes. So, even though Star Lake City's battle groups had the advantage in terms of both quality and quantity of participants, it still took them over an hour before they managed to occupy one of Riverlight City's 2 remaining capture points. As for the last capture point, even after the match's 2-hour duration was over, Star Lake City's 9 other battle groups never managed to secure it. Ultimately, the City Battle's Tier 4 match ended with Zero Wing's battle group occupying 9 capture points, while Star Lake City's 9 other battle groups occupied 10 capture points. With a score of 19-1 in Star Lake City's advantage, Star Lake City ended up gaining a 90-point lead over Riverlight City in the very first match. This was a landslide victory that had never been seen throughout Star Lake City's history. Seeing the difference in points, everyone in Star Lake City cheered in celebration with such a huge lead. even if they ended up losing the next 2 matches, so long as they didn't lose too catastrophically. The city battle would still end with Star Lake City winning. Star Lake City's participant bench. I thought we were going to lose because of our insistence on sheltering Zero Wing, but I didn't think Zero Wing would bring me such a big surprise, an old man with a graying beard said, smiling when he saw the outcome of the first match. Then he looked toward the woman in tight-fitting crimson sportswear standing next to him and said, "The rest is up to you now, Commander Frost." "Don't worry, City Lord. Star Lake City will definitely win this time," Red Frost said, a rare smile appearing on her face. There wasn't much of a gap in strength between Star Lake City and Riverlight City to begin with. So, having a 90-point lead after the first match would relieve a lot of pressure on the Star Lake Legion in the 2 subsequent matches. Shortly after the Tier 4 match ended, the Tier 5 match began. The Tier 5 match's intensity was vastly greater than the Tier 4 match's intensity. Because Riverlight City had the Paimon conglomerate's assistance, even defending their own capture points became a challenging feat for the battle groups led by Chen Qilin. Despite Chen Qilin's best efforts, the Tier 5 match ended with Star Lake City occupying only 7 capture points while Riverlight City occupied 13. Star Lake City's 90-point lead shrunk to just a 42-point lead because of this defeat, and Star Lake City's spectators couldn't help but feel frustrated over this outcome. They didn't think the Star Lake Legion's Tier 5 battle groups would be so weak. Fortunately, the Tier 6 battle groups led by Red Frost herself performed well afterward, winning the Tier 6 match with 12 capture points occupied. In the end, the city battle concluded with Star Lake City having an 82-point lead. Along with this victory, not only did Star Lake City put an end to its losing streak, but it also managed to regain its 5th set of Power Furnace energy. Chapter 3357, Chapter 431, Astronomical Contribution. Chapter 3357. Chapter 431, Astronomical Contribution. Chapter 431, Astronomical Contribution. Star Lake City, God's Domain Association. Following the end of the city battle, the God's Domain Association became the liveliest location in Star Lake City. This was due to the Star Lake Legion's many participants gathering here and forming a long line in front of the exchange counter situated in the association's 2nd-floor lobby. We really lucked out this time. Not only did the city win an additional set of Power Furnace energy, but the City Lord even decided to give all Legion members a 3-month bonus to celebrate. A young man in his late teens who had only joined the Star Lake Legion recently exclaimed as he looked at the numbers displayed on his quantum watch. The pretty girl standing behind the young man nodded in agreement. Then she enviously looked at a young man and woman waiting in line some distance ahead and said, "It's thanks to Commander Red Frost and Zero Wing's battle group. Otherwise, reserve participants like us would have nothing to do with the reward distribution this time. I wonder when I'll be able to become an official participant. If I can get into Zero Wing's battle group, I'll also be able to strike it rich like Clay Blade and Pace Angel." Similar to Clay Blade and Pace Angel. The young man and pretty girl were also geniuses from the Blue Flash world before joining the Star Lake Legion. They both thought they would enjoy great success once they joined the City Legion. However, after making it into the Legion, they quickly realized that life after joining the City Legion wouldn't be as smooth sailing as they thought. It was true that they could receive a fixed amount of contribution points each month after joining the Star Lake Legion. However, depending on one's position in the Legion, the amount of points one could receive would vary significantly. In the case of reserve participants, they would only receive 1,000 contribution points a month. That wasn't even enough for them to meet the minimum qualifications to rent a room at the God's Domain Association. They'd also have to complete a couple of missions on top of that. To make matters worse, if a reserve participant didn't have a corporation or powerful family supporting them, they would also need to figure out a way to earn enough star coins to pay for their accommodations in the God's Domain Association. Otherwise, even with enough contribution points, they would still be evicted from their rooms. Simply put, life as a reserve member in the Star Lake Legion was nowhere near as carefree as they initially imagined. They would still need to worry about making ends meet, and the luxury of visiting Star Lake City's high-class establishments was still as far away from them as when they first arrived in the greater world. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to become official participants later on, unless they could attract the attention of any corporation or powerful family, they would still have to work hard to cover their training resources and living expenses. Soon, once we convert our 3,000 points into 3 chances to use the mental strength training room, we'll definitely become 1-star grandmasters. At that time, we'll take the test to become official participants and apply to join Zero Wing's battle group, the young man said confidently. There was a large variety of mental strength training resources available in the God's Domain Association, and the most popular among them was the mental strength training room, which drastically improved the efficiency of its occupants' mental strength training. However, while the mental strength training room was an excellent training facility, it cost 1,000 city contribution points and 10,000 star coins to use each time. For participants belonging to the Star Lake Legion, 10,000 star coins was still a manageable sum. However, it was a different story for the contribution points required. Because of the steep cost, most official participants could only afford to enter the mental strength training room once or twice a month. So having 3 opportunities to use the mental strength training room was akin to a dream for reserve participants like them. Pace Angel. Just you wait. I'll also be joining Zero Wing's battle group soon. The pretty girl nodded in agreement with the young man, and she couldn't help but turn to look at the young woman waiting in line some distance ahead with eyes brimming with fighting spirit. They were both top-tier geniuses of the same era in the Blue Flash world. In terms of talent, she was even superior to Pace Angel, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that she was only one small step away from becoming an official participant in the Star Lake Legion. Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. Because most of the Star Lake Legion's participants had gone to exchange resources at the God's Domain Association, the usually overcrowded Star Lake Training Center had become somewhat deserted. Currently, only a small number of youngsters belonging to the various corporations and powerful families could be seen conducting their usual training here. At this time, a man and a woman could be seen entering the training center's main hall, the arrival of these 2 people instantly sparking a discussion among the training teenagers. Quick, look. Isn't that Vice Commander Shi Feng? Why is he here? I thought he would be exchanging resources at the God's Domain Association. He's so handsome. I wonder if Vice Commander Shi is accepting female disciples? Because Star Lake City achieved victory in the city battle, the entire city was in a festive mood. This was true for both the City Legion's participants and the city's inhabitants. Meanwhile, as one of the biggest contributors to the city's victory, Shi Feng received an astronomical amount of contribution points. Yet, rather than think of how to spend these points at the God's Domain Association, Shi Feng had come to the Star Lake Training Center. This situation was somewhat surprising to the youths in the training center. Another corporation just contacted us, guild leader. They hope that we can sell them some points, and they're willing to buy them using star coins at a ratio of 125. Hidden Soul excitedly said, "Star coins weren't easy to come by in the greater world." Yet everything from training resources to living expenses cost a lot of star coins. It was especially so if one was looking to develop their mental strength as efficiently as possible. For example, the accommodations available on the God's Domains Association's 500th floor and above cost several thousand star coins per day. For people lacking in star coins like them, this was the perfect opportunity to earn some. That's not a bad rate, but trading contribution points for star coins simply isn't worthwhile at this juncture, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, individuals were prohibited from trading contribution points with each other. However, participants of the City Legion were eligible to donate their contribution points to others once a month. This was also the default channel for the city's various corporations and powerful families to obtain contribution points. Normally, the various corporations and powerful families would only offer a rate of 120 when purchasing star coins. In other words, 1 contribution point was worth 20 star coins. Even if an organization or powerful family decided to be generous, they would at most offer a rate of 122 or 123. Rarely would anyone offer a rate of 125. Meanwhile, whenever a city battle ended, the various battle groups would receive a set amount of contribution points based on their performances. More specifically, Each point they scored during the city battle would translate to 50,000 contribution points, and this amount would double should the city emerge victorious in the city battle. Then, once a battle group's earnings were tallied, the main god system would automatically distribute the points to the group's members based on everyone's individual performance. Zero Wing's battle group had occupied 9 capture points during the city battle's Tier 4 match, scoring a total of 45 points for Star Lake City. In other words, Zero Wing's battle group received 4.5 million contribution points, the highest out of all battle groups in the Star Lake Legion. Out of the 4.5 million contribution points, Shi Feng received 4 million, while the remaining 500,000 points were split between the battle group's 4 other members. The average participant would normally only have between 10,000 to 100,000 contribution points for sale. In contrast, Shi Feng had 4 million contribution points in his possession. So it was only normal for the various corporations and powerful families to make him a better offer. Meanwhile, should Shi Feng choose to sell his 4 million contribution points at a rate of 125, he'd receive 100 million star coins. That was already equivalent to the liquid assets of the average corporation in Star Lake City. However, Shi Feng did not plan to exchange contribution points for star coins, as it would be incredibly unwise to do so at this time. The city gaining an additional set of power furnace energy meant that the city's structure would undergo a complete overhaul. The city would be able to accommodate a larger population, and the value of the city's real estate would increase. Meanwhile, if one wished to rent the city's real estate, one must bid for it using the city's contribution points. If one did not have enough contribution points, one shouldn't even consider renting any real estate, even if one had the star coins to afford it. Amidst their conversation, Shi Feng and Hidden Soul arrived at the top floor of the Star Lake Training Center. This was where the Star Lake Real Estate Center was situated at. TL notes. The remaining 500,000 points were split between the battle group's 4 other members. La Roja and the others aren't part of the Star Lake Legion or Star Lake City, so they don't receive any contribution points. Chapter 3358, Chapter 432, Zero Wing's First Step. Chapter 3358, Chapter 432, Zero Wing's First Step. Chapter 432, Zero Wing's First Step. There were over a dozen service counters in the Star Lake Real Estate Center. Usually, hardly any of these counters would see any people waiting in line. At this time, however, every counter had a long line of people waiting in front of it, and these people were all representatives of the city's various corporations and powerful families. Sure enough, they all came running here. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised when he saw the situation in the real estate center. The city battle had just concluded, so the various corporations and powerful families must have gained a huge harvest of contribution points. So, it was only natural they would spend these points on purchasing real estate. After all, now that the city had gained an extra set of fuel, the city's population was bound to increase, and so would the value of the city's real estate. Apart from commercial real estate, the various corporations and powerful families also made the city's training centers and guild buildings their primary objectives. Star Lake City had constructed these properties specifically for the various powers to rent, and they came with living quarters and a place to train. So, if a power were to rent these properties, it would no longer have to cover its members' living and training expenses. However, as Star Lake City had limited space, it could only construct a limited number of these training centers and guild buildings. If a power wished to develop in a particular city, it would have to do its best to rent as many training centers and guild buildings as possible. Meanwhile, the more of these properties a power owned, the more appealing it would be to up-and-coming talents. This was also the reason the various corporations and God's domain powers were frantically collecting city contribution points in the various cities. It should be known that every city in the greater world was linked to several dozen human civilizations. This made them a gathering place for these civilizations' geniuses. If a power wished to develop well in God's domain, it was crucial to continuously bring in fresh blood. However, the geniuses of just one civilization were far from enough for a power to achieve great success in the greater God's domain. Hence, the real estate of the various cities became a primary target for the various powers. Shi Feng, standing among the people waiting in line, Chen Qilin gnashed his teeth when he saw Shi Feng entering the hall. Chen Qilin suffered a massive loss because of Shi Feng's performance in the city battle. Firstly, since he had failed to do anything about Zero Wing, the Divine Seal Saint's promise to him was naturally null and void. Secondly, because the Tier 5 battle teams he led had lost in the city battle, the contribution points he ended up receiving were much lower than expected. This resulted in the Dawn Light Corporation having to spend nearly half of its liquid assets to purchase contribution points, and this outcome caused his position in the line of succession to fall by a lot. Yet, despite his losses, there was nothing Chen Qilin could do to take revenge on Shi Feng. Because Shi Feng had obtained the most contribution points from the city battle, Star Lake City's various corporations and powerful families were now eagerly trying to befriend him. Not to mention Shi Feng's performance, or more specifically, Zero Wing's performance during the city battle, had refreshed the various corporations and powerful families' opinions of Zero Wing. Firstly, there was Cheng Xin, a swordsman capable of going toe-to-toe with Reckless Knight. Then there was Amber Soul, a swordsman capable of defeating Reckless Knight. Moreover, both had accomplished their respective feats while experiencing a delay in their movements. So long as Zero Wing could continue inviting these two people to help it, they would become a weapon of mass destruction for Zero Wing in city battles. There would also be nothing the Paimon Conglomerate's Divine Seal Saint could do about it. Apart from Chen Qilin, the representatives of the other corporations and powerful families also noticed Shi Feng's arrival. However, unlike Chen Qilin, these other representatives did not react begrudgingly to seeing Shi Feng. Instead, they took the initiative to greet him, all of them looking to befriend him. However, Shi Feng didn't stop to chat with these representatives. After briefly responding to their greetings, he left Hidden Soul to chat with them. Meanwhile, he made his way to the counter with the shortest line and began to wait for his turn. "Hello, Mr. Shi. Here is the list of every training center and guild building available for rent in the city," the beautiful receptionist behind the counter said as she offered an electronic tablet to Shi Feng. "If you fancy any real estate, you simply need to write a bid for it and wait for the announcement next week. Then, you'll know if you've won your bid." "Okay," Shi Feng accepted the tablet and quickly scanned through it. Every city in the greater world handled its real estate via silent auctions. Every interested bidder would write the amount of contribution points they were willing to pay as an upfront cost, and the winner would be announced at a later date. Then the winner would need to pay a fixed rent in star coins, plus the contribution points they had put down for their bid. Such an auction system added a factor of uncertainty to the bidding process. This would put a bidder's capital and judgment to the test. At the same time, a silent auction system could prevent malicious competition and allow weaker powers to survive in the various cities. It looks like Star Lake's city lord isn't clueless about running his city. Not only has the rent been increased, but even the 3 largest training centers and guild buildings in the city center have been made available. This will quickly let the city recollect the contribution points it has just distributed. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he was done browsing the list. The training centers and guild buildings in Star Lake City could be divided into 3 size categories: small, medium, and large. Among them, small training centers and guild buildings allowed up to 200 people to be exempted from paying the monthly city contributions. Medium ones allowed up to 400 people, and large ones allowed up to 1,000 people. Meanwhile, although the city center housed the richest energy in the city, there was limited space in the city center. There were only 12 large-sized training centers and guild buildings in the city center. Excluding the 9 that have already been rented out, there were only 3 remaining. Before today, the city had never put these 3 properties up for rent, so this was a rare opportunity to acquire them. Sector 14 Large Training Center facilities: 50 basic simulation combat rooms, 10 intermediate simulation combat rooms, 3 advanced simulation combat rooms, 800 basic quarters, 100 advanced quarters, and 10 special quarters. Annual rent, 80 million star coins. Starting bid, 2,200,000 contribution points. Sector 35 Large Guild Building facilities: 2 large training grounds, 10 medium training grounds, 30 small training grounds, 30 basic simulation combat rooms, 5 intermediate simulation combat rooms, and 1 advanced simulation combat rooms. 900 basic quarters, 100 advanced quarters, and 5 special quarters. Annual rent, 95 million star coins. Starting bid, 2,400,000 contribution points. Sector 78, large training center. Facilities, 50 basic simulation combat rooms, 10 intermediate simulation combat rooms, and 5 advanced simulation combat rooms. Accommodations, 900 basic quarters, 100 advanced quarters, 15 special quarters. Annual rent, 104 million star coins. Starting bid, 3,030 contribution points. Chapter 3359, Chapter 433. Sudden change to God's domain. Chapter 3359, Chapter 433. Sudden change to God's domain. Chapter 433. Sudden change to God's domain. TL notes. Made some fixes to Chapter 432. Simulation combat room, combat simulation room, annual rent, 104 million star coins. Annual rent, 140 million star coins. When he was done reading the details of the 3 large training centers and guild buildings, Shi Feng took a deep breath. The city lord really knows how to tempt people, Shi Feng thought as he wryly smiled. The pricing of the 3 properties was relatively fair. After all, this was the city center they were talking about. The average medium training center there would typically have an annual rent of 50 million star coins and an upfront cost of 1 million contribution points. Meanwhile, the average medium training center could only accommodate up to 400 people. Originally, Shi Feng had only planned to rent a medium training center or guild building. After all, Zero Wing had only made a couple of million star coins in the miniature ancient world thus far. He would even have to sell some contribution points to afford a medium training center. However, the price-to-performance ratio of the 3 large training centers and guild buildings was so good that Shi Feng couldn't help but be tempted. The large training center in Sector 78 was particularly attractive. It had a whopping 5 advanced combat simulation rooms and 15 special quarters. These were facilities that could only be accessed through spending contribution points. Even then, there were not enough of these facilities available to meet the high demand. Take the Star Lake Training Center, for example. It had 100 advanced combat simulation rooms, and it cost 2,000 star coins and 100 contribution points to use them every time. However, despite the high cost, they would be fully booked by the Star Lake Legion's members every day. Advanced combat simulation rooms were in such high demand because they allowed users to engage directly in simulation warfare. In addition, so long as users had detailed information on a player, they could simulate any player they wanted to fight against. This would grant users a realistic experience of fighting against their desired opponents, and it was not an experience that the basic and intermediate combat simulation rooms could provide. As for the special quarters, while they weren't comparable to the living quarters found on the God's Domain Association's 600th floor and above, they did come equipped with a mental strength training room. This training room could enhance the efficiency of users' mental strength development, and even 2-star mental strength grandmasters could receive significant benefits from it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the main reason most rookie geniuses in the greater world chose to join a corporation or a powerful family was so that they could have stable access to advanced combat simulation rooms and special quarters. It seems I have no choice but to take a gamble. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and used all 4 million of his contribution points to bid on Sector 78's large training center. That was 1 million more points than the minimum bid. Generally, the various powers wouldn't exceed 20% of the minimum price when bidding for real estate in a third-tier city, after all. What the various powers mainly wanted were the residential slots. If the price exceeded the minimum by more than 20%, it'd be better if they bought other properties. As for how Shi Feng was supposed to pay for the large training center's annual rent of 140 million star coins, after much deliberation, he decided that he would exchange God crystal fragments for star coins. Many experts in the Holy World would gladly buy God crystal fragments using star coins. Each fragment could easily sell for 8,000 to 10,000 star coins. In addition, Shi Feng could also sell some of his 7 luminaries crystals. Even in the Holy World, 7 luminaries crystals could still be sold for a lot of star coins. And if worse came to worst, he could always borrow some star coins from the Dragon Tongue conglomerate. Of course, he would only do so as a last resort. After all, doing so would cause him to owe the Dragon Tongue conglomerate a favor. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng wrote down his bid, his quantum watch immediately notified him that 4 million contribution points had been deducted from his account. With this, I've become poorer than even some reserve participants now. Shi Feng wryly smiled as he looked at the numbers displayed on his quantum watch. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to buy a drop of Stardew after bidding on a medium guild building. It was so that he could step into the realm of mental strength grandmasters earlier. Now, though, he couldn't even afford to stay in the living quarters on the God's Domain Association's 600th floor, let alone purchase Stardew. "Are you all right, guild leader?" Hidden Soul asked as she walked over to Shi Feng and noticed the wry smile on his face. It should be known that Shi Feng was in a very good mood when they were on their way to the Star Lake Training Center. "It's nothing. I just became poorer," Shi Feng explained. "Poor?" Hidden Soul was rendered speechless by Shi Feng's answer. 4 million contribution points. With this many points, Shi Feng could already be considered one of the wealthiest people in Star Lake City. If Shi Feng considered himself poor, everyone else in the city would be beggars. However, Shi Feng did not clarify the misunderstanding. He couldn't afford to let anyone know he was aiming at Sector 78's large training center. Otherwise, he would run the risk of facing malicious competition. If a corporation or powerful family decided to compete against him for the training center, he would lose without a doubt. After all, the city's various powers had collected a ton of contribution points from the Star Lake Legion's participants, added together. These participants had far more contribution points than he did. Beep, beep, beep. While Shi Feng was pondering in silence, his quantum watch suddenly issued a series of message prompts and warning prompts. "What's going on?" Shi Feng was a little stunned by the information displayed on his watch. Out of the 6 prompts he received, 5 were message prompts, and these messages came from Amber Soul, Cheng Xin, Leroya, Cross, and Desolate Fury. All 5 of them had messaged him almost simultaneously. Their messages also more or less had the same content. "Log into God's domain ASAP." As for the 6th prompt, it was a warning message from the main God system. "System, warning, warning. It is detected that you are away from God's domain. Please log into God's domain within 10 minutes. If you do not log into God's domain in 10 minutes, you will have to start over with a new character." If his quantum watch wasn't linked to his God's domain account, Shi Feng would have thought that this was a scam message. This was because he had never heard of a situation where the main God system required players to log back into God's domain within a stipulated time after they had logged out of the game, let alone being threatened with account deletion. However, Shi Feng knew that the main God system was not joking. Amber Soul and the others had messaged him to log back into God's domain almost simultaneously. This more or less indicated that the system's message wasn't a hoax. 10 minutes? Shi Feng frowned when he saw how little time he was given to log back into the game. There was no way he could make it back to the God's Domain Association in under 10 minutes. While Shi Feng was trying to think of a solution, Hidden Soul also received a warning prompt on her quantum watch, the system's message confusing her greatly. "Guild leader, I just received a warning from the system telling me to log back into God's domain within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to have to restart my account," Hidden Soul said. "Could this be a hoax?" "No, it shouldn't be fake." "I also received the same warning," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Something big must have happened in God's domain for the system to issue such an urgent warning." "But how can we get back to the association in 10 minutes?" Hidden Soul asked, her anxiety rising when she heard Shi Feng's words. The God's Domain Association was half an hour away from the Star Lake Training Center by car. Unless they could fly, there was no way they could reach the association in under 10 minutes. "Don't worry, we are official participants of the Star Lake Legion, so we can borrow the training center's living quarters," Shi Feng said. Then he promptly led Hidden Soul toward the Star Lake Training Center's living quarters. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng and Hidden Soul left the real estate center, An uproar occurred throughout the entire Star Lake City. Almost simultaneously, many players in Star Lake City had received the same warning from the system, and everyone couldn't help but panic. At the same time, a shocking piece of news also started to spread across the city. A new realm had emerged in the greater God's domain. Chapter 3360, Chapter 434, New Realm Emerges. Chapter 3360, Chapter 434, New Realm Emerges. Chapter 434, New Realm Emerges. Darkness, depression, and powerlessness. A wave of discomfort rampantly eroded Shi Feng's mind as soon as he logged into God's domain. This feeling, the sudden discomfort, felt familiar to Shi Feng. However, this sense of familiarity came from deep within his mind, and he couldn't remember where he had experienced this discomfort before. When Shi Feng opened his eyes, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Shi Feng remembered logging out of the game inside a hotel room in the Saint Camp. Yet now, not only did he appear outside the hotel, but all of the buildings around him looked far more dilapidated than before. The hotel behind him, in particular, was riddled with holes and covered with green plants. If Shi Feng didn't know any better, he would have thought he had left the Saint Camp for centuries or more, rather than just one short day. The entire Saint Camp had already been devoured by a towering forest. The sky also no longer looked dull gray, but a refreshing blue instead. Apart from Shi Feng, the other players in the Saint Camp were also greatly shocked by the scene before them. What happened here? I was still walking on the street normally a moment ago. Yet, everything instantly changed after the system announced someone triggered an event. Mana! I can release my mana from my body. Impossible. Weren't saints the only players who could release mana in the holy world? It's true. I just tried it. I can really release my mana from my body. Apart from the change in scenery, everyone also noticed a change to the holy world's mana, and many people couldn't help but be delighted and excited by this change. Due to the holy world having incredibly rich mana, players were greatly restricted when it came to using their own mana. Most players couldn't even release their mana from their bodies to manipulate the ambient mana around them. As a result, this prevented them from exhibiting their full strength. However, now that they could release their mana from their bodies, it would undoubtedly make it easier for them to kill monsters and raid dungeons. This, in turn, would speed up the rate at which they could obtain God crystal fragments. While immersed in surprise and delight, everyone suddenly received a system notification. System announcement. A player has successfully triggered a global event. The holy world has successfully evolved into the Eternal Realm. All players within the Eternal Realm will no longer be subject to any restrictions. All players can now log off normally and communicate with players outside the Eternal Realm. System announcement. All players in the Eternal Realm will no longer be subject to any level and tier restrictions. Everyone in the Saint Camp fell silent momentarily when the system announcements appeared. Immediately afterward, almost everyone revealed an ecstatic look. Are you kidding me? A realm? The holy world has evolved into a new realm? Who caused this? Aren't they a little too lucky? Crap, I'm not dreaming, am I? A new realm. I never thought I could experience such a historical event in my lifetime. Could we have traveled back to God's domain's ancient times? All the players in the Saint Camp reacted with great excitement and enthusiasm toward the system announcement. Some even revealed intoxicated looks. There were 3,000 realms in the greater God's domain, and countless God's domains were connected to these realms. This might seem like a lot, but after so many years of development, these 3,000 realms had long become overcrowded. The various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, conglomerates, and apex powers had also deeply ingrained themselves within these realms, their positions in these realms becoming unshakable. Unfortunately, the number of realms in the greater God's domain had seemingly been fixed since ancient times. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's record of existing history, no new realms had emerged in the greater God's domain since the ancient era. Now that a new realm had suddenly appeared, it went without saying that this was a shocking and fortuitous event. Realms were not only vast and rich in resources, but they also served as a connection point for countless new God's domains. Meanwhile, These new gods' domains were the main source for the greater gods' domain's various powers to recruit geniuses. In modern times, though, the various conglomerates and apex powers would quickly lay claim over any newly appeared god's domain. Because of this, it became very difficult for newer powers to grow, and the birth of a new conglomerate or apex power would only occur once every few hundred years. However, a new opportunity had appeared now. The birth of a new realm was a massive opportunity for hegemonic powers and corporations to develop into upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates. Existing conglomerates could even use this opportunity to develop into a cross-realm conglomerates. But compared to the opportunity provided to the various powers, the emergence of a new realm created an even bigger opportunity for the individual player. It was true that the existing realms in the greater god's domain were rich in resources. However, compared to ancient times, the realms in modern times were vastly inferior regarding resources. This was because many of the rarer and more valuable resources had long been harvested and exhausted by people of the past. It should be known that the greater god's domain used to be crowded with gods during the ancient era. And although humans were one of the weaker races at the time, the human race back then still had far more Tier 6 powerhouses and saints than the human race of modern times. Ultimately, the reason for this difference was the vastly superior resources available during the ancient era. However, it was a different story for the Eternal Realm. The abundance of the Eternal Realm's resources was even greater than the various realms during the ancient era. This was because the Eternal Realm had just been born, so it had never been developed by players. Meanwhile, as the first batch of players to arrive in the Eternal Realm, they had a much bigger advantage than players outside the Eternal Realm. Although there were many realms in the greater god's domain, the various realms were scattered across the void sea and far apart. Meanwhile, as a newly born realm, the Eternal Realm's location in the void sea remained unknown to everyone. If players from other realms wished to enter the Eternal Realm, they would first have to search for it in the void sea, which was by no means an easy task. By the time the various realms' players and powers located the Eternal Realm, they, the pioneers of the Eternal Realm, would have long explored a significant portion of the Eternal Realm. It wouldn't even be surprising for a bunch of Tier 6 players and Tier 6 saints to appear and occupy a corner of the Eternal Realm for themselves. The Eternal Realm? Shouldn't it only appear 5 years later? Shi Feng was somewhat familiar with the name of the new realm mentioned in the system announcement. After all, it had caused a huge commotion across the entire Greater God's domain when it initially appeared during his previous life. Back then, even the various apex powers had gotten involved in the competition for this new realm's resources. However, according to his memories, the Eternal Realm should have only appeared 5 years from now. While everyone in the Eternal Realm was excited, many of the various powers experts quickly logged out of the game to report this situation to their superiors.